Her lids drooped, and she turned her head to yawn into her pillow. "I'm fine, just tired." Her forehead creased a tiny bit. "What time is it? And why are you here?" "I've been worried about you." He glanced at her bedside clock. "It's a bit after 8. Night or morning?" With her blackout shades drawn, time of day could be hard to determine. Still, her confusion on the issue didn't bode well. "Night," he said, running light hands over her skull in search of bumps or bleeding. "Have you hurt yourself? Fallen, maybe?" She shook her head, the movement slight. It didn't seem to pain her, though. Still. "Any dizziness, headaches?" As best he could, he visually scanned the rest of her, but couldn't find any obvious signs of injury. Should he remove the sheet to check more thoroughly? Would she rouse herself enough to murder him if he did? Matthew. With a breathy sigh, she settled herself more comfortably. "I don't really get why you're here, but I only went to bed, She paused, evidently to do the math. 2 hours ago. Can I just go back to sleep, please?" "Only if you promise me you haven't been sick or injured." Shit. He hoped she'd tell him the truth about that. "No one's seen you for days, and we've all been concerned." "Promise," she murmured, her eyes closing as she spoke. "Cross my heart and hope to die." He recoiled. "Don't ever say that. Please." "Okay." She smiled a little, but then her brows drew together and she shifted restlessly. "You're a good man. Sorry for what I did to you." A good man? What the fuck? Another quick check of her skull didn't reveal any overlooked cranial trauma, so he was stumped. But he supposed his answers could wait until after she'd slept more. "You don't owe me an apology." He wanted so many things from her, so few of which he could have. Contrition was not and would never be one of them. "Not after what I've done to you." Her frown remained, even as her words turned increasingly slow and indistinct. "Thanks for checking on me. Tell everyone I'm fine, okay? Lock up when you leave, please." Until he'd gathered all the information he needed to determine whether she was all right, he was going nowhere. She'd discover that for herself soon enough, however. She pried one eyelid slightly open, peering at him through her lashes. "Probably good. You have a spare key, just in case." Wincing, he prepared to confess everything. His, unconventional means of entry, the gouges his ladder had left in her window frame, how Joaquin and Wade had reclaimed all their spare keys before moving out of the Spite House. Matthew had no key, and no excuse for breaking into her home. Nothing except his anxiety and his feelings for her. Then a faint snore drifted from her pillow. Carefully, he rose to his feet, trying not to jostle the mattress or wake her. All his confessions would keep until later. They'd have to. While she was sleeping, he had work to do. Yeesh, what a bizarre dream. Why Athena's subconscious had chosen to imagine Dr. Matthew Vine's presence at her bedside, his gentle touch on her face and neck, his dark gaze soft and studying her with such concerned care, she had no idea. Sure, maybe Joaquin or Wade had given him a spare key at some point, but even a good man's sense of responsibility to his brother's ex had its limits. And thank goodness it was just a dream, because right now, neither she nor her home had been cleaned in a while, and neither smelled particularly good. Rolling to one side, she checked the time. A bit after midnight. 6 hours of sleep. Good enough. She could always nap again later. Heaving herself to her feet, she yawned and stretched, then padded down to the bathroom. After peeing, she washed her hands and decided to go back upstairs. She could read in bed for a while before scrounging for something to eat in her depleted cabinets and empty refrigerator. As always, she had to turn slightly sideways to fit within the narrow spiraling stairway, which she kind of hated. So much about this house made her feel awkward and oversized, when her body had never been a real concern or hindrance to her in the past. Once she got upstairs, though, the fourth floor was her tower, her impregnable sanctuary, equipped with her best and truest companion, the bed. Grabbing a paperback, she propped herself against the headboard and prepared to think about other people's lives for as long as possible. The wife had definitely murdered her husband at the campsite. Anne Rule was drawing out the matter, but Athena had no doubts. And honestly, what else did they expect when they went camping? They were privileged, well-to-do Americans. Without indoor plumbing and electricity, of course someone was going to lose their shit and start stabbing people. Athena? Came a tentative male voice from somewhere downstairs, and she'd like to say she didn't jerk violently and shriek and instinctively throw her paperback across the room, but that'd be a lie because she totally did all those things. Fuck, sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, but I heard the water running and realized you were awake, so... Matthew? She knew that voice, but... Jesus, Pete, what in heaven's name are you doing here? I apologize. He spoke hurriedly, tripping over the words. I'm very sorry, Athena. I know I shouldn't have entered your home without permission, but I was concerned. Everyone was concerned, and I had to know if you were okay. May I come up? Just wait. Taking deep, calming breaths, she covered her legs with the sheet and reminded herself that she wasn't angry with him anymore. That she did, in fact, owe him recompense of some sort, or at least all the politeness and patience she could currently muster. Okay, you can come up. His footsteps thumped softly on the stairs, and then he was there, in her bedroom, navigating the obstacle course of her floor, standing beside her mattress and studying her with deep creases above his inner brows. She couldn't locate words sufficient for the situation, so she just clutched a pillow to her chest for reassurance and waited for him to explain himself further. Silence. Awkward silence. He opened his mouth only to pause before he finally spoke. I invaded your home without your permission, and you're not angry. Why aren't you angry? There was no point in pretending she was okay. It wasn't as if he could have somehow missed the current state of both her hygiene and her house, so why bother? Anger requires energy. I have none to spare. Her dismissive wave lasted only a moment, and then her hand dropped limply onto the sheet. Also, I'm done being mad at you. That's the other reason. I'm not, She paused, searching in vain for greater eloquence. Mad at you. More silence. She stared at his bloodshot eyes, wondering numbly why he looked so terrible, and how much longer it'd be before he left and she'd be alone again. Okay, that's good, I think. His frown deepened. Athena, I asked you this before, and I apologize for repeating myself, but have you been ill? Injured? Maybe you changed medications recently? She shook her head. Then I don't understand. He perched on the edge of her mattress. Why haven't you been answering your door, your cell, or your messages? Fine, so maybe she was done pretending to be okay, but did she have to explain her lack of okayness? Couldn't he just accept it as fact, given what he'd already seen? She hitched up her knees, an embarrassingly self-protective gesture. When did you get here? You were around earlier, right? That wasn't just a dream? Not the slickest change of subject in human history, but whatever. A bit after 8. With a sigh, he raked his fingers through his dark hair, leaving it rumpled. I have a confession to make, Athena. Her brows rose and a spark of interest lit within her. I don't have a key to your home. Ruddy color climbed his cheeks. Well, I didn't. Anyway, I do now. I took it from your kitchen drawer. Then how the heck had he gotten inside? She kept all her doors locked, and until yesterday, every single one of her windows had been... Wait, no way. Yes, way, I think. depending on what just occurred to you. Listing tiredly to one side, he braced himself with a hand on the mattress. If it helps solve the mystery, I didn't break anything or procure a lock-picking kit, so... She stared at him in astonishment. I must have opened a first-floor window without realizing it. Because as far as I know, the only open window was on the 3rd floor, and you're clearly terrified of heights and a very cautious man, so there's no way in hell you climbed across from up there. His attempt at a smile looked more like a grimace. Surprise? No, she whispered. You couldn't have. For her? He'd done that? For her? And if so, why? Neighborly concern and a sense of responsibility vast enough to dwarf the solar system, or something else? I did what I needed to do. It was a simple statement, spoken without a hint of self-congratulation, and it stunned her. But you're acrophobic. Ah, he shrugged. I only dry heaved once. I barely even hyperventilated. Her chapped lips curved the slightest bit, because he really was funny in his own dry, understated way. Then she pictured the drop from the 3rd floor, the unmerciful bricks below, and that flicker of amusement died. She shoved aside the pillow in her lap, suddenly filled with restless energy. You could have killed yourself, Matthew. What the hell were you thinking? Another dismissive lift of his shoulder. I used a ladder. I didn't just leap from one window to the other like a... He pursed his mouth in thought. Like whatever sort of animal could successfully do that. A mountain goat, maybe? A worthy query for Professor Google. The first she'd wanted to research in days. But even with a ladder, crossing from window to window was still incredibly dangerous, and trust me, I am not worth that kind of risk. He glanced down at his lap then. After a moment, he gave a little nod, but it didn't look like agreement. It looked like recognition. Athena. His eyes lifted to hers, and they were so warm, so clear, so sad, she couldn't seem to look away. You didn't answer my earlier question. She knew which one. No matter how hard she blinked, the room blurred in front of her. I'm not your doctor or your lover, and I'm sure you don't consider me a friend. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it, but... Something blotted away her tears. It smelled clean and felt soft against her cheek. Why haven't you left the house or talked to anyone all week? Can you tell me? She bit her lip, bowed her head. The man apparently carried around an actual freaking handkerchief. Of course he did. But she couldn't even laugh about it because, God, that low, tender voice hurt. Like the concern in his soft brown gaze, like his ludicrously brave journey between their windows. It was a weapon. One he deployed at exactly the right spot to weaken the wall she'd erected between her and everyone, everything, her own thoughts. The feelings that could sweep her into oblivion if she didn't keep them damned safely away. The acknowledgement she'd been avoiding for a long, long time now. She licked her cracked lips, and the moisture stung. Matthew. No. She couldn't speak the words. She wouldn't. Because if she did, that would mean she'd have to relinquish the only thing she had left. Her pride. She'd have to admit that nothing, absolutely nothing, was fine. And she'd have to do something about it. And she was so fucking tired all the time. Tired and sad. So horribly, unendingly sad. He'd cradled her against him at some point, supporting her as she shook, and his lips rested against the crown of her head. Her nose was running, and he blotted that too, and something about the gesture, its intimacy, Its pragmatic kindness broke her. She closed her eyes and let the wall crumble. Do you think I'm depressed? Yes, sweetheart, Matthew said quietly, then gathered her closer, and she sobbed in his arms until she could barely breathe. 12. When Matthew handed Athena a cool, wet washcloth, she pressed it to her eyes and sagged against the bathroom sink. I guess I should find a therapist that takes my insurance. Make an appointment with a doctor, too, to talk about antidepressant options. God, what a pain in the ass. As carefully as possible, he'd already asked her about suicidal ideation, and she didn't seem to be in any immediate danger. This might constitute a crisis, but not one that required a trip to the ER. Come Monday, he'd make some calls, and hopefully therapy and meds would eventually help, as they did for most people. In the meantime, she needed a friend, someone she could trust. She might consider him neither of those things, but he was both. From now on, he would always, always be both, no matter the consequences. He was done hurting this woman. She was still sniffling from her crying jag, still hiccuping every so often, and the few remaining uncracked bits of his heart broke with each forlorn, half-stifled sound of lingering grief. If absolutely necessary, I could write a prescription for your medication. Grime ringed her sink, and he tried not to wince when she draped her washcloth there. His cleaning efforts hadn't yet reached the second floor before she woke up, which was a shame. But I'd rather you get it from someone more objective, and someone who deals with adult patients on a regular basis. I can arrange for you to see an excellent local doctor on Monday, if you'd like. I could probably help you find a good therapist this week, too. A number of people in Harlot's Bay owed him favors. The time had come to collect. Another gut-wrenching sniffle. He handed her a tissue, since his handkerchief had no more dry corners, and she blew her nose. I would appreciate that. Thank you. With a listless flick of her fingers, she dropped the tissue into the trash. Everything has felt kind of overwhelming for a while now, and I could use the help. Thank you, Matthew. I don't want your gratitude. You're welcome, but I'm happy to do it. More than happy. Honored. Relieved. Which reminds me, the washcloth had begun dripping onto the tile floor from where she'd laid it over the edge of the sink, and she wrung it out and repositioned it with a sigh. I know you're the one who paid my mortgage for 2 months. He sighed, too. Damn it, Ivana. I owe you. Her shoulders drooped. I'll pay you back as soon as I can. I'm not worried about that, he told her, leaning against her bathroom doorway. I am. Her voice betrayed her, undercutting the firmness of her response with a quaver. Her eyes were swimming with tears again, and hectic color. Embarrassment had flooded her cheeks. His thumbs were cleaner than that damn washcloth now, so he used them to carefully dry her wet cheeks, then cupped her sweet face in his palms until she was willing to make eye contact. I think right now is a good time not to worry about anyone but yourself, love, he said gently. Let the people who care about you worry about everything else. But that only elicited more heart-cracking tears, and he couldn't kiss them away. So he dropped his hands and fumbled for both a clean tissue and a change of topic. Speaking of people who care about you, he said as she blew her nose again, you have some choices to make. Here's the first. Either you let me or someone else check on you regularly until you're feeling better, or I'll have to contact your parents. Johnny would have their number. If forced to do so, Matthew would get it from him, even though he'd rather his brother remain as distant as possible from the current situation. As she began to protest, he raised his hand. I don't want to do it, Athena, but I will. You might be a fully independent adult, more than capable of taking care of yourself, but you're too important not to have someone watching over you while you're going through a rough patch. So who's it going to be? Your parents? One of your local friends, or you? She hesitated, even as he blinked at her in pleased shock. "If that's okay. It's just, I hate having anyone see me this way, but you've already witnessed the worst of it, so—" At that, he deflated a bit. But what had he expected, anyway? That holding her through a single bout of crying would make her declare him her favorite person ever, and she would anoint him her knight protector because she trusted him above all others? Idiot. Understood. He nodded. I'm happy to check in with you, and I'll keep this private unless you tell me otherwise. But, Athena, I genuinely think you should let your friends support you while you're struggling. They care about you. They'll want to help. Why don't you text Victoria? Or someone from Virginia? She narrowed her reddened eyes at him, and the stubborn set of her jaw wasn't hard to read. He had significant experience with that defiant jut, unfortunately. Fine, that's up to you, he conceded. May I at least tell your local friends that you're not sick or injured, and you'll contact them when you're ready? After thinking for a moment, she exhaled hard. Okay, fine. Thank you. That would considerably relieve the concerns of various people around Harlot's Bay. Did she even realize how much goodwill and affection she'd already earned in her new community? 3 more choices. She rolled her swollen eyes. Oh, goody. At the welcome reappearance of her usual sarcasm, he couldn't help it. He had to touch her. Had to brush a forefinger over that beauty mark, high on her left cheek, and smile down at her. When she gazed back up at him, her breath hitching, he could have sworn he saw something more than grief and embarrassment in those tired hazel eyes. Something warmer. Clearing his throat, he lowered his hand. I know you haven't had much energy lately. May I help you straighten up your house a little? A lot. A lot. I'm sorry it's such a disaster in here. Even before I was like... She swept a hand, indicating her current state. Things were already messy. She paused, then added, in part because I was deliberately trying to needle you, Mr. Everything in its place. Ah, so she was admitting it. In that case, you might as well congratulate her on the thoroughness of her efforts to bother him and the impressive results she'd achieved. Successfully, I might add. Propping his shoulder against the doorframe, he crossed his arms over his chest and kept his tone solemn. Your support of my MLM side hustle ambitions was very gratifying. By the way, thank you for that. She snickered, and the glowing pride he took in that sound could have lit the entire state of Maryland. In case you didn't notice, our entire neighborhood enjoyed your nightly Sadie Brazen story hour. He winced a little. I'm sure most of them liked In Cold Blood, too, not to mention your Halloween decorations. Murder dolls. Ugh, murder dolls. He hoped she'd disposed of them safely, i.e. under several feet of packed earth, encased in an unbreakable tomb of some sort with the assistance of an exorcist. Her smile had died. Please forgive me, Matthew. Once I realized scary stuff bothered you, I used that knowledge in the cruelest possible way. I'll understand if you can't forgive me, but I want you to know I'm sincerely, very, very sorry. You don't need to apologize, he almost said again, echoing what he'd told her earlier that evening. I understand why you did it. But in her current state of mind, she wouldn't accept that. She'd simply feel guiltier that he wasn't angry at her. What she needed was a form of penance, however unnecessary. And he knew just the thing. I'll forgive you, he said, if you'll let me clean and organize your entire home. She actually gasped. No, Matthew. Watching you work in here when I left everything dirty and messy specifically to bother you would make me feel terrible. Yes, you'd feel terrible. Oh, she said slowly. That would be my punishment? Your penance, he corrected, will be keeping me company as I clean and doing absolutely nothing to help me. Her brow puckered. But wouldn't that hurt you more than it hurts me? I like cleaning. He found it relaxing, meditative almost. So, what do you say? Okay. She exhaled slowly. Okay, you can clean and organize my house, as long as you promise to forgive me. I promise. Perfect. You should know that you've earned 1 floor of absolution so far. It would have been 2 floors, but you woke up earlier than I expected. Oh, She gripped the back of her neck and squeezed. What have you done, Vine? You'll see. 2 more choices, Athena. She gestured for him to get on with it. Hopefully she was still feeling guilty. When you have a bit more energy, may I help you find work? Something offering benefits and a living wage that you wouldn't mind too much. It took her a minute, but she eventually nodded. Yes, please. And thank you for landing me the library job and making sure I knew about the HHB opening. That letter of recommendation you wrote was very kind. Not kind. Truthful. But he wouldn't interrupt his current string of successes by arguing with her. Last choice. He kept his voice gentle, because this wasn't a demand. It was an offer. Are you willing to talk to me about what's troubling you? He had his suspicions, but he certainly didn't understand everything, and he wanted to know. He wanted an accurate rendering of her sorrows, so he could study the map, help her navigate through treacherous waters, and watch her make landfall once more. She needed some solid ground beneath her, and until she had it, she could use a companion with a steady hand, as he'd often thought. Not to take her wheel, because she was her own captain, but to keep her balanced and strong as she righted her ship. No, she whispered. Not yet, I'm sorry. He wished to hell she'd stop freaking apologizing to him. He got why she didn't want to share her innermost thoughts with a man she'd loathed until very recently. But in that case, Athena. Once more he gathered the visual evidence of her time spent in misery and isolation. The tear-blotched face, the dirty hair, the stained clothing. Who do you talk to about everything? When you're hurting, who do you call? Because whoever they were, he'd make certain they were ready to support her. She bit her lip, her eyes filling, but she forced out her heart-rending answer. No one. In lieu of the sort of solace he wanted to offer, he pressed another tissue into her hand. A few deep breaths later, she managed to regain her equilibrium. That was the last choice, right? Can we go downstairs now? I'd like to eat. Sudden anxiety tightened his gut, because what if he'd miscalculated? What if the meal he'd prepared only reminded her of his past transgressions, the pain he'd caused, rather than showing her how clearly he remembered what brought her pleasure? He wasn't a man who gambled, but this was a reckless shove of his chips to the center of the table, and his nerves jangled as he led them both downstairs, into her now sparkling kitchen. Holy fuck, she said, mouth agape as she surveyed her transformed first floor. You did my dishes. You scrubbed the floor. You gathered all the recycling, all the trash, and... Wait, where are the boxes? Did you unpack all my kitchen supplies, too? He couldn't quite read her tone. Was that an objection, or simply confusion? Yes. He shifted uncomfortably. You can rearrange them to your liking whenever you want, obviously. But until then, everything should be easier for you to find this way, and you'll be able to walk around without tripping. Holy fuck, she repeated. Matthew, I don't know how to thank you for this. Enough. Then don't, please. No more thank yous, and no more apologies. Consider that the second and final part of your penance. Damn it, Vine. She propped her fists on her hips, aggrieved and wet-eyed. That's just mean. Plus, we'd already reached an agreement about forgiveness. He raised an unimpressed brow. Don't play the true crime if you can't do the no apologies or gratitude time. Turning her back on him, she headed for the fridge. Well, if I can't thank you, I should at least feed you, but I don't know if I have. She opened the refrigerator door and stopped dead at the sight of the packed shelves. I swear to all that's holy, she said, fervent sincerity in every word. If you keep being nice to me and don't let me express my gratitude, I will murder you, Dr. Matthew Vine III. And I've been reading a lot of Anne Rule recently, so I'll probably get away with it too. For the first time ever, when she called him that, it didn't sound like mockery or sarcasm. More like a sort of nickname, just between the two of them. Penance, he reminded her. Speaking of which, I already made food for us both, and you can't thank me for that, either. Athena didn't seem to have noticed the platter on her countertop yet. Bracing himself for her reaction, he lifted his offering and carefully placed it on her freshly cleared table. The potato chips lay in neat rows, each topped by a small dollop of creme fraiche, little bits of chives he'd cut with scissors, and a thin slice of smoked salmon. He'd taste-tested what he'd assembled. It wasn't quite the same, but it was close. I hoped. Swallowing over such a dry throat hurt. I thought about how happy this dish made you, and I hope this is okay. She didn't say a word. She just kept staring at the loaded potato chips. I know that caterers did it better. They probably fried their own potato crisps, for example, and... Oh, damn, she whispered, then sniffed loudly. You remembered. Shit. She was tearing up again. I'm sorry. He reached for the platter, intending to remove it from her sight, from her house, and preferably from her memory and all of human existence. I shouldn't have. Don't you touch those potatoes, Vine. Her voice trembled, but she'd darted between him and the table, fists planted on her hips. I love them. Then she bent in half and started crying in earnest. He opened his arms and she fell into them. Much later that morning, Matthew called his brother. Exhausted by her weeping, Athena had gone back to bed not long after they'd polished off the potato chips. Taking advantage of her absence, because he didn't truly want her to suffer through watching him clean, he'd tackled the second-floor bathroom, then surrendered to his own fatigue for several hours. Luckily, Ivana had already been scheduled for their Saturday hours today, but he needed to make arrangements for the following week. Discreetly, and without revealing anything Athena didn't want known. I apologize for the late notice, but I'm taking time off this week, he said without preamble. Every day after 2, I'll need you to cover for me. And you'll have to take my after-hours on-call shifts as well. Right after I hang up with you, I'm phoning the front desk staff and letting them know to reschedule those afternoon appointments and transfer them to you. I don't want Ivana doing any of this. None of that was a request. Of all the people in Harlot's Bay who owed him favors, Johnny remained the deepest in debt by far. As recently as yesterday, Matthew would have denied that debt's existence or sworn he'd never collect on it. But things had changed. After holding a sobbing Athena in his arms, he'd changed. His determination to remain by her side had nothing to do with his brother or the broken engagement. Nothing to do with responsibility or obligation or honor. It was simply an imperative. A non-negotiable demand, originating from somewhere much more deep-seated, much more atavistic than his conscience. His prefrontal cortex could go fuck itself. Less enlightened parts of his brain were hereby in charge. Matthew, what? Johnny's voice was shocked. You never take time off, especially not at the last minute. Are you ill? Do you need me to come over there? Just let me get dressed and I'll... No. When his brother began to protest, he said with firm authority, There's no need to come over. I'm fine. Then what? I'm tired, Johnny. I've worked incredibly hard over the past several months, and I'm tired. All true. All a deliberate attempt to play on whatever guilt his brother might feel over that extended trip to Hawaii, which wasn't very brotherly of Matthew, but so be it. I need time off, and I need it now. Okay. After a long pause, Johnny repeated, Okay. Don't worry about calling the front desk staff. I'll do it myself. And we'll work out the logistics for next week. Are you sure you don't want to leave during the lunch break instead of at 2? That was a surprisingly thoughtful question, albeit one that showed his brother's ignorance when it came to their practice. I can't. If I leave then, you won't be able to fully cover my appointments, even by coming in early and staying late. No matter what, I don't want Ivana taking a single extra patient. If he intended to stay her best friend, he needed to act like one. No more hanging her out to dry, certainly not for the sake of his brother's desires, or even his own. Understood. I'll make sure that doesn't happen, Johnny said, resolutely. Thank you. He meant that. His brother could have objected, could have insisted on an explanation or whined, but he hadn't. He'd simply stepped up, like a loyal sibling, like a loyal colleague, like an adult. Maddie, are you sure you're okay? Matthew closed his eyes and let it soak into his parched bones. For 30 years, he'd been trying to replace the family his little brother never had, and now, God, he'd forgotten how it felt for him to have a family. One where responsibilities and obligations and worry and love didn't always flow in a single direction. One not entirely comprised of Ivana, who'd been his sister in every way but blood for a long time now. I'll be fine. Better than fine, if Johnny was finally becoming the man Matthew had always hoped his brother would be. But thank you for asking. And thank you for taking on the extra work. I love you, bro. Johnny's voice had turned a bit hoarse. If you need me, call or text or just come over. That wouldn't be a lengthy trip, since Matthew would be spending most of his afternoons and evenings only a single brick wall away from his brother. Thank goodness very little sound made it through that thick barrier. Occasional thumps, but no voices, no conversation. Love you too, he told Johnny, and hoped like hell his brother never discovered just how Matthew intended to spend his time off. 13. When Matthew let himself inside Athena's house that afternoon, he couldn't hear any sounds from the 4th floor, so he figured she was still sleeping. Which was good, since she needed her rest, and he needed a couple hours to tackle the remainder of the 2nd floor. By the time her footsteps came creaking down the 2 flights of stairs to the bathroom, he'd finished cleaning that level of her home and was stretching his back, sore but content. Groggily, she surveyed him and their surroundings. I can't thank you or apologize, she finally told him, her lips curving slightly upward. So, I won't express either my heartfelt gratitude or my immense guilt at all the work you've done and how tired you must be. Feel free to compliment my considerable restraint. It's remarkable, he said obligingly. It really was. The way she battled through her obvious misery and dug deep to offer him a small, sweet smile. How the brightness of her wit couldn't help but shine through, even in her darkest hour. My house and I no longer match. She trudged into the bathroom, and the closing door muffled her next words. It's much cleaner than I am now. He'd been thinking about that issue. Her unshowered state bothered him, although not for the reasons she'd probably assume. While she didn't smell fresh as a daisy, she didn't smell bad to him, and he honestly wouldn't care if she did. But people usually got itchy after a few days without bathing, and she seemed self-conscious about her state of dishevelment. If she washed up in the shower, she'd probably be much more comfortable. When she emerged from the bathroom a minute later, he chose his words carefully. I know you've been really tired and overwhelmed. Sometimes when I'm exhausted, even taking a shower can feel like a lot. She eyed him askance. You mean I smell? No, not really. After more side-eyeing from her, he conceded, a little, but not in a bad way. It's just, I think you'd feel better if you were clean. I know, but she spread her hands in a sad, helpless gesture. It's hard to make myself do it. My shower's so freaking small, I have to contort myself to reach various parts of my body, and I hate how quiet it is. I can't distract myself from my thoughts while I'm in there, and my brain is not a good place to be right now, Matthew. I understand. He shifted from foot to foot, then made himself say it. I was wondering if maybe you might let me help. Since it's a tub-shower combination, you could just sit, and I'd handle whatever feels too difficult for you. I wouldn't take advantage of the situation. I wouldn't even look at you unless absolutely necessary. She was poised to refuse him. He could see it in her expression. Before she could say no, he kept talking. I understand why you might be too shy or uncomfortable to say yes, but I won't hurt or embarrass you. I promise, Athena, I swear it on my... He had to pause, if only for a moment. On my brother's grave. Her eyes went wide with shock. Had Johnny truly never told her about Adrian? Or was she simply stunned that Matthew had invoked his lost brother's name in this context? Maybe it would seem blasphemous to most people. But he didn't know how else to convey the gravity of his promise to her, or how else to make her trust him with both her body and her feelings when he'd hurt her so many times before. What he was asking from her was as intimate as lovemaking. He wouldn't badger her into an answer, so he merely stood there and waited for her verdict, trustworthy or not. Her voice was a fragile thread of uncertainty. You won't hurt me? She wasn't talking about physical damage. No. He held her worried gaze. I won't. After studying his face for a moment, she nodded. Okay, let's do this. It was a kick to the chest, in the best possible way. He could barely breathe. She turned and walked back into the bathroom, and he followed her to the doorway. She plugged the drain and started the water running. Then she reached for the hem of her grimy tank, and he drew in a harsh breath and swiveled to face the other way. Out of the furthermost corner of his eye, he could see the tank hit the floor. Then boxers. Water splashed. I'm in, she said. Which meant she was naked. Naked and wet and waiting for him to touch her. He dug a knuckle into the hinge of his jaw. Non, nine, nannies gnawing a nana. It's okay. Athena sounded tired, but matter-of-fact. You don't have to do this. In fact, I can't believe I even agreed to let you do it. My being a lazy bitch isn't your problem, so why don't you... Fuck it. If he got an erection, he'd simply make sure she couldn't see it. Somehow. He bent to press an admonishing kiss to the top of her head, trying his best not to look at anything else. Not lazy, not a bitch. Depressed. Bracing a hand against the tiled shower wall, he reached for the tiny shelf at the back of the stall where she kept her shampoo. At the same moment, she sat up straighter in the tub, which meant he'd shoved his jeans-clad half-hard dick in her face. He jerked away, lost his balance, tried to catch himself on the way down, and landed with one hand on the bath mat, one hand in the water. Dazedly, he registered the current position of that waterlogged left hand. His palm rested against smooth, slick porcelain. His wrist and forearm, however, were surrounded by something much warmer and much, much softer. So apparently he'd now thrust his entire hand between her inner thighs, which was somewhat of an improvement over force-feeding her his bejeaned penis, but still not great. No amount of nuns and ninnies could help him now. Getting his hand between her thighs might be a secret wish of his, but not like this. Fuck, definitely not like this. His entire face was aflame. Cheeks, ears, everything. And damn it, he'd promised not to look at her so he couldn't check her expression. Was she offended? Angry? A long, complex silence filled the steamy confines of the bathroom. Did I hurt you? He finally forced himself to ask. No. More silence as he knelt beside the tub and carefully removed his hand from between her legs, which she spread farther in an effort to assist him. Jesus. He cleared his throat. I apologize for that, what just happened. It's fine, she said, her voice unsteady. Was she crying? Athena. He kept his eyes on the tiles directly in front of him, but in his peripheral vision he could see movement. Her shoulders quivering? Fuck. It wasn't intentional, I swear. I know. If it's still okay with you, I want to do this, but another throat clearing helped matters not at all. Things may get a bit awkward at times. There was an odd, snorty sound. A sniffle, or... You think? She said faintly. Then she was laughing so hard the sound echoed off the tiled walls and rang in his ears. She jackknifed forward as she giggled, clutching his upper arm as she shook with hilarity. He laughed too then, in relief that she didn't hate him, in joy at her joy. Maybe, levering herself back upright, she patted his shoulder. Maybe I should reach for the shampoo, conditioner, and soap from now on. You think? He imitated her dry intonation exactly, and she giggled again. Blindly, overcome with affection, he reached down to stroke her damp hair back from her forehead. He was relatively, but not entirely certain he didn't poke her in the eyeball while doing so. In response, she took his hand and nuzzled her smooth cheek into his palm for one brief, heart-stopping moment. When she let go, he nearly begged her to keep touching him. But he'd promised not to take advantage of the situation, so he didn't. He wouldn't. Ready to try again? He asked, once he could speak coherently. Oh, Dr. Vine, said Athena, and he didn't have to look to know she was smiling. I simply can't resist. I must know what you intend to do for your encore. Sadly, that ended the portion of Athena's bath that could be considered, by the ungenerous anyway, lecherous. Matthew couldn't have been more careful or more tender. When he shampooed her hair, he tipped her chin back to make sure she didn't get bubbles in her eyes. As he lathered every strand, he kept one hand steady and warm at the back of her neck, supporting the weight of her head, and she leaned into his strength, trusted it not to falter. Not a drop of water ventured below her eyebrows when he used the handheld shower head to rinse away the shampoo. And when he massaged in her conditioner, the cheapest she'd found at the grocery store, vaguely fruity in scent, his strong fingers rubbing along her scalp melted her spine, even as they raised goose flesh everywhere else. As soon as he noticed, he made the water warmer, which solved nothing. Her reaction wasn't about temperature. It was about conduction. Arcs of power, no longer safely contained behind a sphere of glass. It was about the terrifying vulnerability of this moment. It was about the way his controlled, deliberate, damnably gentle hands on her brought nothing but pleasure. So many men had been careless with her. For so many years she'd been careless with herself. She closed her eyes then. Closed her eyes and pretended this wasn't about how pathetic she'd become, or how kind and responsible Matthew was. No, this was a man ministering to her out of love and need, desperate to touch her any and every way he could. Somehow her brain kept giving that nameless, faceless, devoted man Matthew's austere features. Matthew's forearms, with their shift of lean muscles and tendons beneath pale skin. Matthew's competent, caring hands, the hands of a could-be surgeon who'd chosen to tend children instead, watching over them as they fumbled toward adulthood. Her brain was dumb. Why would someone like him want her, of all people? The very idea should make her laugh, but instead it hurt, like a raw wound. After rinsing the conditioner, he drained the tub and added fresh water, continually checking to make sure the temperature wouldn't burn or chill her. As far as she could tell, he didn't glance at her nakedness even once, although she wouldn't care if he did. Her body was the least of her worries. He washed her face then, using a clean washcloth to remove every slippery streak of cleanser. With her head tipped back once more, he cradled her skull in his palm as he worked, and she didn't want him to release her, ever. He did, though, once he'd patted her eyes and face dry with a towel, and she tried not to ruin his efforts by crying. Somewhere around the time he eased her forward and began washing her back, she heard herself speaking slowly, thickly. "I'm a failure in every aspect of my life," she said, slumped and boneless, hands limp in her lap. "As a daughter, as a friend and lover and would-be professional. As a human being. I've been given every privilege and I've achieved nothing, built nothing. I'm 37, and after almost 2 decades as an adult, I have nothing to show for it but a 10-foot wide house where I barely fit on the stairs. I almost married a man I don't think I ever loved. I did my best to torture a man who showed me more kindness than I deserved. I got fired from a minimum wage job after less than 3 weeks. I've taken thousands and thousands of dollars from my parents, and they might as well have tossed it in a dumpster." His hands paused on her back before resuming their gentle circles. "It's all just a waste." Her tears dripped into the water, and they didn't even make a ripple. They didn't matter, and neither did she. "I'm a waste. Of time, of potential, of effort. And I'm just so fucking tired, Matthew. I'm tired of trying so hard and getting nowhere and fucking it all up, even if I do get somewhere." He set aside the soap. Using his cupped hands, he began rinsing her back clean, patch by patch. She slapped away her tears. "This past week, I kept thinking what a relief it would be to disappear. Not hurt myself, just dissolve into nothingness for a while. Because I'm sick of me." With little touches, each feather light, he checked for any remaining soap on her back. When he didn't find any, he took her hand in preparation for washing her left arm. "You wanted to know what was troubling me." She dragged in a hitching breath. "Those are the highlights. I mean, lowlights." She kept waiting for him to reclaim the soap, but he simply knelt by the bath and held her hand. "Please don't leave," she thought desperately. "You must be so tired of me, but please don't leave me here." Then he let go and rose to his feet because, of course, he'd had enough. She was too much for anyone, just like he'd told his brother. She couldn't track him through the blur of tears, with her head bowed to her chest, but she waited for the sound of footsteps on the stairs and the thud of a door closed forever. Instead, she heard small splashes. She felt feet slide beneath either side of her butt as a careful but inexorable hand scooted her forward a few inches. Her knees bent higher as she basically formed a miserable human ball, and then he somehow squeezed in behind her, fully dressed, and wedged his jeans-clad legs above her hips, because there was no room anywhere lower than that in such a small bathtub. Water slapped against the sides of the tub and spilled over the side, and he made no attempt to mop it up. It couldn't be comfortable for him. It wasn't all that comfortable for her, either, and she had no idea how he intended to get either of them out. But he hadn't left her. He hadn't left her. Not even for a moment. His arms closed around her shoulders and settled her back against him. His now wet tea was soft along her spine, his chest hard and supportive. Exhausted, spent, she let him position her however he wanted, because she was done fighting him for the sake of her pride. "I have a lot of things I'd like to say," he told her. "Will you let me say them? All of them, even if you disagree." He'd promised not to hurt her, and she was trying to trust that he meant it, But even if he did hurt her, either by accident or on purpose, she deserved the pain. It could constitute another part of her penance, she supposed. Yes, she whispered. He took both her hands in his, interlacing their fingers, and his cheek rested on top of her wet head. When she lifted his arms and crossed them over herself, he tugged her tighter against him. We both know you can't always trust your thoughts when you're depressed. His voice was quiet and calm, each word selected with care. I understand that everything you just said to me feels like the truth right now. But it's not, sweetheart. It's not. It's the unkindest possible interpretation of your life, and it only makes sense if you ignore all context. She hoped the last thing she heard on this earth was Matthew Vine calling her sweetheart. He lightly tapped a finger against her shoulder, dislodging a water droplet. You have an MA and an MS. If a stranger came up to you and proudly told you they'd earned their second master's degree, would you think it was nothing? Would you tell them it wasn't a real achievement? She shook her head, her hair rubbing against his tea. Of course she wouldn't think it was nothing. She wasn't mean, and graduate degrees took a lot of work. Getting one or two was an achievement. For other people, not her. Let's talk about your work history. He planted another hard kiss on the crown of her head, the gesture somehow both tender and chastising. Does leaving the classroom erase all the time and attention you gave your students? Does it wipe you from their memories and reverse any impact you had on their lives? Does quitting retroactively invalidate all the work you did and make it meaningless? Well, when he put it that way. For that matter, does leaving your other jobs mean you weren't good at what you did, or that you didn't make a difference to anyone? Because I can't believe that. Sounding less calm and more outraged, he squeezed her until she was breathless. I don't believe that because I know better. After 2 weeks at the library and less than 3 weeks at the bakery, you made countless friends. You also forced a crusty, curmudgeonly hermit to pick up his phone and voluntarily call me. Not text me, call me, with his actual hands, using actual out-loud words, because he was concerned for your well-being and upset he couldn't keep you as an employee. Carl shouldn't feel bad about that. Athena used their joined fingers to scratch the tip of her nose. I know he didn't have a choice. Bez told me about Charlotte's kids, and under the circumstances, I'd have fired me too. Okay then. So why should you feel bad about it? That was a fair question, and she thought about it for a minute. Because I do. She finally whispered. It was the only answer she could give him. That earned her another fierce squeeze. Who have you hurt, Athena? He demanded. Other than yourself, who exactly have you hurt? Hallelujah, finally, an easy question. You. Yeah? He made a surprisingly rude noise. I hurt you too. We're even. Who else? She bit her lip. I've wasted so much of my parents' money. Have they said that to you? Do they resent the money they gave you? No. Her parents had offered it freely and never lamented how little practical usage she'd gotten from it. After another shake of her head, he asked, Did they have that extra money available? Did transferring it to you hurt their quality of life in any significant way? Her parents were internationally renowned pediatric cardiologists without expensive hobbies. Paying for her degrees, her engagement party, and her canceled wedding had maybe removed the equivalent of a single cotton ball from their financial cushion. Possibly two. They have plenty of money, she admitted. His next breath was deep enough to lift her and drop her back down again, as if she were floating atop an unsettled ocean. When he spoke, he was back to choosing words carefully. Getting engaged to Johnny was a mistake. another swell of breath beneath her.
Given what I did and said, given what happened, I obviously won't argue with you about that. But it wasn't a mistake you made alone. And even if you didn't love him, even if you were together for the wrong reasons, you thought you loved him. You wanted to love him. You got engaged in good faith.
His tone betrayed no doubt, no condemnation.
Half of all marriages end in divorce, and most relationships that don't lead to marriage end too, he said. So what if you picked the wrong person? At some point, so has almost every other adult on the face of this planet.
It all sounded so sensible when he explained it. So inarguable. Somehow, though, her brain did keep arguing. It told her he didn't truly understand. It insisted if he knew her better, he would think as little of her as she thought of herself.
If your personal history belonged to a friend, and they sat down and cried to you about it, we both know you wouldn't think, wow, what a failure, what a waste her existence has been. So why can't you be that kind to yourself?
He jostled her a bit in his arms, emphasizing his point.
Why do you have to be perfect, Athena? Why can't you make mistakes, or take a few detours as you figure out where you want to go?
Of course, everyone made mistakes. But not everyone made such terrible mistakes, or made them so frequently. And other people's mistakes always seemed a lot more understandable and forgivable than hers, which maybe had something to do with the depression, but...
You know, I've spent a lot of time this week thinking about all those jobs you've had, about how they all suffocated you sooner or later. And you know what I finally realized?
His chin settled atop her head, a bit too sharp for her comfort.
I'm not the slightest bit surprised. After Johnny met your parents at that pediatrics conference, when he came over to their house and they introduced him to you, they told him you were valedictorian of your high school class, graduated summa cum laude from undergrad, and kept a 4.0 in both your graduate programs.
No doubt Johnny had shared the information with his brother as a way of justifying the engagement, but she wished he'd kept it to himself. She squirmed a little, embarrassed. I hate when they tell people about that. It's so smug. That stuff means almost nothing in real life. Even if it did, it would only make my failure to succeed less comprehensible and more egregious.
You could interpret things that way.
His legs trapped her knees and squeezed.
Or you could think to yourself, of course she switches jobs. She's incredibly intelligent and curious, and her brain requires new challenges to stay happy and avoid boredom. And at non-boring jobs, she expects perfection from herself and doesn't have anyone who tells her to slow the hell down and take care of herself, so she works to the point of burnout. Frankly, she hadn't known such a positive interpretation of her job hopping was even possible. Bravo to him, because coming up with it must have taken considerable mental effort. Still, he should really acknowledge at least a corner of the ugly truth. Most people have to stay at work that bores them, Matthew. My ability to flit from job to job is unbearably privileged. I won't argue with that.
His shoulders shifted beneath her in what felt like a shrug.
But if they had the necessary resources, don't you think all those bored people would quit and try to find work they liked better? If they did, would you begrudge them doing it?
Evidently, her one-man cheerleading squad hadn't yet run out of pep, and she didn't know whether to kiss him or shake him until he remembered his common sense.
And let's look at the issue more broadly. Why is professional success the best measure of your life's meaning? If you never worked again, would that make you worthless as a human being?
He waited for her to think it over, then said firmly,
Your value doesn't lie in how productive you are. Your value lies in who you are.
Who am I? She whispered. She had to ask, because she wasn't sure she knew anymore. She didn't feel like the person she used to be, and she certainly didn't feel like the person she'd intended to be.
He didn't hesitate. You're Athena Knox Graydon, cherished daughter of Doug Graydon and Juno Knox Graydon, lifelong learner, devoted student of Professor Google, beloved friend, hardworking employee, whip-smart and intensely curious, witty and kind, beautiful, funny, prone to overworking and way too damn hard on yourself in every way. What he considered being too hard on herself, she'd describe as facing reality. Wait, did he just call her beautiful? As far as I can tell, your only real crime is that you're sometimes unsure what would make you happiest, personally or professionally. And if that's a capital offense, I'm afraid most of us should be locked away or guillotined. Not guilty. He was declaring her not guilty. Her hands trembled, and she clutched his more firmly. You're exploring, trying to find the best path forward, and sometimes exploration gets confusing and messy. Carefully, he maneuvered their upper bodies until he could meet her tear-glazed eyes. Remember the Maryland Virago? The informational sign on the dock quotes an 18th century German writer, Gotthold Ephraim Lessing. When I visited the ship on my lunch break last week, I read his words and thought of you. He tenderly cupped her cheek in his palm, and in those bright, warm brown eyes, she saw the boy who'd once loved tales of adventure. She could picture him, standing rock steady on an undulating deck, his cheeks flushed in the bone-baking sun, his linen shirt whipping in the wind as he traversed the seas, doctor's kit in hand, caring for people, saving them. Because that was what he did. They make glorious shipwreck, who are lost in seeking worlds. He quoted softly, his smile a slight, sweet curve of his mouth. I know you're lost right now, Athena. I know you're damaged. But you're seeking new worlds, sweetheart. And sometimes that's what happens. It doesn't mean you'll never set sail again. And no matter what happened before, no matter what happens next, you couldn't be anything less than glorious if you tried. Matthew gently stroked away a tear from her jaw. Then he leaned down and kissed her. 14. The next day, it felt like a hallucination. A fever dream, brought on by excessive water temperature in the bathtub. Matthew, Dr. Matthew Vine III, had kissed her, Athena, shipwreck Graydon, while she lay naked and cradled in his arms, her cheek cupped in his careful hand. For a fleeting heartbeat of time, his lips had caressed hers so warmly, so sweetly, so lightly, it might have been a brush of velvet instead of a kiss. It might have been a ray of sunlight flickering over her mouth, melting everything inside her that had been cold and dark. The kiss hadn't lasted long. That didn't matter. It was still the best kiss of her life, maybe because it was the least selfish kiss of her life. It offered gentleness and caring, but made no demands of her. It certainly wasn't an attempt to persuade her into further intimacy, because right after that, he'd carefully climbed back out of the bathtub, dripping everywhere, and begun washing her left arm. Or maybe it was the best kiss of her life because it was Matthew's kiss. His, specifically. Afterward, she'd sat stunned and silent in the water. He'd soaped and rinsed her arms, her lower legs, his gaze firmly trained on the bathroom tiles, and she'd let him rearrange her however he preferred while she stared at him in confused wonder. Somehow, he was both men at once. The one whose kiss had sent a heart-stopping bolt of voltage arcing through her body, and the one who grounded her, protecting her from damage. After a while, he'd quietly asked whether she wanted him to wash the rest of her. Her breasts, she dimly realized, between her legs. No, she'd said at last, shaking off her daze. Thank you, but I'll get it. He'd nodded and stood. The floor's wet. With a nudge of his foot, he'd positioned the bath mat closer to the tub. Be careful when you step out. Then he'd left the bathroom, closing the door behind him with a tiny click.
By the time she was done in there, he was fully dressed again in dry clothing, and it was as if the joint bath had never happened. It was as if the kiss had never happened. She had no idea what it meant to him. To her, it was a tether, temptation and danger twined into a single rope and tugging her toward him. Or a lovely little campfire, offering light and heat and comfort, singeing the unwary. If allowed to burn out of control, threatening cataclysmic damage. Not that she'd ever been camping. That was how people got stabbed. Had he even thought about the kiss since it happened? Or was it a simple gesture of comfort to a grieving woman, kind but essentially meaningless? That had to be it. He might like her as a person, but she already knew how he felt about her as a potential romantic partner. 2 thumbs down. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend.
I had an idea.
Standing at her kitchen counter, he grabbed a handful of chips and deposited some on his plate, some on hers.
You're obviously a fan of Halloween.
Obviously. Well, kinda. Mostly she'd been a fan of bothering him.
Right.
The sandwiches he laid on their plates didn't skimp on the fillings. Thick slices of cheddar, innumerable paper-thin layers of rare roast beef, and lots of Dijonnaise. He'd put the whole shebang on potato bread, too, because he was a prince among men.
So, for the last few years, Harlot's Bay has held an annual Halloween event. There's trick-or-treating, a costume contest, face painting, and whatnot, but also a competition for downtown businesses. They put Halloween displays in their front windows, and whichever one wins first prize gets a pretty nice check from the city.
Huh. Sounded cool. It also sounded like it would draw crowds, and crowds were exhausting. He carried their plates to the table, and she followed.
Anyway, it's this Thursday, and the mayor asked Ivana to be the MC and judge for the decorations contest, but she said she'd be happy to have you do it instead, since you're into Halloween and don't mind public speaking, and I told her I'd ask you. What do you think?
Mostly, she thought, what the fuck? She hadn't left her freaking house in a week. Just yesterday, the man had been forced to help her bathe. And he considered her ready to stand in front of the entire town and cheerfully yammer at them about Halloween decorations? Why in the world? Sitting down, she cleared her throat and began again. I mean, please thank Ivana for me, but I think that's a bit more than I can handle right now. Sorry.
No problem. I'll let her know.
When she filled his glass from the pitcher of water, he offered her a small nod of gratitude.
Instead of being the competition's MC and judge, then how would you feel about helping me with Blue Stockings decorations tomorrow afternoon? He'll desperately need some assistance. He doesn't even have any props to use, so I thought you might be willing to loan him your,
He cringed a little.
Very memorable dolls and all the other stuff from your windows, and we could work together to make the display.
It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but that seemed like a lot. Head down, she folded her napkin in half, very precisely. I don't know.
He really needs the money, Athena. The only way he can pay himself for the month of October is if he wins the cash prize. And the only way he'll win the cash prize is if you assist. I'm no good at choosing or arranging decorations. Please help me.
He was looking at her pleadingly, his brown eyes clear and warm and hopeful, like a spaniel begging for a treat. It was an effective look. Since breaking into her home Friday night, he'd spent all his waking hours either with her or doing things for her comfort. He'd shopped, cooked, cleaned, consoled, made phone calls to find her a doctor's appointment, and even offered to assist with another bath. Damn it. Fine. After taking a resigned bite of her enormous sandwich, she put a hand in front of her full mouth, her words garbled.
I'll do it.
Fantastic, Matthew said, his smile full of affection and approval, and she wanted to stretch beneath that smile like a cat sprawled in sunlight.
I'll text Hill right now to tell him.
About 5 minutes after that text got sent, Athena noticed her AP psychology textbook perched on the far edge of the kitchen table. It was open. In fact, it was open to the section discussing compliance strategies. which included, just to pick two at random, norms of reciprocity, the tendency to feel you should pay back someone's kind gesture with a kind gesture of your own, and the door-in-the-face strategy. As she'd explained the latter to her students, if someone refuses a very large request, they're more likely to agree to a follow-up request that seems more reasonable. Why, that sneaky, shrewd bastard. He'd used her own knowledge against her. Later that evening, as she dried a dish he'd just washed, she nodded to the textbook and told him, "I know what you did." He offered her a look of such confused innocence he might have been a choir boy. More specifically, a choir boy who'd never learned to lie convincingly and had recently set the altar cloths aflame with a thurible, then doused the conflagration with the church's entire supply of holy water. Wow, that man could blush. But it was too late. It didn't matter that she'd uncovered his secret plot to get her out of the house. She'd agreed to help Hill, and she was a woman of her word. So the next day, there she was, out in the wide world once more on a Monday afternoon, thanks to Matthew's machinations. In an effort to spare him unnecessary Halloween trauma, she'd put all her decorations in a big trash bag, which he'd slung over his shoulder to carry. The whole walk to the bookstore, he kept glancing over at her, looking pleased with himself, and pleased with her, too. And his uncharacteristic self-satisfaction was so adorable, she couldn't even puncture it by complaining about his treachery. Earlier in the day, she'd had a virtual appointment with Matthew's own doctor and received a prescription for antidepressants. Matthew had picked up the medication on his way home from work and handed her the water to wash down her first pill. As she'd swallowed, she'd mentally put a check mark next to the first daunting item on her endless to-do list. She'd even forced herself to shower before his arrival, which he hadn't seemed to notice. But then, right before they left for the bookstore, he'd reached out and captured a strand of her clean, soft hair, letting it slide slowly between his forefinger and thumb while he beamed down at her. He'd noticed, and he was proud of her. And maybe it was stupid and pathetic, but she was a little proud of herself, too. Along the walk to the bookstore, they studied the rival window displays they'd have to out-decorate. Carl had created oversized cookies shaped like knives and axes and iced them accordingly, complete with blood spatters. They were now hanging in the front window of Grounds and Grains, along with an enormous old-fashioned hockey mask made out of puff pastry. Ah, Jason Voorhees. Yet another stabbing-related reason to avoid camping at all costs. Truthfully, Athena was unsure whether Carl had created the display for Halloween. Maybe he'd simply wanted to express his murderousness in a new medium, and gotten lucky with his timing. Matthew paused in front of the window, brow furrowed. Why is there a hockey mask? She could tell him, but... You don't want to know. You'd never be able to go camping again. Camping? His aristocratic nose wrinkled. I don't go camping. If I wanted to sleep on the dirt and lack access to necessary sanitation, I'd go camping, which I don't, because I don't want that. She had to laugh. Fair enough, Dr. Vine. I assume you're not much of a movie buff either? Never had time. He lifted a shoulder. Johnny and med school and work have fully occupied 3 decades of my existence. Before the engagement, Johnny had mentioned in passing that Matthew essentially raised him, and they were both estranged from their parents. They weren't able to care for us the way they should have, was his only explanation, and she hadn't pushed because his open, cheerful face had turned stony and closed upon mentioning them. She hadn't even known about the third Vine brother, at least not until Matthew had vowed upon his late sibling's grave not to hurt her. Since then, she'd occasionally considered asking him what happened, or using Professor Google to unearth the lost brother's story, but that felt too invasive, even for her. If Matthew wanted to tell her more about his family, he would. If not, as seemed to be the case, she didn't need to know. They started walking again, past the bakery and down the street, until they came upon another contest competitor. The yarn store had somehow created the cutest crocheted guillotine ever, complete with amigurumi-severed heads lying in a knitted pool of blood. Vive la fluffy revolution, she murmured, and he snorted. The downtown grocery store had used ketchup and several hams very creatively in its display, while dangling skeletons outside Strumpet Square Pediatrics danced a jig in the waterfront breeze. Her steps slowed. "Please tell me." "Plastic," he affirmed. "And I know it's a lackluster display, but that's 100% my fault. Out of kindness to me, Ivana indulged her love for Halloween decorations at home, rather than our workplace." From the outside, his practice looked tidy and welcoming. What would it be like inside? "Could I visit you here someday? I know nothing about how doctors' offices work behind the scenes, and I'm curious." He turned his head toward her, lips tipped up in a private smile. "I'd like that. Just let me know when, and I'll—" Twin creases appeared above his inner brows, and the happiness in his expression faded into his accustomed solemnity. "You realize, of course, that you'd most likely encounter the practice's other doctors during your visit?" Oh, goodness gracious. How had she managed to forget Johnny? "Of course," she echoed, weakly. Well, so much for that idea. After several more minutes of awkward silence, they arrived at Bluestocking. Cradling Roberta Downey Jr. in his too-thin arms, Hill welcomed them into the store with weary warmth and a heartfelt gratitude. Both she and Matthew did their best to deflect. Together, all four of them stared thoughtfully at the empty front window. "Whatever you decide to create will be better than nothing." Hill stroked Roberta, who butted her head beneath his chin affectionately. "Do anything you'd like, as long as it's cheap." Mentally, Athena took stock of their supplies, arranged them in a tableau, then disassembled everything to explore another option. Then another. In the end, there was one clear winner. "What's your vision, Athena?" Matthew asked. "How do you imagine the display?" Her eyes met his. "Are you sure you want to hear this?" "No," he sighed, "but tell me anyway." "Brace yourself, Dr. Vine." Laying a light hand on his upper arm, she gave him a comforting squeeze. "We're going to make it look like possessed demon dolls attacked, murdered, and consumed a hapless bibliophile while he sat reading in his rocking chair. Some of the dolls will be chewing on the bones of his partially disassembled skeleton, and we'll position the blood-stained axe beside a doll that's been cut in half, since the victim put up a valiant defense before being overcome and eaten. We can keep the skeleton's head and torso in the chair and put some reading glasses on the poor guy. Matthew, do you have a set?" He groaned faintly. "I can probably find some, but why the dolls, Athena? Why must we embolden the murder dolls? It's only going to intensify their already insatiable bloodlust." She and Hill looked at him, then at each other. "You're joking, right?" she asked cautiously. "Sure," said Matthew. "I'll protect you from the murder dolls. I promise." His arm beneath her hand had gone rock solid, and she squeezed again. "But if we want to win the contest, I think we have to use them." He muttered something, and it sounded remarkably like, "I guess I've had a good run." Struck by inspiration, she exclaimed, "Oh, I just had the best idea." This time, Matthew's groan was considerably less faint, and she let go of his arm so she could swing behind him and massage his warm, iron-knotted shoulders. "We should totally stack some fake books on a side table next to the rocking chair. Where the red fangs grow, what to expect when you're expecting half a dozen murder dolls to disembowel you, oh, the places you'll go when the murder dolls you foolishly bought drag you to hell with them. Whoever's the artsiest can make the covers." Getting on her tiptoes, she peered over Matthew's right shoulder and grinned at Hill. "And on the bookshelves surrounding the scene, we'll put all the store's best stock cover out, so everyone will see what amazing books they could buy from Bluestocking." Hill smiled back at her. "If you can make that happen, I'll be thrilled." "If you can make that happen, we'll all die horribly," Matthew said, under his breath. Yeah, massaging his neck accomplished nothing. She might as well have been massaging a chunk of petrified wood instead of petrified man. Giving up, she returned to his side and glanced at his face. Greenish. Deeply unhappy. Somehow he mustered the will to ask, "What do you need me to do?" "Why don't you focus on the procurement of necessary supplies?" She could easily keep the dolls in the garbage bag until he'd gone elsewhere. We'll need the rocker from the children's section, a side table, and sturdy bookshelves to define the display area, as well as one of the skeletons from your practice. He sagged in immediate relief.
God, thank you.
A slight pause.
I mean, yes, that sounds like the most reasonable distribution of labor. I'll gladly find what you need. In fact, why don't I do that now? Right now.
It was a shame he'd probably been too busy to run track in high school, because his sprint to the door was a thing of beauty. Somewhere around the time they began making their first fake book covers, Hill was quite a talented artist, as it turned out. Everyone else arrived. Matthew hadn't asked them to come. Athena confirmed that with several people. Harlot's Bay was simply a small town. Whispers of her week-long descent into hermitdom had spread, and once she'd been spotted outdoors once more, texts were sent, plans got made, and the nasty wenches swung into action. They didn't crowd her, but somehow there was always one of them nearby as she worked, drawing her into undemanding conversation and making her laugh. Victoria wandered up first, greeting her as if they'd seen one another only the day before, and together they brainstormed other book titles. War and Pieces of Flesh. Victoria held up her hand for a high five, which Athena returned. Wait, I know. She stoops to conk him. You dug deep for that one, Athena informed her dryly. Victoria only grinned, then ran a gentle, comforting hand along Athena's upper back as she left to get more paper. We chose another theme for our next meeting, Jackie said a few minutes later as she helped Athena select Hill's best books. Monster fucking can wait until you're ready. No hurry, honey. Take your time. Athena's eyes blurred. What did you decide on? Femdom. Jackie looped an arm around Athena's shoulders and tugged her close, discreetly ignoring an occasional sniffle. It's been quite instructive. Out of curiosity, do you think Sif would top Valkyrie? Or the other way around? Because Ivana and I now have a running argument about that. Valkyrie tops Sif. Athena blew her nose and cuddled a bit closer to Jackie. No doubt in my mind. Damn it, Graydon! Shortly after that, as Athena prepared to cut a doll in half, Bethany appeared with a flutter of her flowered skirts.
I brought you my favorite gargoyle romance, the older woman whispered. Stone cold dick, falling for my boss. Get it? Boss?
Athena blinked at her. Bethany tucked a stray hair back into her bun.
Bosses are purely ornamental gargoyles, but also supervisors in the human world, so theirs is a love doubly forbidden and taboo.
I had no idea. Athena's previous cathedral tour guides had clearly been holding out on her. You've broadened my horizons today, Bethany, and I thank you for it.
You'll thank me even more when you get to page 182.
She winked, pressed the book into Athena's hand with a little bonus squeeze, and left to talk to Hill. Other library co-workers came up for brief chats and gestures of silent support. Bez strolled in with several bakery boxes full of donuts, as well as a loaf of still-warm potato bread. The scrawled sticky note attached to the steam-filled plastic bag read, "Now you can stop being a pain in my ass about goddamn potato bread, you tuber-loving freak." A bold, irritated-looking K identified the note's author, as if she wouldn't have already known. No one prodded her to confess her woes or explain her prolonged absence from the world. No one demanded apologies for all the messages she'd failed to return or all the concerns she'd dismissed. They just stood by her and offered her as much affection as she'd accept. They didn't seem angry. They didn't seem disappointed or pitying or disdainful. And if they hadn't lovingly forced the issue, she'd have avoided them for weeks, months, maybe forever. Because she was ashamed. Because she was afraid of their judgment. Somewhere along the way, her thinking had gotten fucked up in ways she couldn't yet untangle, but she now knew one thing for certain. She wasn't giving the people who cared about her enough credit. A scan of the room revealed Hill sitting on a stool by the register, holding Roberta. I'll be out back for a few minutes if that's all right. Athena held up her phone. I have a call I need to make. Hill nodded.
Use the exit from the back room, hon. No need to walk all the way around.
The patch of grass behind the store contained a small fenced-in area for Roberta. Just beside the fence sat a wooden bench, and Athena settled there in the sun and voluntarily called her parents for the first time since moving to Maryland. Both of them had semi-retired from their pediatric cardiology practice several years ago, although they still saw some longtime patients, kept up with the latest research, and gave seminars and talks at conferences. Generally, they finished up before late afternoon, so Athena figured they'd be home.
Hail to the thief!
Her father boomed, and she put him on speakerphone. Sooner or later, he'd be forced to admit he needed hearing aids, but it hadn't happened yet.
How are you doing, Sweet Pea?
She'd stolen his stethoscope once. I was sick, Dad, she told him for the trillionth time. It's the first and last thing I ever burgled, and I gave it back to you a day later. To her vast disappointment, she hadn't been able to hear the heartbeats of her favorite stuffed animals, and their homicidal cat had scratched the hell out of her forearm when she'd tried to use the stethoscope on him. She still had the scar. No wonder she wasn't afraid of the murder dolls. She'd already gazed long enough into the abyss, and the abyss had glared back at her, licked its butthole, and clawed her for a can of tuna.
Wait a second, love bug, putting you on speaker.
There was a rustling sound, and then she had both parents on the line.
You called it the perfect time. Your mother's bored out of her ever-loving mind now that all the major cycling events are done for the year.
For some reason, her mom had gotten into televised competitive cycling over the summer. They'd had countless dinner-time conversations about pelotons and domestiques and what determined the most aggressive rider. Sadly, the answer didn't involve a bunch of guys on bikes punching each other, because that would have really livened up the flat stages.
I think she's in yellow jersey withdrawal.
A faint smacking noise came over the line as Doug kissed his wife.
It's pitiful, really.
Juno harumphed. Douglas P. Graydon, do you or do you not spend most of your free time watching various blonde women discuss which walls are load-bearing? Because— Wait! Athena interrupted excitedly. Dad, do you watch that show where homeowners try DIY renos and completely screw it up, and then a blonde woman arrives to tell them they tore out a load-bearing wall? Juno sighed. Yes, he does watch it. Frequently. Loudly. I want it known that I'd never mess with an electrical panel like that guy did last week, Athena told them. If I set my house on fire, it'll be because I'm committing arson for the insurance money. Or because I finally burned those cucumber melon candles I got 20 years ago and fell asleep at exactly the wrong moment.
Very reassuring, Sweet Pea, her dad shouted. How are you doing?
Damn it. Athena had been half hoping they could banter long enough that her parents would need to leave for something. Maybe one of those art classes they'd decided to take together in hopes of finding a common hobby before semi-retirement became maxi-retirement. She bit her lip. Not great? It was the first time in her adult life she'd ever admitted that. Silence echoed down the line, and Athena could almost hear the gears screeching as her mother and father transformed from delightedly bickering spouses into a united parental team. Tell us, her mother said. Please, her father added. A few sentences in, she began crying, but they didn't interrupt. They let her get it all out. Her guilt over the money they'd wasted on her. Her shame at her failed engagement and her lack of professional achievements. Her burnout as a teacher, her current living conditions, her depression, and what she was doing about it with Matthew's help. That was the only point where they interjected. Matthew Vine? Her mother asked tentatively. As in the older brother of your ex-fiancé? The man who was a total prick to you during your entire engagement? Athena bristled at that, oddly enough. He apologized.
I should hope so,
her father loudly declared. They didn't understand, and she couldn't let them go on thinking that way about Matthew. Not after everything he'd done for her. Not after the way she'd begun to feel about him.
He's horribly afraid of heights, Dad. But when I didn't leave the house for a few days, he climbed through my third-floor window from across an alleyway, since that was his only way to get inside and check on me. Athena sniffled. Then he bought me groceries, cleaned my house, and put smoked salmon, creme fraiche, and chives on potato chips for me. Her mother grunted. Was it good? Very. Juno considered that for a moment, then asked, Is that everything, honey? Is there more you want to tell us? All this nose-blowing was beginning to chafe like hell. I'm done. Hopefully they'd be gentle with her. As much as she adored her parents, and as much as they adored her, they were pediatric cardiologists. And pediatric cardiologists had a certain reputation. They knew what to do, always, and they knew what you should do too, because they had a bit of a god complex. Her parents, heaven love them both, fit that stereotype, and Athena didn't know what they'd think of her. She hadn't followed their firm advice. There was no way in hell she was getting licensed in Maryland and returning to the classroom. Worse, she had no ideas of her own about what to do next, and how could they even begin to comprehend that? Lack of certainty baffled them, and right now she was composed of 99% doubt and 1% potato products. Sweet Pea, why didn't you tell us all this before? Her father's voice somehow managed to be both incredibly loud and incredibly gentle. Did you think we'd be angry at you? Or disappointed? I didn't want you to know because... She swallowed back a sob, but couldn't help her hitching breath. I thought maybe you'd finally realize what a failure I am. You gave me love and money and an education and everything I needed to succeed, and I've done nothing with it. Suddenly there was a soft handkerchief in her free hand and a warm, hard thigh pressed against hers on the bench. Without saying a word, Matthew wrapped his flannel-clad arm around her shoulders, and she leaned into him gratefully. He made eye contact, then pointed to himself and the store in silent question, but she didn't want him to leave. She shook her head, and he settled more firmly onto the bench. Her mother spoke slowly. Athena, my dearest child, your only child. Technically, I'm also your least dear child. Hush. Juno began again. Honey, we love you. We want you happy, and we want to help you however we can while you're figuring out how to get there. That's all. Unless you plan to murder kittens, whatever you do is fine by us. Not even one kitten? What if it's an evil kitten? Matthew huffed out an amused breath. Stop being a smartass. Her mom's voice of maternal authority still had the power to snap Athena's mouth shut after all these years. Impressive. And stop worrying about that money. Right now, Athena Knox-Graydon. We have more than we need, and it brings us joy to spend it on our favorite, and also simultaneously least favorite, child. She deserved that. Ha ha. Sweet Pea. Her father paused, probably in search of the right words. No education is ever wasted. No experience is ever wasted. Your degrees and your jobs helped make you the woman you are, and as far as we're concerned, you're absolutely wonderful. Sincerity rang from every overly loud syllable, and she didn't understand why kindness seemed to make her cry so much, but it did. She dabbed at her chapped nose with a handkerchief, helpless to stop her eyes from watering yet again. Matthew slid a caressing hand up and down her arm, gathering her closer. Once the path you expected to follow vanishes beneath you, it can take a while to decide where you want to go next. Juno hesitated, then added, You were a wonderful surprise, Athena, but you were a surprise. When your father and I realized I was pregnant, we had to recalibrate a bit. We got married when we hadn't previously intended to. We'd pictured ourselves working all over the world with medical charities, but instead, we made a home here in Bethesda, put down roots, and never looked back.
The math had been clear to Athena years ago. Her birth date was way less than 9 months after her parents' wedding, but she'd always assumed they'd anticipated their vows, not gotten married because of the pregnancy. And their plans to do charity work around the world? She'd known nothing about that either. She wished they'd told her long ago. But how could they have known she needed to hear these stories when she hadn't shared her insecurities with them? Juno placed special emphasis on what she said next. We didn't fail. Just because the life we'd envisioned and thought would make us happy didn't come to pass, we merely recalibrated. Athena whispered.
Exactly.
Her father sighed.
Look, sweet girl, here's the bottom line. No one with a good heart is a failure. You have a good heart. You've always had a good heart. You always will, even with your unfortunate predilection for larceny.
We know hearts, honey, her mom said. Trust us. Athena managed to laugh, groan, and cry, all at the same time. Juno continued. So you never have to worry about our disapproval or wonder whether we'll turn our backs on you, because we won't. We'd cut out our own hearts first.
Exactly.
Athena's father cleared his throat.
And now that we have the important bits settled, let's talk logistics.
Juno jumped in. Do you want to stay with us for a while? Until your house is sold, or until you figure out what you want to do next?
Or forever? We'd be good with forever.
Poor Dad sounded a bit stuffed up. He'd always been the more sentimental of her two parents. Matthew's body had gone stiff against hers. She raised her head from his chest to see what was wrong, but his face didn't give anything away. I think I'd like to stay in Harlot's Bay, she said. At least for now. He visibly relaxed, and his thumb swept over the cap of her shoulder in a small, slow arc. She had no idea what that meant. Probably not what she wanted it to mean. I have the beginnings of a community here. I know I have ties in Bethesda, too, but returning there would feel more like a retreat than a recalibration.
Okay.
Dad sounded a bit unhappy.
I hear what you're saying, Sweet Pea, but let me be blunt. How exactly can you make a fresh start as the filling in a Vine Brothers sandwich?
Wow. That was an image she really didn't need in her head. The thought of further intimacy with Johnny? No. In class, she'd taught students about the Garcia effect, the way even one instance of illness after consuming a certain food or drink could cause a powerful, learned taste aversion. Turned out, Johnny dumping her on his brother's say-so was the equivalent of vomiting after a meal of raw bar oysters. She would never, ever again consume him in any way, shape, or form. Beside her, embarrassment had Matthew throwing off heat like a furnace, poor man. Well, Dad, she eventually said, to belabor a truly unfortunate metaphor, one slice of Vine Brothers bread has promised to stay away from me until I tell him otherwise, and so far he's kept that promise. So it's more of an open-faced sandwich situation, and I'm okay being spread over the other slice of Vine Brothers bread. Oh, hell. Rubbing her free hand over her face, she muttered, so to speak. At this point, Matthew's body temperature indicated he was experiencing spontaneous human combustion. No doubt that should summon some guilt within her psyche, but she was too busy dying of mortification to care. A very long, very fraught silence ensued. I see, her mother eventually said. In that case, we're going to need your banking information because no child of mine is living on canned spaghetti while we have money in our accounts. From now on, we'll be calling more often, and we'll expect you to answer, Athena Knox-Graydon. The voice of maternal authority brooked no argument, and Athena didn't try to offer one. We'll also be visiting, sooner rather than later, and once you're recalibrated, let's talk about your new path and how we can make it a bit smoother, okay? The pride Athena had to swallow went down easier than expected, probably because an enormous serving of love surrounded it. Okay. Thank you, Mom and Dad.
All right, then.
By her father's tone, he considered the subject closed.
We love you, sweet pea.
Athena, dearest, we need to go now, but we love you very much, and we'll talk to you later today or tomorrow, Juno told her. If you need us before then, promise me you'll call or text, please. Athena promised, her throat thick with tears and gratitude. Then her parents said their final goodbyes and swept off to whatever they were doing next. She put her phone back in her purse. Gradually, Matthew's arm dropped from around her shoulders, and the autumnal breeze suddenly gave her goosebumps. Those are definitely your parents. No doubt about it. His voice was as dry as the fallen leaves crunching beneath their feet. When she raised her brows, he clarified. I meant that as a compliment to all three of you. Good. Because her fondness for his particular slice of bread wouldn't save him if he insulted her family. Thank you. He stretched his legs out in front of him, exhaling slowly.
I apologize for intruding on your privacy, but we need you inside. Everything else is ready, so it's time for the final positioning of the...
Either a shiver or a shudder rolled through his frame.
Dolls.
Definitely a shudder, then. Great. Newly energized after her phone call, she stood. Let's go make everything perfect. He frowned.
The display doesn't need to be perfect, Athena. And I don't want you to feel guilty if Hill doesn't get the prize. You volunteered your time and energy and made something wonderful, creative, and entirely you. In the process, Hill had fun. Your friends did, too.
Rising to his feet, he braced his hands on his narrow hips and regarded her steadily.
What about you, Athena? Did you have fun? Because if you did, that's already a win for everyone.
So fierce. He was so damn fierce in his defense of her. Yeah, I did. I had fun and I reconnected with the world. Rising up on her tiptoes, she kissed his now cool cheek. Because of you, Matthew. His lips parted on a sharp, shaky breath. She made herself take one step away, then another. Turning on her ked-covered heel, she headed toward the store, knowing she had Matthew at her back the entire way. And when he opened the door for her and laid a gentle, guiding hand on her lower spine, she wondered yet again, what did the contact mean to him? Was he touching her out of politeness or hunger? She had to know, and she had to know soon, because heaven help her, she just realized she wasn't simply hungry. She was starving. She had been since late last December, and she wasn't sure how much longer she could stay polite about it. 15. On Tuesday, Matthew convinced Athena to leave her house, venture into the cool autumn afternoon, and stroll to the waterfront with him. With what he considered vast shrewdness, he did so by taking advantage of her soft heart. No AP psychology techniques necessary.
I'm lonely,
he said, urging her upstairs to change into outdoorsy clothing.
I'd appreciate your company on my walk. Please, Athena.
It was the truth, albeit one he hadn't confessed to anyone before now. He was lonely, except with her. Whenever she accompanied him, everything was better, brighter, and easier, even though she wasn't easy and she likely never would be. After another walk on Wednesday, he invited her to spend Halloween evening with him, and she agreed, without even asking whether Johnny would be there too, which he wouldn't, because he was going straight from work to a friend's party. Otherwise, Matthew would never have issued the invitation. Just as he wouldn't have gone on those walks with her if Johnny weren't safely occupied at work. Athena wouldn't welcome an appearance by her ex-fiancé. Even if she would, Matthew didn't intend for his brother to discover how much time he was spending with her. Whatever he and Athena were creating, he instinctively wanted his sibling as far from it as possible. And if Johnny saw them together, he'd know. He'd know how Matthew felt.
He'd accuse Matthew of betraying him, and probably he'd be right. Maybe that should have stopped Matthew from basking in her companionship, from touching her in any way he could plausibly defend as platonic, and several ways he couldn't, from watching over her as she took her first shaky steps toward dealing with her depression. It didn't. Right now, he wasn't sure anything could tear him from her side, not when he wanted her so desperately, and she needed so much loving care. The best he could do was not kiss her again. Jesus, fuck, he needed not to kiss her again. Easier said than done, unfortunately. Tonight, as they poured Halloween candy into a large glass bowl, he could hardly drag his eyes off his witch companion. The most adorable witch in this entire universe, and any other universe, too. The black flowing gown matched her black flowing wig and black pointy hat. Her black lipstick emphasized the plumpness of her lips. Her cackle, which she'd demonstrated for him several times already, soliciting his input as to whether it conveyed sufficient menace, rang through his home, loud and clear and powerful. I mostly chose this outfit because it was easy, but I also wore it for you, you know. She told him, emptying another bag into the bowl. I have a scary costume I could have worn instead. Frida Krueger, invader of dreams, murderer of innocent children, despiser of nail clippers. Second only to Waldo in her devotion to horizontal stripes. Aha! He knew that reference, thanks to Professor Google. Other than the Waldo bit, but he could look that up later. He nodded sagely. You're referring to Freddy Krueger, the fictional homicidal maniac, rather than Kroger, the national grocery store chain. This is true. Her lips twitched, but her voice was dead solemn. I do not, in fact, own a Halloween costume that anthropomorphizes an existing business franchise. I know you're mocking me, and I don't care. Lightly, he flicked the end of her cute nose. Any conversation where I can mostly keep up with you, I consider a moral victory. She laughed. Well, if you're the moral victor, I have your spoils. Here. Straightening, she walked over to the bag she'd left just inside his front door, then handed it to him. The paper crinkled as he opened the top. The bag contained an eye patch and a tricorn hat, both black. She intended for him to dress like a pirate captain, evidently. Only, instead of a cutlass or blunderbuss, she'd included a large leather purse as well, brown and vaguely rectangular. I know you didn't intend to wear a costume tonight, but she poked at the purse. If you squint, this makes a decent medical bag, and I know you have a white button-down shirt. If you wear it loosely tucked into a pair of dark pants, we can roll up the legs so they look like breeches, and voila! One passable old-timey shipboard doctor's outfit, made to order. This wasn't an attempt to make him a captain, all-powerful and authoritative. No, she was offering Matthew his boyhood dream, the one he'd all but forgotten until she'd coaxed the memory from him. He'd never wanted to be in charge of everyone. He'd only wanted to feed his curiosity by exploring the world and help people along the way. We could put a fan by the door and aim it in your direction so your shirt would flap in the shipboard breeze, she continued, still discussing his costume. Also, let's discuss Skyliner. In the end, he agreed to everything, because his agreement allowed him to flee to the third floor in search of a fan, while she left to fetch makeup for him. Right then, he needed to impose some distance between them, as much as possible. It was either that or kiss her. Again. Later that night, after he'd posed dramatically for the umpteenth time, shirt rippling in the wind as Athena passed out candy, they collapsed side by side on his slip-covered couch. He dropped his tricorn and eye patch on the coffee table, grateful for the reprieve. That was the last of the candy. She sounded tired but satisfied. Your light is off, and the official town hours for trick-or-treating are over. We are done. With a pleased sigh, she tugged off her hat and wig, tossing them toward the door. Yes, we are. He groaned and stretched. Remind me never to become a male model. Posing and preening is more grueling than I'd ever imagined.
When the next talent scout approaches you and promises runway stardom, I'll be sure to mention this conversation." Her hand covered her mouth as she yawned widely. "At least you have good reason to be tired. You worked most of today while I was being lazy and reading in bed. I have no excuse." She was so fucking hard on herself, and Matthew hated it. Gradually, she was normalizing her sleep schedule. She'd done her best to stay up as long as possible every night that week, since they'd decided it would be easier to stretch her bedtime 5 or 6 hours later instead of moving it over 12 hours earlier. So that was one good reason for her fatigue, but she had others, like, say, serious depression, that was only now getting addressed. Even if her new antidepressant worked to lift her mood, which wasn't at all a guarantee since brains were finicky, it would still take at least 3 or 4 weeks for her to feel a real change. Plus, Athena's first meeting with a psychologist had occurred yesterday. People's therapy experiences were probably all different, but when Jackie was talking to a counselor regularly, Ivana had taken time off after every session to care for her wife. "Digging up all those painful emotions wears her out," Ivana had told him. "Once she's done, she always wants a cool cloth for her eyes and a nap. She calls it her post-therapy hangover." When he'd knocked on Athena's door yesterday afternoon, he'd brought a refrigerated gel eye mask. One look at it, and her already red-rimmed eyes had filled and spilled over. "My head hurts," she'd whispered after thanking him, and he'd helped her back into bed, where she'd dozed until dinner time. In deference to her privacy, and in cowardly fear the question might make her cry again, he hadn't asked about the appointment before now. But if he needed to find her a different counselor, he wanted to know that as soon as possible. Unable to stop himself from touching her, he covered her nearest hand with his. "How did therapy go? Do you want to try someone else, or does Dr. Solomon seem like a good fit?" "It's kind of hard to tell after just one session, but so far I like her. She has a sense of humor, but she's also willing to call me out nicely when I try to deflect a hard question by being funny." In a restless movement, she flipped her hand over and twined their fingers. "Before our next meeting, she asked me to pay attention to my thoughts about myself and track how many are negative versus neutral or positive." "How's it looking so far?" Not that he didn't already know. Her teeth chewed a corner of her lower lip. "I'm maybe a little harsh sometimes." More like definitely a lot harsh all the time, but it was a start. Angling herself to face him, she asked, "Have you ever seen a counselor, Matthew?" He closed his eyes. Damn it. He'd spent decades not talking about this, but turnabout was only fair. She'd bared her underbelly to him, both literally and metaphorically, trusting him to treat her with care, despite their shared history. And she didn't seem to need invulnerability or infallibility from him. Pretending he had his life and emotions perfectly in order at all times only made her feel worse about her own troubles. So he might cry, and he might hurt, but he'd tell her the truth. Because he couldn't and wouldn't lie to her. Because she deserved it from him. And Adrian deserved someone like Athena holding him safe in her heart, too. "Yes, I've seen a counselor." He forced the words through a constricted throat. Long time ago, when I was a kid." Her thigh suddenly pressed warmly against his, and her shoulder nudged his upper arm. At the first sign of a chink in his armor, she'd scooted closer to him. Very metaphorical, that. "My parents were lawyers. Busy ones. They lived in this house, and my maternal grandmother lived in Johnny's house. All our other family was across the country." The moisture had evaporated from his mouth, and it hurt to swallow. "Like you, I was a surprise, and they waited a while before having more kids. Adrian was born when I was 7, Johnny when I was 8. There were 11 months between them." He allowed himself to turn clinical for a moment, academic rather than personal and grief-stricken. "Kids aren't simply little adults. Their physiology is different, and certain medications we can use safely have dangerous side effects in children.
Over-the-counter cough and cold medicines, for example, don't actually help children under 6 years old, and they can cause rapid heart rate, convulsions, or death, especially if a child is given too much.
A quick glance at Athena's expression revealed a mouth downturned in sadness and absolutely no confusion. She understood now. She knew where this story was going.
Johnny was only 2 weeks old when Adrian died, so he has no memory of what happened, obviously.
His palm had turned sweaty against hers, but when he tried to pull away, she held on tighter.
I do.
During Johnny's early childhood, Matthew had relived the devastation over and over in his restless dreams. When Athena vanished from view the previous week, that old nightmare had returned, and only climbing through her window had banished it once more. His voice kept cracking, but he pushed out the words while he still could.
I caught a cold at school and passed it to Adrian. He got it worse than I did, and his breathing sounded a bit labored. So my mom called the family doctor late at night. Something in the conversation got muddled, and he thought I was the main sick kid in the household instead of Adrian. He suggested a medication with pseudoephedrine, a nasal decongestant. My dad picked it up at the pharmacy and didn't notice it was theoretically meant for me.
Athena covered their interlocked fingers with her free hand.
Things might still have been okay, but...
He cleared his throat once. Again.
Between work issues and having 2 infants in the house, my parents were exhausted, and they were fighting a lot and barely talking to one another. They each thought they were the only one giving him medicine. He ended up getting 2 separate doses at the minimal interval and the amount appropriate for an 8-year-old.
After Adrian's birth, their mom told Matthew to watch over his baby brother, to protect Adrian. Because whenever Dad was working or absent, Matthew was the man of the house. After Johnny's birth, their father clapped Matthew on the shoulder and said a big brother always took care of his younger siblings, but he wasn't worried since Matthew was already such a good brother, such a responsible kid. He was responsible. Praise and warning both, encompassed in a single word. He wanted to make his parents proud, so Matthew generally changed diapers and prepared bottles as soon as he woke up because Mom and Dad needed their sleep. That morning he took care of the infant, then crept into Adrian's quiet, dark room, surprised that his other brother wasn't fussing and impatient already.
I found him dead in his crib.
The words were stark, unemotional, unless you could hear the decades of silent sorrow embedded in each syllable.
Pseudoephedrine intoxication.
Matthew. Her voice was as gentle as her fingertip on his cheek, sweeping away the wetness he hadn't quite managed to blink back. I'm so very sorry. He licked dry lips.
Afterward, we went to family counseling for a while, so yes, I've seen a therapist before.
Unearthing a clean tissue, she handed it to him. Did it help?
She made me feel less guilty about Adrian's death, but otherwise, not really.
There was no patching their family back together at that point, no matter how good a son and brother Matthew tried to be, or how good a counselor they found.
My parents blamed each other for what happened and eventually got divorced.
Once he'd set aside the tissue, Athena lifted his arm and positioned herself beneath it, her body warm and giving, her hand sliding into his once more. Did you stay with your mom, or did they have joint custody?
Joint custody.
But Adrian's death had broken both his parents, so joint custody looked more like joint neglect. His mother threw herself into her estate planning practice, worked ludicrously long hours, and kept herself distant from her remaining sons. His father grieved too hard to care adequately for anyone, including himself.
We spent most of our time with Granny, though. She had emphysema and needed our help.
From that point on, Matthew spent many, many years being very careful about absolutely everything. Trying to keep Granny and Johnny safe, trying not to upset his parents further. Athena cuddled even closer. Are she and your parents?
My parents are alive, but we don't see them much. When Johnny started college, my mother moved to California and my father left for Arizona. They gave me this house, out of guilt. And when Granny died a couple years later, they gave Johnny her house.
Johnny said you basically raised him.
Yes,
Matthew said, curtly. When he and Athena were together, he didn't want to think about Johnny. Not about her past with his younger brother. Not about how that past precluded any possible future with Matthew.
None, nine, none, no.
She asked quietly, "Is Adrian's death why you became a pediatrician?" The question didn't demand. It coaxed, sweetly, and he so longed to be known by her.
Yes and no. Even as a kid, I always pictured myself as a doctor of some sort. But yes, losing Adrian probably had something to do with my choice to treat children.
He smoothed his thumb over her knuckles.
There's no recording of the phone call to tell us what was said or what exactly happened that night, so I've never known how to apportion the blame for his death.
There was plenty of blame to go around, Matthew had eventually concluded. They were all awash in it, other than Johnny. Johnny, his only remaining brother. The infant who essentially lost his entire immediate family on that awful day, with one lone exception. Matthew. His voice ragged, he kept explaining.
That said, I do think general practitioners aren't always as careful as they could be when it comes to children and medications. As a pediatrician, I can make damn sure my patients and parents don't come to grief because of negligence on my part. Besides, helping parents and watching their children grow up feels like I have a family again, too. Almost. It feels good.
He liked kids. They were honest and straightforward with their emotions, a bit mischievous, too, which he found endearing in both children and, he glanced at Athena, adults, evidently. I can imagine, she said, with a small, sad smile.
Young children in particular are indescribably vulnerable.
When he closed his eyes, he could still picture just how small his brother's body looked in that crib. Still see Adrian raising his arms trustingly, reaching for Matthew with total faith that his big brother would keep him safe.
They're entirely dependent on their caretakers for everything they need to survive. Nutrition, shelter, loving touch and attention, intervention when they fall ill. Everything. I want to be their advocate, Athena, because they can't do it for themselves, and sometimes their families can't do it for them either. So I became a pediatrician.
Athena blotted his right cheek with something soft. He blinked back the remaining tears and lifted her hand to his mouth, pressing a kiss of gratitude into her warm, cupped palm. When you lose a patient, it must destroy you, she whispered, and she wasn't wrong. It was rare, but despite his best efforts, his kids sometimes became sick in ways he couldn't fix. They had accidents. They met with violence or ended their own lives. They died, and he grieved them more than anyone knew, except maybe Athena. In his heart, all of them still lived. They were safe and loved, and they would remain that way, always. Sometimes he pictured his baby brother keeping them company, and he wondered how Adrian would look now at 32 years old. Like Johnny, he imagined. He nodded, jerkily.
Yes.
Her arms closed around him, and she cradled him as he dropped his head to her shoulder and sank into her embrace. When their cheeks brushed, hers was cool and wet. She was crying. This time for him, and he didn't know what to do with that kind of gift. Thank you for telling me, she murmured, and clasped him tighter. Thank you for trusting me with that. He'd made her weep again, and she was thanking him for it. The remaining shreds of his control slipped from his grasp, and somehow he was telling her things he shouldn't. Not everything, but enough. Enough to damn him.
You don't understand. I didn't explain it.
He spoke into her neck, into the hair curving around her jaw, and if heaven existed, it would smell fruity and warm.
What I said hurt you, and I'm sorry. You need to know.
When she stiffened, he tugged her closer, and suddenly she wasn't holding him. He was holding her, clutching her. What? Matthew, These words required no dredging. They'd rested on the tip of his tongue for months, swallowed back again and again, bittersweet and dangerous.
It was different before the party. I was worried about Johnny, about myself. But after we met, after I followed you to that corner, I knew. I knew.
Fuck, he shouldn't be telling her any of this. It was disloyal to his brother. It revealed too much about his own obsessive longing for her. Didn't matter. The words kept leaping from his mouth in a desperate rush, because he'd said he was done hurting her, and he'd meant it. She was struggling for so many reasons, most of them beyond his control, but this pain he could fix. He had to, because he couldn't bear inflicting it any longer. She'd gone very still. You knew what?
You were lovely beyond words. Whip smart and funny and totally lost, and he couldn't make you happy. He couldn't give you what you needed. He's so fucking young, Athena. He hadn't grown up enough to be your partner, and he would never have realized that, never admitted it, and you wouldn't have either until it was too late for everyone.
He'd have watched her walk to the altar and commit herself to a man who'd only bring her disappointment, then watched from across a narrow alleyway as his brother failed her again and again. In the end, Matthew would have taken care of her instead. Taken care of her, given her whatever she needed, and sent her back into his brother's home, into his brother's arms, into his brother's bed, night after fucking night. And he couldn't let that happen. It would have broken him. It would have broken all of them. A mere month before the wedding, despairing and afraid, he'd told his brother he might have to leave Harlot's Bay if the wedding took place. He'd intended the words as an enormous, desperate bluff, but once they actually spilled from his mouth, they sounded like nothing more than the raw truth. A confession rather than a threat.
The engagement had to end. I ended it, and if I could go back, I would end it again, just like I told you.
Lifting his face from her neck, breathing roughly, he pressed his forehead hard against hers, willing her to listen, to believe him.
Not because there's something wrong with you. Not because you wouldn't make the best fucking wife on the planet. Not because you didn't deserve my brother, but because you both deserved more.
No one else would have recognized his voice like this, raw and fevered and harsh. Not his patients, not his parents, not his brother. But Athena knew it now. She knew him. She knew he contained wildness within him, so carefully controlled he hadn't even acknowledged its existence until she stood before him, a bee-studded curve of honeycomb, at her engagement party to his fucking brother. Forehead to forehead, she was too close to see clearly, but he couldn't look away. Her eyes held him in place, and before he said another word, her mouth crashed into his. His world caught fire. When Athena Knox Graydon committed to something, she committed every molecule of her being, and right now she was committed to destruction. Total incineration of the man he'd believed he was, the man he'd tried so hard to be. For all the plush softness of her mouth, it claimed his like an occupying force, marching under the command of her war goddess namesake. Her palms cupped his cheeks and held him still for pillaging, and she tilted his head exactly where she wanted it, exactly where she could inflict maximum damage. Her lips clung to his. They captured his own lips, one at a time, top and bottom, and tugged lightly. The sly, subtle flick of her tongue along the seam of his mouth was the advanced scout testing his defenses, and he opened to her helplessly, fell before her, conquered. He was panting, shocked, awed. She tasted like the peanut butter cups she'd snitched from his trick-or-treat bowl, and the inside of her mouth slid like hot silk beneath his tongue. Need twisted inside him, turning him restless and impatient, and he no longer wanted to surrender. He wanted to claim his own spoils. Firmly, carefully, he pushed her back into the couch cushions with shaking hands and moved to stand between her legs. He bent over her, buried his fingers in her hair, and Johnny's ringtone. His brother's favorite song as a preteen, "Hate to Say I Told You So" by the Hives, all strident guitar and cacophonous feedback and bratty confidence. What the hell was he doing? In an uncoordinated rush, his skin prickling with shame, he extricated his hands from her hair, heaved himself upright, and stumbled a step away from the couch. 2, 3. His refusal to hurt Athena didn't mean he intended to hurt his brother instead. If Johnny ever found out about this, maybe he'd forgive Matthew, but maybe he wouldn't. Matthew hoped they never had to discover the answer. Even if Johnny did forgive him, or even if Johnny never found out, what about Athena? How could he justify this kind of carelessness with her? Right now, her thoughts and emotions were muddled, and he didn't want her in his arms for the wrong reasons. If she ever regretted intimacy with him, he'd crumple to dust. Did she truly desire him? Or was this only misdirected gratitude? She stared up at him from the sofa, hazel eyes dazed and wide, cheeks flushed, hair rumpled by his hands, lips swollen from his mouth on hers. Well, hers on his, technically. Either way, she wouldn't be in this state without him, so he'd be the one to guide them both back to safety. The phone rang itself into silence, then dinged with an incoming text message. He extended a hand to help her up. Slowly, she accepted the offer of assistance, and he helped ease her to her feet. Then he dropped her hand like it had scorched him. Because it did. He had no idea why blisters weren't rising from his flesh.
I should probably find out what's happening.
He nodded toward his cell phone, then stretched and yawned far too ostentatiously.
Hopefully I won't need to see a patient tonight. I'm really tired.
Her daze had vanished, leaving her gaze sharp on his face, his body language. Her brow puckered at whatever she saw, and she pushed her glasses to the bridge of her nose with her forefinger. He'd smudged the lenses. His fingers twitched at his sides, wanting to fix the mess he'd made, but he wasn't a fool. If he got that close to her again, he'd make an even bigger mess, maybe one he could never fully clean. Me too, she finally said. I guess I should go. He walked her to her door and waited until she locked it behind her, then returned home and read the text from his brother. Apparently, Johnny and his friends had trooped downtown for the Halloween celebration. He knew Matthew often visited Bluestocking, so he was sharing the news of Hill's window-decorating victory. Hill and Athena's friends must have kept that afternoon in the bookstore to themselves. If Johnny knew his brother and ex-fiancée had worked together on that ghastly prize-winning window, he'd have said something. Or possibly punched something, such as Matthew's jaw. So, in the end, everything had worked out perfectly. Hill could pay himself for another month. Johnny remained happy enough, or at least not angry and betrayed. Athena had seemed confused, but not hurt by Matthew's loss of control and subsequent withdrawal. Matthew had somehow kept both the trust of his brother and Athena's friendship. Win, 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 win. Funny. It didn't feel like a victory. At all. 16. In early December, Athena finally felt her depression begin to lift. It wasn't a huge difference. She didn't transform into the same person she'd been 3 or 4 years ago. Energetic, focused, determined, optimistic. She wasn't suddenly humming show tunes as she jauntily scrubbed her home and twirled her mop like a dance partner, before declaring loudly what a beautiful sunny day it was, and carpe dieming that shit. But one morning, she was sitting at her breakfast table, eating her cereal and watching people totally fuck up their home renovations, and she realized the world seemed a bit more manageable. She didn't need to escape her thoughts quite as assiduously, since her head was no longer a total hellscape of self-hatred. It had become a hexscape of self-doubt instead, which wasn't great, but certainly an improvement. It was as if she finally had a safety net beneath her, stopping her from dropping quite so far into despair as before. She still cried a lot. She still had occasional days where she did nothing but read. She still had nasty thoughts about herself and her choices. But her vague and terrifying in retrospect desire to disappear had vanished, because she knew she mattered. To her parents, her friends, and herself. It was mid-December now, and she'd finally begun thinking about her future again, contemplating her life and her needs and evaluating her options. Things were definitely better. Not great, but okay. The meds and therapy were helping, but so was her return to regular work. Soon after Halloween, Bunny had called from the library about another temporary position, substituting for a Cirque employee on maternity leave for 3 months. So, starting in mid-November, she had a paycheck once more, and between that and her parents' financial support, she was eating foods from the outer edges of the grocery store these days. She was keeping a relatively regular sleep schedule. She was seeing friends every workday. Even better, she couldn't find a single bit of evidence that Matthew had finagled the job offer for her. She'd earned it on her own, based on her previous good work, and that made her return to the library all the sweeter. Nevertheless, she couldn't have upgraded from hellscape to hexscape without him. While they never quite recovered their former intimacy after she forced that stupid kiss on him, he'd kept coming around afterward. Checking in, fixing meals, cleaning as necessary, coaxing her into occasional walks. In return, she'd conducted a twice-weekly remedial memes boot camp for his benefit. So the next time he saw 3 Spider-Men pointing at each other, or Sith Lord Kermit encouraging bad decisions, he would be ready, damn it. Ever the dutiful student, he sat down at her kitchen table one afternoon, placed his coffee mug on the table, and announced, "This is fine," completely straight-faced and unprompted. Whereupon she deemed him an honored graduate of her boot camp and bestowed upon him the certificate of completion she'd created earlier that week, then threatened to take it back when he failed to get why she kept yelling, "You get a certificate! You get a certificate! Everybody gets a certificate!"
"You didn't get a certificate,"
he pointed out, brow creased in sincere, adorable concern.
"Do you want me to make you one? Because I can."
Just for that, she let him keep his alumnus status. The entire month of November had cemented his place in her life as her friend. A good, loyal friend, and that would have to be enough for her. So what if he'd kissed her? In retrospect, maybe that brief, gentle press of his mouth on hers in the bath was just kindness, or an automatic reaction to a naked woman, or a momentary signal crossing of responsibility and attraction. And maybe on Halloween she'd thought she read need in his eyes and his body, in the revelations he'd offered and the way he'd allowed her to comfort him, in the intensity of his grip and voice when he'd insisted she wasn't too messy for love and marriage and told her she was lovely beyond words. But after his phone rang, he'd reverted to scrupulous politeness and become a perfect gentleman again, openly caring but not hungry for her. So apparently she'd been wrong. Only, she'd begun to wonder about that. Her therapist kept saying Athena should trust herself and her own judgment more. She was doing her best to follow that advice, and her judgment kept telling her the same damn thing over and over. Dr. Matthew Vine III was full of shit. He'd dry-heaved in the open air for her, 30 feet above unforgiving bricks, washed her naked body with care and reverence, gripped her greedily to his chest, told her his secrets. He watched her mouth and marked her words as if she were an oracle poised to pronounce his fate. Put those careful, capable hands on her, given the slightest excuse. Forced himself to drag his gaze from her tits whenever she wore a tank top without a bra. He wanted her. He wasn't letting himself have her. Yeah, it was weird that she'd been engaged to his brother. She got his hesitance. She didn't share it. Johnny was a grown-ass man who dumped her of his own free will, and he'd get over any damage to his ego sooner or later. But she got it. If she could, in fact, trust her judgment, Matthew Vine didn't know what to do with her, given their complicated history. Didn't know what to do with how he felt about her. No worries. If he truly desired her, she could show him precisely what to do. That very night, as a matter of fact. These were the shortest days of the year, and darkness had fallen hours ago. Matthew ate his dinner alone, his back turned to Athena's kitchen window. Soon he would finish his sandwich,
wash his dishes, and head upstairs to his office. And once he did, well, Athena was still figuring out what she'd do. What was the best way to discover whether a cautious, controlled man like Matthew considered her a platonic friend, or a woman he desperately wanted in his bed? Partial nudity. Whatever strategy she chose to employ, partial nudity would help. Girding her loins for the battle ahead would, paradoxically, involve putting as little fabric over her actual loins as possible. Her hands shook as she opened her dresser drawer, but she refused to let self-doubt prevent her from going after what she wanted. "I'm unstoppable," she told herself as she changed into her thinnest, tightest, shortest tank, then tugged off her panties and pulled up her skimpiest pajama shorts. A woman on a mission. A tigress on the prowl. A Mountie after my man. A Rumors-era Fleetwood Mac hunting down their cocaine dealer? That last one probably wasn't the best analogy, but whatever. By the time she finished getting ready, Matthew had moved into his office. The rumpled state of his dark hair kept drawing her eye, maybe because he'd finally let it grow long enough to curl. He'd rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, as he always did at night, and unfastened its top 2 buttons. Heavens to Betsy, those forearms! And that triangle of pale skin below his neck? She wanted to follow his veins with a fingertip, trace that triangle with her tongue. One hand absently rubbing his stubble-shadowed jaw, he sat in front of his computer and peered at the screen. Innocent, solemn, unprepared for what was about to hit him. Showtime. She knelt on a cushion in front of her library nook's window and raised it. The resulting groan of wood must have carried through the night air because he immediately looked in her direction. She smiled and waved, doing her best not to visibly shiver. Rising to his feet, he opened his own window and bent down to speak. "It's 34 degrees outside, Athena. You're gonna freeze like that." Oh, that severe frown. It did nothing but spur her on. "I wanted to ask you something. Also show him something. Namely, her big, barely covered tits and their chill-hardened nipples. I thought about calling—" No, she hadn't. "But then I saw you through the window, so—" She lifted her shoulders in a huge, helpless shrug, as if she'd had no other choice but to parade herself half-naked in front of him. Her breasts shifted beneath the tank top, which was just short enough to flash some of the goodies if she raised her arms high. But she was saving that revelation for later. He seemed to be having trouble with eye contact, poor lamb. After a long pause, he cleared his throat and directed his resolute gaze above her neck. "What?" He pressed 2 fingers against his forehead. "What's going on? Do you need me to come over?" "That all depends, Matthew." Idly, she trailed her fingertips across her upper chest, drawing his eyes there again. "If you wait a second, I'll—" "Hold on." "Hmm?" He sounded a bit distracted, maybe because she'd turned around and lowered herself to her hands and knees, arching her back as she reached for the book on her chair. Got it." Swiveling back around, she brandished the paperback in feigned triumph. Now her butt was an icicle, too, because those pajama shorts didn't even fully cover her cheeks. What exactly he'd seen from his window, she couldn't say. Definitely a generous amount of ass, but maybe a peek of pussy, too. This might not be the moment of truth, but it was a moment of truth. A platonic friend would cut off this conversation to save them both embarrassment, or warn her she was inadvertently, or so he thought, flashing him. And even if that platonic friend were too polite for either option, he certainly wouldn't keep staring at her tits and thighs like he could devour her body in a dozen greedy gulps. But that was exactly what he was doing. Staring. A starving man at a banquet. Slashes of hot color on his cheekbones, eyes heavy-lidded, hand rubbing slowly across his mouth.
Here. She thrust the book through the window, cover facing his way. I checked this out for you yesterday. His vocal cords produced a sound, but it wasn't a word she'd ever heard before. She continued as if he hadn't, just emitted a garbled groan. I was looking for stories I thought you'd love, and I kept coming back to this author. Have you seen the movie Master and Commander? He shook his head, then did it again, randomly. We'll have to watch it one night soon, preferably cuddled up together in bed. Anyway, it's based on a series by Patrick O'Brien, all about an English naval captain during the Napoleonic Wars and his best friend, the shipboard physician. I've heard the books are great. This is the first in the series, and if you're interested, I'll pass it along. He blinked at her for a while.
I'm, interested,
he finally said, his words hoarse but intelligible.
Thank you for thinking of me, Athena. I haven't.
He trailed off, watching her with his brow furrowed. The heat in his dark stare hadn't disappeared, but it was now accompanied by seeming bewilderment. Had no one ever catered to his interests before? Ever? She spoke gently. If you end up liking it, I can get you the rest of the series, too.
Thank you,
he repeated, then shivered. If she kept this window open much longer, he'd be courting hypothermia, and her nipples would freeze solid and crack like grapes in liquid nitrogen, so this conversation had to end. The problem? She hadn't yet established his desire for her. Specifically her, not simply a nearly naked woman thrust into his sightlines, beyond a reasonable doubt. She'd just had an idea, though. A reckless, possibly disastrous idea. But her therapist had said to trust her instincts, right? And if she was a glorious shipwreck, as Matthew had claimed, she needed to brave the ocean again. She'd spent enough months ashore. Maybe she'd never skim over the waves with as much blithe confidence as before. Maybe there'd always be jagged edges and jutting beams in place of once smooth decks. But she'd been pieced back together, and she might not be perfect, but she was sturdy enough. It was time to unfurl her sails, and to hell with possible storms on the horizon. Dr. Vine? Bon voyage. You once told me I could do literally anything I wanted in this chair. She patted its seat. And it wouldn't bother you. At midnight, Matthew, I'm going to test that. Close your shade and I'll know you don't want to watch, but if your shade stays open. His lips had parted, and she could see his chest expand in a sudden, deep inhalation. Her slow smile was a promise, a challenge. I'll know you do. Raising her arms high, she lowered her window and drew her own shade down to the sill. That final flash of her tits should serve as fair warning, she figured. In the quiet darkness of a new day, she intended to explore deep, deep waters. As best Athena could tell, all their neighbors had gone to bed already. If they hadn't, though, that was fine, too. Only one person had windows facing her library nook. Only one person could see her. If he wanted to. 30 seconds to go. In a corner of the room, 2 of her old cucumber melon candles flickered, providing just enough illumination to reveal what she was doing, but not enough to make her feel spotlighted or self-conscious. The tank top and cheeky shorts remained perfectly inadequate in their attempts to cover her plentiful curves. She'd dragged her oversized chair right up to the window, where it overlooked the silent night, and all she had to do now was open her shade. Open her window. Open her legs. Her entire body trembled with every rapid heartbeat, but she refused to surrender to fear. At the stroke of midnight, she opened, and saw. His office was dark as pitch, but his shade was as open as her thighs. So was his window. Leaning against the far wall of his room, he was a half-glimpsed silhouette at best, but it didn't matter.
As soon as she raised her shade and window, the current between them snapped to life, electrifying her in an instant. It told her everything she needed to know. Dr. Matthew Vine III was watching, waiting. He wanted her. In an unhurried, deliberate movement, she bent her right knee high and propped her bare foot against the windowsill, offering him a better view, giving herself an easier reach. Normally, she closed her eyes when she touched herself. Not this time. Staring straight into the shadows, she slid her left hand under her tank top, cupping her breast, squeezing, rubbing and pinching her nipple. The shirt snagged against her wrist, her forearm, dragging upward moment by moment until the cold air washed unimpeded over her tits and stiffened her nipples even more. The darkness before her didn't shift, but a ragged breath punctured the hushed night. Not hers. His. In the blackness of midnight, she could imagine anything. Everything. They reclined in liquid warmth once more, pressed hard and tight against one another. This time she contained no shame, no defeat, only triumph, because he'd slipped into her bath for one reason, and one reason alone, and it wasn't charity. It was carnality. His chest braced her back, radiating tense heat as he settled her between his legs, as he encircled her body with his arms and sent those strong, careful fingers in pursuit of her pleasure. Ever so slowly, she slid her right hand down the center of her body, caressing the bare, generous curve of her belly, slipping beneath the waistband of her tiny, tiny shorts. Her palm was his, broad and smooth. Her fingers were his, long and nimble and unhurried. Her moan was his, because he'd earned it with that initial stroke, so sweet and slow, coaxing her open to his touch, parting her folds so he could slide through them and discover every sensitive inch of flesh. She moaned again. God, he was a tease. That gentle rub through the slick fur over her pussy, that gentle slip of his thumb over her vulva, that gentle tease of his fingertip at her entrance. They weren't enough, and he knew it. He knew where she needed attention and friction. She braced her foot and raised her hips, legs taut and straining, but he wouldn't yield to her mute demands for haste. In lazy little forays, he'd caress close to her clit, but never close enough. His open mouth hot against her neck, dragging along the curve of her shoulder, he murmured, "Stop fighting, love. Let me take care of you." That voice could melt glaciers. It melted her, turning her slippery and soaked, and once she relaxed back against his hard chest, into his protective arms wrapped so firmly around her, he gave her what she needed. "Matthew," she breathed, and a sharp, strangled sound drifted from the shadows of his office. Oh, she was so wet now. His leisurely glide around her clit became a smooth, frictionless circle. Bit by bit, his fingertips edged closer, sweeping over the hood, tenderly worrying the sides of that swollen, needy bit of flesh. He was so careful with her, far more careful than she'd ever been with herself. When he tugged lightly at her nipple, she exhaled in a harsh pant, rocked by a momentary sunburst of pleasure. He circled her clit, around and around, concentric loops tightening and tightening again, adding more pressure a featherweight at a time, dragging a thin, desperate whimper from her throat. She wasn't the only one panting now, the only one frantic. He pressed harder, tugged harder, and she rose up against his knowing hands, lost. "Please, Matthew," she begged, her eyes drifting shut at last, and somewhere in the darkness a rough grunt ripped from the throat of polite, quiet Dr. Matthew Vine III. He stroked her clit, firm and sure, and she came. The orgasm swamped her, crashing into her and tipping her sideways. It tore through her in waves, and all she could do was keep stroking herself, shudder after shudder. The pleasure receded gradually, reluctantly. Eyes still closed, she withdrew her hand from her pajama shorts and took a minute to reorient herself. Then she looked at that faint silhouette of a man across the alleyway, removed her foot from the windowsill, and stood on shaky legs. "Now you know," she said, "and now I do too." Then she closed her window, walked away, and let him make his decision. Right before she went to bed, Athena composed her email to Matthew. An invitation to the pre-Christmas Nasty Wenches book club meeting happening later that week. The group had kindly delayed tackling the monster fucking theme until she felt able to come, and that meant Matthew could participate too. After all, he'd listened to several Sadie Brazen stories through their windows, however unwillingly. He wasn't precisely a master of the monster fucking oeuvre, but he was no innocent either. The email served several purposes. It was a genuine invitation to an event she suspected he'd reluctantly enjoy. With the message's casual, breezy tone, it was a reassurance that no matter what happened next, she wouldn't get overly dramatic or make things hard on him. It was also an implicit request for him to render his verdict. Would he deny himself yet again? Or did he want her too much to resist? Sent. Done. The rest of the night she spent reading and periodically checking her inbox because she couldn't sleep. Luckily, she didn't have to work the next day. The darkness surrendered to dawn. The sun climbed, then began to lower again. No response appeared in her inbox. He didn't text. He didn't call. He kept his windows closed and his shades drawn. It was a no, then. No, he didn't want her enough to upend his careful life. No, he wasn't willing to risk his relationship with Johnny to have her. That evening, she cried to her therapist, Carol, who reminded her that cautious people needed time. Even cautious people who might want something, or someone, very much. Together they worked on coping techniques to help Athena through whatever might happen next, and she kept waiting. The second day after she sent her email, she stumbled through her library shift in a sad daze. Until, that is, she remembered Bez and Carl. More specifically, she remembered Jackie's promise to take Athena to the local tea room for mini scones and triangular sandwiches if she managed to get her hermit-like former employer to the book club meeting. No sweat. Athena had zero problem employing guilt to meet her mini scone needs. "Hey, Special K," she texted. "This is your freaking delight of an ex-employee. Remember how you fired my very fine ass?" He answered almost immediately. "Don't fucking call me that. What do you want, Graydon?" "I want you to remember the moment you told me I would no longer have a paycheck or health insurance, despite having done nothing wrong. Special K." 3 dots appeared and vanished. Once, twice. "I repeat," he finally wrote. "What do you want?" "Later this week, the Nasty Wenches book club is meeting. I'll send you the details shortly. They're discussing monster fucking books, and we both know you're the biggest monster fucking enthusiast in Harlot space, so I want your ass there, Special K. I'm asking Bez too, but you're the only one whose presence will win me tea room mini scones." "You fucking bet on me?" "Is that a no?" More dots came and went. "I supply those mini scones. Could give them to you directly." "Ah, but do you supply the triangular sandwiches, too?" "God damn it." "So are you coming to the meeting or not?" A long pause. Then his answer appeared, and her confidence proved justified. "Fuck you, Graydon. Yes." "Ta-ta, Special K, love you too. Kissy face emoji. See you there." At that point, she was pretty sure he'd crushed his phone to shards in one meaty fist whilst trying to set enormous stand mixers aflame using only the fiery intensity of his homicidal glare. Just picturing it made her smirk the rest of the afternoon, despite her empty inbox. The third day after she sent her email, she was walking to Bluestocking when her phone dinged with another text. Probably Bez.
Or maybe Carl, who was fretting over what to bring to the meeting in the tersest, most obscenity-laden manner possible. His latest texted missive had read, "You motherfuckers like cookies?" "Yes," she'd answered. "We motherfuckers like cookies." He hadn't bothered to respond, so she could only assume every motherfucker in the book club would either be voluntarily eating cookies or having said cookies forcibly shoved down her throat by a maddened, possibly murderous baker. Honestly, Athena couldn't wait. But hold on. This text wasn't from Carl. It wasn't even from Bez or Victoria or Jackie.
"I'll be at the meeting,"
Matthew had written.
"I apologize for taking so long to decide. Please put me down for potato chips on the snack form. See you there, Athena."
Oh, my. 17. After Ivana waved Matthew into her office, he closed the door behind him and collapsed into the chair in front of her desk. Propping his elbows on his knees, he buried his face in his hands and scrubbed roughly. A pointless gesture. No amount of scrubbing would remove the memory of Athena, gilded by candlelight, splayed and arched and shaking with pleasure, breathing his name. His. He shouldn't have watched from the shadows. He had. While he watched, he shouldn't have stroked himself over his boxer briefs. He had. And maybe he could argue that sheer curiosity had compelled him to discover what she planned to do in that chair, that at least he hadn't let himself come, that nearly anyone attracted to women would have done the same, assuming someone as gorgeous as Athena sat there in front of them and fingered herself to orgasm in plain sight. But there was no use pretending anymore. He wasn't anyone, and he wouldn't have watched anyone else. He didn't want anyone else. Which meant he shouldn't have agreed to attend the book club meeting. He had, though. He'd held out for 3 of the most terrible days of his life, but in the end, desperate for her to the point of madness, he'd said yes. Because he could resist his own needs and desires, no matter how he might suffer for it, but he couldn't keep resisting hers. "Matthew?" His best friend rolled her chair around her desk and laid a hand on his shoulder. "You all right?" He sighed and lifted his head. "I don't know what the hell I'm doing, Ivana." "Tell me," she said. So he did. Without violating Athena's privacy more than absolutely necessary, he explained what she'd done, what he'd done, what he'd agreed to do later that very night. Namely, discuss monster fucking at a book club meeting with the one woman in the world he shouldn't want and couldn't have, all the while knowing his attendance implied surrender, a relinquishment of arms as he fell into hers. After that meeting, he'd walk her home in the dark. What he'd do once they got there? He didn't know. The right choice was clear to him, but he was so fucking tired of making the right choice when it hurt so much. "Help me." It was a raw, choked plea. "Please, Ivana, help me do what I need to do. Talk me out of going to the meeting. Talk me out of going to her." Ivana didn't answer for a long, long time. Then she took his face between her cool palms and studied him gravely. "Matthew," she finally said, "do you blame yourself for your brother's death?" The unexpected mention of Adrian was a sucker punch of grief he hadn't braced himself to absorb. But she was still cradling his face, a silent support as he recovered. And when he could speak again, he told Ivana the truth. "No, not really." For a long time, the answer would have been yes, but he'd made his peace with his brother's passing by now. Mostly. "Do I wish I'd checked on him during the night? Yes. Do I wish I'd been in charge of the medicine, or at least tracked who was giving it to him and when? Of course, but I was 8 years old. Saying I was responsible would be saying I was in control of everything, and I wasn't. I couldn't be." Letting go of his face, Ivana sat back in her chair and steepled her fingers. "Okay, then.
If you don't blame yourself for Adrian's death, I guess I don't understand.
Understand what? He asked, lost.
Why you're not allowed to be happy.
He winced. I'm allowed to be happy, just not at my brother's expense.
Because his happiness is more important than yours, she said flatly, even though he's a grown man in his 30s.
What could Matthew say in response to that accusation? It sounded ridiculous, and he should probably deny the charge, but his life to this point certainly seemed to confirm its essential truth. Something inside him had shifted, though. Every time he saw Athena, spent time with her, dreamed about her, a box he'd allowed to rust shut decades ago, strained at the seams. In a dark room at midnight, the lid had groaned open, and he didn't seem able to close it again. Need and chaos and heedless, selfish desire kept pouring out, no longer safely contained. And wait, there she was. At that very moment, she appeared on the sidewalk outside the practice, as if placed there by divine providence, and his breath hitched in surprise. She scanned the building as she walked. The tinted windows didn't allow her to look inside, but he could see every beautiful detail of Athena Graydon. The cool, sunlit afternoon glowing in her honeyed hair and limning the soft lines of her body. Her slick of red lipstick. Her sockless keds. Together, he and Ivana silently watched her stroll past the window, only to hesitate near the entrance to the practice. Was she coming to visit him as she'd once suggested? Even knowing Johnny would be there too? If so, how could he possibly hide how he felt from his brother? But she didn't move closer. Instead, she looked at the door where all the doctors and CPNPs were listed in white painted letters. In theory, she could have been staring at anyone's name on the list. Ivana's, Akio's, even Johnny's. But he knew. He knew. As she looked at Dr. Matthew Vine III on that door, her lips curved slowly, sweetly. It wasn't a smirk or a defensive baring of teeth, but a small, true smile. It lit her from the inside out, brighter than the jealous sun above, softer than the gentle breeze tugging a tendril of hair across her cheek, lovelier than his childhood visions of heaven. She looked happy, hopeful. If anyone tried to take that away from her, including himself, he'd gut them with his steady, could-have-been surgeon's hands. He loved her. He loved her. With that one smile, there was no going back. His happiness might mean less than Johnny's, but hers trumped all. And now that he'd slotted his priorities in their proper order, his path forward became clear. For however long she wanted him, she could have him. It might be a matter of months, or even a matter of weeks. Her temporary position at the library would end soon enough, and with her parents' support, a universe of options had now opened to her. Eventually, she'd leave to explore them, because she'd never wanted to be stuck in a 10-foot-wide house and a small town without many job prospects. At this point, Harlot's Bay was merely a way station for her, a place to rest and gather herself before she left to tackle a brilliant future, not her permanent home. He was a way station, too. And that was fine. He'd give her what she needed and let her go. Even if watching her walk away would feel like clawing at his own chest and tearing out his needy, lonely heart. Because there was no way she'd willingly live forever in the same town as her ex-fiancé. And no way a man like him, cautious, charmless, her ex-fiancé's goddamn brother, could tempt her into staying. Since limited-time relationships didn't require public acknowledgement, Johnny never had to find out, as long as both Matthew and Athena committed to discretion. Everyone would get what they needed. Except him. He was third on his priorities list, though, and that was fine, too. When she was gone, he'd simply make a new box. A stronger one. He'd keep his love for her safe there, where it couldn't hurt anyone but him. Outside the window, Athena swiveled on her tennis shoe's heel and kept walking, probably toward Bluestocking. When she'd completely vanished from sight, he blinked and remembered where he was, what he'd been doing. He turned back to Ivana.
I don't know how to interpret that look on your face.
A line etched itself between her eyebrows.
What are you thinking, Vine? I'm thinking I have preparations to make. Potato chips to buy and patience to see.
He rose to his feet.
Thank you for listening, Ivana. I appreciate all your help and advice.
Her wary gaze followed him to the door.
Am I going to like whatever decision you just made?
Probably not, he said, and left her office.
Not saying Brazen isn't creative with dicks, Carl argued, but vibrating cocks only gets you so far.
Fair enough, Victoria murmured. Getting that far is one of my new life goals, a gray-haired woman with a perm whispered loudly to her neighbor. Matthew did his best not to blush or laugh, with only limited success.
The audiobook's spectacular narration is the key to the story's appeal, not weird dicks with ridges and fins and whatever the fuck.
Carl sat back in his chair, arms folded across his thick chest.
If you disagree, you should shove a cookie in your pie hole.
Cookie hole, Athena muttered, leaning far too close to Matthew. Otherwise, it's just weird. But then that raises the question, are there separate holes for different baked goods? And if so, wouldn't yeast infections become an issue? When he choked on his Danish, she paused. Okay, that made it even more weird. Forget I mentioned holes. It was a mistake. I see that now. Desperately, he gulped down some sparkling water as she patted his back. Was he having an actual hot flash? Was this what menopause felt like? Because Athena's proximity had always seared him from the inside out. But now, knowing what might happen later that evening, her nearness necessitated an industrial fan aimed directly at him. Or maybe a meat locker he could visit. And that was before she started talking about, holes.
And think about how fucking bad your life choices are.
Carl finished. Victoria waved a hand. If life choices leading me to a pulsating dick with a G-spot teaser and a clit-flicking fin are bad, I don't want to be good. Also, I think you're understating Brazen's anatomical creativity. What about the tongues, Carl? Yes, Carl, Athena snorted. Will no one think of the extendable, agile, textured tongues? Jackie's voice was bone dry. Truly. They require an advocate to speak for them because they're otherwise occupied. When Bez laughed, she sprayed out a mouthful of semi-chewed cookie. As part of our tongue discussion, let's talk about sapphic monster fucking. Jackie held up a copy of The Lady Orc's Lover. Because I don't think you fully comprehend the vast array of exciting bonus features Orc warrior maidens' tongues offer to human vaginas. That sounds great, babe. Ivana smiled at her wife, then cast Matthew a sidelong glance.
But first, I have a question for Dr. Vine over there. I know he's listened to several of Brazen's books, and surely he has an opinion about them.
As far as he knew, his best friend had never before attended a nasty wench's meeting. But when he'd showed up a few minutes late to Victoria and Akio's condo, delayed by an appointment that ran over, Ivana was sitting by Jackie, a plate of snacks on her lap. She'd winked at him. He'd known then he was probably going to regret his life choices, for reasons entirely unrelated to dick fins. Athena had already been seated too, but she'd saved him a place at her side. He'd walked to her like a man hypnotized, sunk into the love seat cushion and immediately begun sweating at the sensation of her thigh nuzzling against his. As the meeting began, she'd handed him a plate with a streusel-topped cheese Danish, his favorite flavor, and an orange caramel crunch scone, also a favorite. From a coaster on the floor, she'd passed him a can of strawberry-flavored sparkling water, his favorite, again, because it reminded him of the dress she wore the first time they met.
What are your thoughts, Matthew?
Ivana asked in a tone of innocent interest. He thought no one had ever paid him the sort of close attention Athena evidently had. No one had ever catered to his preferences as she did, hoping to please him. He thought her bright, happy, hazel eyes were lovely enough to start a war and sharp enough to end one. He thought her gloss-slicked candy apple red lips could launch 1,000 lust-driven ships, but she only wanted his. She only wanted him. He thought this was, and would be, the best night of his entire life. But he didn't intend to share any of that with the nasty wenches, so he'd talk about dicks instead. I think Brazen's readers may be disappointed by human penises and their lack of special accessories. He smiled wryly. Sadly, we really can't compete. Athena turned to him, a worry line between her brows. Well, there's fantasy and then there's reality. I think you need to trust that we can separate the two. The gentleness in her tone stripped the statement of any admonishment. No shadow creature has ever cooked our favorite foods. No lake monster has ever comforted us when we cried. Things he'd done for her, as very few people in the room knew. She was offering him reassurance, and he needed it. Boy, did he need it. And no guppy man will ever bring us pleasure as he warms our beds. She frowned in thought, even assuming he's warm-blooded, which he probably isn't, since he's part guppy. Could have used a cold-blooded guppy man in my bed about 15 years ago, the lady with the perm informed her neighbor. But no, I just got estrogen instead. Damn you, Dr. Walensky. Anyway, my point is this. You don't need to worry about Sadie Brazen's readership being disappointed in our lovers for not sporting monster dicks. Athena's lips twitched. Especially when there are so many other reasons to be disappointed with them. Amen, sister, Bez said. Matthew had to laugh, along with everyone else in the living room. Everyone except Carl, who appeared to have disassociated so he could better contemplate upcoming murders. Besides, there are always toys. Bez pointed at Matthew. You might not have a Sasquatch penis, but with the right accessories, you could be Sasquatch penis adjacent. Matthew hesitated. Thank you? Ah, toys, Athena mused. The great penile equalizer. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. He unfastened another button on his shirt. When that didn't help, he drained his can of sparkling strawberry-flavored water and heaved a heartfelt mental sigh. Times like these, he too could use a cold-blooded guppy man. When they walked home together, Matthew didn't trust himself to touch Athena. Her state of mind no longer concerned him. She was less desperate for comfort these days, less likely to confuse gratitude with desire, which sounded patronizing as hell because she'd always been an intelligent adult, even at her lowest point, but still. If he'd pursued intimacy with her before now, even a month ago, he'd always have wondered whether he'd taken advantage of her vulnerability. What did concern him? If he touched her, he might not be able to stop. And before they took things any further, he needed to make absolutely sure she wanted that. He needed to make absolutely sure she wanted him. He needed the words. As they approached her door, his heart thumped so hard he wondered if it might beat its way out of his chest and offer itself to her. And then she patted a moonlit hand over a tiny yawn. Damn it. You need more sleep, he told her, told himself. I know you like to wind down from the day by reading a while, but maybe you should just go to bed tonight. Says the man who starts each day with a vat of coffee, since he works late into the night and doesn't sleep enough. She told him, utterly unimpressed. Tell you what, Dr. Vine, I'll go to bed ASAP if you promise to do the same. He supposed he wouldn't get much work done anyway, between gut-deep disappointment and grinding sexual frustration. Fine. Done. Not that he'd sleep, but maybe he could do other things. Fair warning. A quick turn on her beak-headed heel, and they stood face to face.
I know you sometimes get restless and end up working again. The intensity of her stare allowed him no quarter. Tonight, Matthew, if you go to bed but don't stay there, I'll join you and make you stay. With those words, an entire school of guppy men couldn't have stopped him from catching fire. Come here, he said, and produced his keys with rock-steady hands. She followed him into his home, and the heavy door shut behind them with a quiet click. He turned the deadbolt, turned to her in the near dark. With one step, he was close enough that her skirts brushed his legs. So close the heat of her body merged with his, and the tips of her breasts brushed his chest. They were hard. So is he. Is that an offer? Yes. Then she offered him an entirely new smile, slow and confident and hot. Also a promise, Dr. Vine. If you have trouble sleeping, I'll wear you out. Gladly. The words were spaced for emphasis. Wear you out. You want me? His voice hoarse, he clenched his hands against the need to seize her right then and drag her into his arms. She laughed, as if the question were absurd. Oh, yes. An icy flicker of reason stole into his fevered brain, and he forced his fists to stay where they were, tight to his sides. What we have. How could he explain this in a way she'd accept, in a way that wouldn't hurt her? I don't want to share it with other people right now. I don't want to offer explanations or justify anything to anyone. I just want you. That gorgeous, provocative smile faded. You want to keep this a secret? I want to keep this private, he emphasized. For now. Because he wasn't going to hurt Johnny unnecessarily. Not when Matthew's relationship with Athena would only last until she didn't need him or Harlot's Bay anymore. She hesitated, hope battling wariness in those expressive eyes. Just until we know it'll work? Or until she left, which he figured was way more likely. He nodded. Exactly. Okay. After a moment, her smile regained its wattage. I can do that. For now. Almost boneless with relief, he exhaled in a rush. With her agreement, he wouldn't be forced to pit his love for her against his love for his brother, which meant... What do you say, Dr. Matthew Vine III? She traced her forefinger down the side of his neck, the gesture thrillingly intimate and possessive. Shall I join you in bed tonight and make sure you stay there? Yes. He'd never wanted anything more in his entire damn life. Yes, please. She immediately kicked off her keds and shucked her jacket and cardigan. When he took longer than she preferred to remove his own peacoat, her nimble fingers quickly undid the buttons for him. She tossed the heavy wool garment atop her pile of discarded clothing, propped her hands on her hips, and waited as he bent down to unlace his Oxfords and set them aside. He straightened. Carefully, using both hands, he slipped off her glasses and set them on the entryway console table. Sliding his fingers into her silky hair, he stroked her cheeks with his thumbs and simply looked at her. Athena Knox Graydon was so damn lovely. Lush and warm and his, finally. If only for now. With uncharacteristic patience, she waited trustingly under his gaze, her hands loosely curled atop his chest. When he bent to kiss that tempting beauty mark on her cheekbone, her skin bloomed with heat under his touch. From there, he let his lips graze over her beloved face, pressing light kisses to her hair-draped temple, her fragile eyelids, her stubborn chin. He nuzzled her in that shadowy seam between her cheek and ear, and she giggled. He smiled against her jaw and continued to explore. Burying his nose in a soft, fragrant patch of flesh below her earlobe, he inhaled slowly, deeply. I can afford the good grocery store shampoos now.
Her fingertips delved into his hair, gently scratching his tingling scalp.
No more fake fruit. I'm all herby instead.
Her bright gloss had disappeared sometime during the meeting, so her lips were pale in the moonlight, pale and plump, salty on the tip of his tongue like the potato chips they'd both eaten. But inside, oh, inside her mouth she was so damn sweet she dizzied him. Her tongue twirled around his, playful and seductive, and he slanted his head to kiss her harder, deeper, before resuming his exploration. With his knuckles, he traced from cheek to chin, then tenderly down her vulnerable throat, following his hand with his lips. Between her neck and shoulder, he softly suckled, his teeth a whisper graze over her trapezius, and her silent gasp pushed her harder against his mouth. Vaguely, he registered the movement of her own hands. She was unbuttoning his shirt, tugging it free from his trousers. Ever so carefully, she trailed her nails up his bare, hot back, and he shuddered under the deliberate provocation. His palms slid up her sides, then cupped her heavy, incredible breasts through her dress. They were just as warm, just as giving as he'd always imagined, and when his thumbs swept over her stiff nipples, it was her turn to shudder. He needed them closer to a bed. Now. Lacing together their fingers, he drew her upstairs and into his bedroom. Earlier, before leaving for the book club meeting, he'd lit a bedside lamp, and it cast a warm glow over the room and over her. She paused just inside the doorway, and he stopped too. Matthew. Her halting steps took her to the nightstand. With her forefinger, she rubbed a petal from the purple and cream hellebore bouquet he'd placed there at lunchtime. These are absolutely lovely. Her voice sounded husky, and the smile she directed his way quivered a bit. But there was no sadness in her eyes, only pleasure. He sagged in relief. She liked them. He hadn't screwed this up already. He'd considered roses and dismissed them as too common an offering for a woman like Athena. But hellebores bloomed in the chill of winter, stubborn and hardy despite how fragile they seemed. That felt fitting to him. Plus, some varieties were apparently poisonous, and only a fool would consider Athena harmless. They're yours. Gently, he clasped her shoulders and turned her to face him. Athena, sweetheart. Boosting herself to her tiptoes, she planted a kiss on his chin. Yes? How would a man of vast experience say this? Lift your skirt, he said, low and quiet. Please. Slowly, her eyes holding his, she bent and gathered her hem. Inch by inch, she raised it, over curved, strong calves, over dimpled, adorable knees, over gorgeously thick thighs until... Holy fuck. Holy fuck. His brain shorted out, went dark and still and quiet. I always wear long dresses, and I hate laundry, so... She glanced down, her teeth nibbling at a corner of her lower lip. Surprise? The hair between her legs was dark amber. The other night he hadn't been able to see that. It shone in the lamplight, a beacon guiding him closer. She widened her stance, parting those luscious thighs, and his next breath audibly shook. Do you want to touch me, Matthew? Dazed, he lifted his stare to meet hers. He couldn't say a word, and he didn't have to. Evidently, his expression told her what she needed to know. With one hand, she still held her skirt high. Her other hand guided his between her thighs, dropping away once he carefully cupped her. Crisp pubic hair framing skin softer than a hellebore's petal. Heat. Dampness. Only days ago he'd watched, mesmerized as she stroked herself to orgasm, but this moment eclipsed that memory. All there was, all there had ever been, was Athena's rosemary and saline scent.
her open legs, and his thumb gently parting her vulva, stroking down the intimate seam of her body. He dropped to his knees before her, and she inhaled sharply. Wrapping an arm around her hip, he pressed his forehead against the velvety swell of her bare lower belly. Her hand tunneled through his hair in a soothing caress, even as his fingertips rubbed slowly up and down, learning the intimate geography of her most vulnerable flesh. When he smoothed his thumb lightly over her clitoris, she made a small, needy sound deep in her throat. Her knees began to tremble unsteadily, and slickness coated his fingers. Good. Good. Lay back, love, he eventually whispered against her stomach. Stay near the edge. Bending down, she pressed a fierce, lingering kiss to the crown of his head, then settled her upper body onto the mattress. He didn't let himself think about it a moment longer. He simply glided his palms up her legs, then urged them over his shoulders. His head would be a tight fit between those legs, and he was glad. He'd wanted to swamp himself in her for months. He nuzzled against one pillowy inner thigh, then the other. I won't be able to hear you well. If you like something I do, pull my hair. If you don't, tap my head or push me away, okay? Matthew. Propping herself on her elbows, she looked at him, her breasts rising and falling with her rapid breaths. Forgive my crudeness, baby, but please, please hurry up and eat me. This time, his brain didn't go dark. It flashed white, the blinding white of total blankness. I'm sorry, sweetheart, he murmured once he'd regathered himself. I don't intend to hurry. He didn't want to rush anything about this. And Athena might sometimes be impatient with herself, but he refused to follow her lead. She deserved all his time and attention, and she'd get both, right now. With one hand, he stroked the silky skin of her leg. With the other, he spread her vulva for his tongue. Leaning forward, he let her thighs block out the world. The only sound was his own heartbeat, his own harsh, excited breathing. Her scent filled his lungs, and he licked her in an unhurried, deliberate sweep from her vagina to her clitoris. She wasn't sweet. She was salty and tart, and he wanted to devour her whole. With his second ravenous lick, he moaned against her, and her entire body jerked. Her fingers tangled in his hair, not quite pulling. Close, though. Emboldened, he dragged his tongue through the folds of her vulva in measured strokes, then drew the delicate pleats of flesh between his lips and tugged gently. Moving upward, he hummed softly against her clit. Her legs spread wider at that, her hips rising to meet the vibration. He was throbbing for her, hard and ecstatic, so happy it felt like pain. Slowly, he began to learn. She didn't like teeth, not even a gentle graze. She did like when he tenderly sucked her stiffening clitoris. She shivered when he dipped his tongue inside her. And for all her impatience, it wasn't until the tip of that tongue traced a leisurely, lingering circle around her clit that her fingers in his hair curled into fists. The sharp pull detonated down the length of his spine, and he could have come from that alone. As her vulva turned puffy and swollen under his attention, he teased her entrance with a fingertip, swirling around and around until she was straining against the slight pressure. Gradually, he pressed 2 fingers inside her, rubbing against her inner walls as he sank deep. An easy pump of his hand, a slight twist of his wrist, and she turned molten around him, grinding against the penetration. He hoped he'd learned enough about her preferences that he could make her come in another minute or two of focused effort, but he had all the time in the world for her. She was so slippery and so fucking delicious. He was becoming increasingly convinced that when the ancient Romans referred to ambrosia, they meant pussy. When his jaw began to hurt, he could not have given less of a shit. But eventually he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on to his control. Besides, the sooner Athena had her first orgasm, the sooner he could start working on her second. When he scissored his fingers inside her vagina, she jolted, her legs restlessly moving over his shoulders. Another unhurried, measured suck of her hard little clit.
Another relaxed, tongue-tip circle around and around again as she squirmed. Another stroke against the spot on her vaginal wall where she was most sensitive, where firm pressure made her quiver against his knuckles. He laid the flat of his tongue against her clitoris and rubbed slowly, and Athena went rigid, her thigh tensing under his caressing palm as she arched and trembled. Her fingers in his hair tightened, setting his scalp ablaze. Then she exploded into climax, her vagina clamping around his fingers as she twitched against his gliding tongue. Even with his ears covered, her hoarse cry vibrated through them both. With fierce hands, she shoved him harder against her pussy as she came, fucking his face like the goddess she was. He couldn't breathe. He was pretty sure he'd pulled something in his neck, and his jaw burned like fire, but even in his dreams he hadn't imagined this glory. He couldn't wait to do it again. And again. And yes, please God, again. 18. Athena literally saw stars when she came. Bright plumes of light flashing behind her eyelids, like she was a cartoon character who just had an anvil dropped on her head. Her anvil was named Matthew. He didn't drop on her head. He did, however, give phenomenal head. She lay sprawled on his mattress, every muscle limp as he gently licked her through the last few pulses of orgasm. Absently, she petted his head as she scrambled for sanity. How? How had he done that? A lot of guys managed to get a woman off once using a particular technique. Spelling the alphabet with their tongue, humming Chiquita against her clit, whatever, and sort of decided, well, that's it, I guess. My one true oral technique. No need to experiment further. Every woman thereafter got the same treatment. The same trick employed in pursuit of her climax, over and over again until the whole experience became a routine, rather than a joint exploration of what gave them both pleasure. Rub tab A over slot B, suck like Roomba C, and voila, cunnilingus achieved. But Matthew, he tried everything and anything she might enjoy, then paid attention to her responses. One tap to the side of his head, and he made sure his teeth stayed far, far away from her pussy. One pull of his hair, and he understood at basically the same time she did that those dawdling, agonizing circles around her clit fucking destroyed her. So he'd rubbed her legs soothingly as he wrecked her in super slow motion with his tongue, like a horny sloth who really loved the taste of pussy, until she nearly ripped out his damn hair when she came. His longer, curly hair was really fun to pull. In silent apology, she petted him again, and he rumbled contentedly against her inner thigh. Matthew. She managed to raise her head an inch, then dropped back to the mattress in defeat. I can't compete with that. You are the undisputed champion of head. Long may he reign, and long may he lick. But I'm happy to go down on you if you'd like. Or you can grab a condom and get inside the pussy you now own. Congratulations, by the way. The owner's manual will arrive in your inbox shortly. After one last kiss to her inner knee, he stood with a slight groan and peered down at her, his talented mouth wet, his brown eyes bright and happy. You enjoyed that? Enjoyed is such a pallid word, baby. She scooted back like an inchworm, then grabbed his shoulders and tugged him up and onto the mattress. If a normal climax is a jalapeno, that was a ghost pepper intensity orgasm. Or, wait, maybe a Carolina Reaper. She frowned. Whichever one is higher in Scoville heat units. Remind me to check with Professor Google about that later. He was kneeling between her legs on the bed, a slow grin spreading across his face. He looked damn good there. Okay. Sadly, he was still wearing his pants, so he actually took out his notebook from a back pocket and scrawled a reminder. Done. Time to get naked, Vine. Clambering to her own knees, she whipped her dress over her head and wrestled off her wireless bra. Entirely nude, she piled a few pillows near the headboard and reclined to watch the show.
I've spent the last several months contemplating the biteable curve of your ass inside those suit pants you always wear, and it's unfair to tease me with it any longer." His cheeks darkened with a flush. "I... all right." With meticulous care, his eyes fixed on his task, he unfastened his cuffs, then tugged at them to remove the shirt, keeping it right side out. After folding it, he leaned over to place the neat bundle on his nightstand beside the flowers. Sparse, dark hair sprinkled his hard chest and arrowed down the center of his torso, pointing toward his abdomen. Since he'd begun feeding her, he'd filled out some. He was still lean, but those surprisingly broad shoulders seemed sturdy rather than angular, and his entire upper body looked slightly, delightfully thicker. As far as she was concerned, the more of him she could hold on to as he fucked her, the better. Exhaling quietly, he reached for his pants placket, cheeks still ablaze. Wait, was he shy? On second thought, why am I outsourcing the pleasurable process of getting you undressed? Athena smiled at him comfortingly. "Come over here, Matthew." By the time she climbed off the bed, he was standing in front of her. While she unbuttoned his pants and carefully lowered the zipper over his erection, he ran a caressing fingertip over the back of her hand, his gaze following her every movement. "What do you think?" She slid her fingers beneath the waistband of his boxer briefs, preparing to tug them down with his pants. "Blowjob or PIV? Or did you have something else in mind?" His stomach muscles shifted and tensed against her knuckles, and when she pushed his remaining clothing down to his calves, she finally caught a glimpse of everything Dr. Matthew Vine III had been hiding beneath those unassuming dark pants of his. "I want to bury myself inside you, Athena," he told her, his voice quiet and gravelly. "As deep as I can get." Good. The sooner the better, especially given what she'd just seen. She crouched to help him step out of his remaining clothing before straightening again. Then there they were, facing one another in the golden lamplight, entirely unprotected by clothing or pride or pretense. He lifted a hand to cup her cheek. Resting his forehead against hers, he eased closer until they stood belly to belly. Tenderly, she clasped his wrist and rubbed it with her thumb. "We can do this however you'd like," she whispered, afraid to fracture the moment. "How would I know what I like?" His lips curved in a small, wry smile, and he nuzzled the tip of his nose against hers. "It's my first time." She froze. Oh, my. She cleared her throat. You'd gone down on someone before, right? I mean, you're not some sort of cunnilingus savant. Because if that was his baseline level of talent without any actual hands-on, tongue-on experience, he was a prodigy. The Mozart of head-giving. "I consulted Professor Google," he said simply. "Cosmopolitan magazine in particular seems to specialize in lists of advice concerning oral sex. To be fair, though, they're mostly about fellatio." His brow wrinkled. "And grapefruit, oddly." She bit her lip, smothering her smile. Should she explain? Nah. This early in his sexual awakening, he didn't need to picture himself swinging citrus fruit around his dick like an oversized bangle. "I'm also a doctor. Human anatomy isn't exactly a mystery to me." With his free hand, he gently rubbed her bare butt cheek. "Honestly, most of the advice came down to paying attention to your partner. Whenever you're in my vicinity, every last cell of my body is focused on you. So I didn't find that an issue." He was a prodigy then, as well as a total sweetheart. Well, damn. She leaned back a couple inches to see him better. His color was still a bit high, but he didn't look embarrassed or nervous. Good. There was no reason he should be either. Besides, she understood exactly why he hadn't had sex with anyone else. Casual affairs and one-night stands wouldn't suit such a cautious man.
And when would he have had the time to form a substantive romantic relationship before now, between raising his brother, becoming a pediatrician, and opening his own practice? She was honored by his trust. Also, however wrong it might sound, more than a little turned on by the prospect of planting her flag in him and claiming his virgin lands for the sovereign nation of Athena Graydon. Although she supposed it was more him planting his flag in her, really. Whatever. Flag planting of some sort was happening, and she was into it. When she inhaled, she smelled herself on him, and it made her smile widen. Fair enough. If you don't know what you like, let's find out, shall we? He audibly swallowed. Yes. With a single fingertip, she nudged him back onto the bed and made sure he was comfortably positioned with a pillow behind his neck. Then, using the same care he'd shown her, she knelt beside him and began to explore that lean, strong, overworked body of his. His small, neat ears were exquisitely sensitive. Blowing on them made him squirm, and a tongue flick around the rim or against his lobe shortened his breath. His pale throat bobbed under her open-mouthed, wet kisses. If she nibbled at a certain spot just above his collarbone, he moaned. Good, she murmured, and he wheezed out an enthusiastic yes. Before moving any lower, she took a minute to massage his jaw, because she hadn't missed his ongoing TMJ issues, and he'd certainly put that area to hard use tonight. Under her kneading fingers, he didn't squirm or moan. Instead, he lay entirely still and stared at her with such pained longing and affection, her sinuses prickled. Even though she didn't understand why he seemed so stricken when she was right there, naked and eager to flag plant. Eager to erase whatever thoughts were hurting him, she skipped a few steps after the massage and veered straight to his nipples. Gentle tweaks didn't do much, but a firm rub made him shift restlessly. A stroke of his bobbing, silky hard cock forced a low grunt from his throat, and she gripped him tightly and kept pumping as she moved lower still. Trailing her mouth down his belly, she psyched herself up to give him the best, citrus-free blowjob in human history. Before she could do more than breathe on the damp, hot tip of his dick, his hand clasped her upper arm and eased her away. Startled, because at no point in her existence had any penis-bearing individual interrupted what was clearly oral to be, she sat back upright and looked inquiringly at him. That flush over his upper chest and neck, burning bright along his cheekbones and the shells of his adorable ears, wasn't shyness anymore. It was arousal. Physical need. The sadness in his gaze had vanished entirely, transformed into fiery desperation and determination. Let me touch you again. His voice had turned gritty. If you keep going, I'm going to come and I need to get you ready. What? He'd already given her an incredible orgasm, so I am ready, baby. And if you come now, no problem. We have all the time in the world to start over. He blew out a frustrated breath. I want you close to another orgasm before I get inside you because I won't last long. Lie down, sweetheart, please. If the man was committed to making her multi-orgasmic, who was she to argue? Obediently, she flopped onto her back and starfished on the bed. At this point, he could do whatever the hell he wanted to her, and she trusted his native talents, along with Cosmo and Professor Google, wouldn't steer him wrong. That man dove for her vagina like she had a stash of streusel-topped cheese danishes hidden down there. But then, despite the urgency of his hold on her thighs, pushing them wide, despite the searing heat radiating from his needy body, he began licking around her clit as if he had hours to kill. Her fists clenched in his hair, and she whimpered. She could actually feel him smile against her. Circle, 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 circle. Was he actually slowing down each time? Because it felt like he was, the too patient bastard, and she didn't know whether to applaud or tweak his ear in frustration.
His fingers pushed back inside her, inch by inch, in a leisurely, relentless penetration, and he squeezed her right breast with his other hand, tugging lightly at her nipple. She was starting to pant, starting to ride his face, starting to sweat. If he kept going, she would, in fact, come again, but she'd do it before he even got inside her. Time to run a little experiment. Nudging his hand aside, she cupped her own breasts, arched her back, pinched her nipples just hard enough, and gasped as the pleasure arrowed from there to the exact spot where his talented tongue was tracing those small, infuriating circles. Although he couldn't see what was happening, he obviously knew something was going on. He paused for a moment, and she began talking. "When we were in the bath, did you look?" Pinching her nipples again, she exhaled in a breathy moan. "Even then, as bad as I felt, I wanted you to see me. I wanted you to want me, Matthew. I wanted you to wash my tits, tease them until I couldn't stand it, and pinch them like this. I wanted your hand between my legs, slick with soap, stroking me clean, and then I wanted you to fuck me with those strong fingers of yours." After only a few words, he'd raised his head to hear more clearly. His always steady hands were shaking now, and it was her turn to smile. Her voice was languid, husky. "Did you, Matthew? Did you look?" He shook his head, which he kept bowed, all the better to watch those trembling fingers press inside her over and over again, twisting and rubbing and crooked just right. "Did you think about how easy it would have been? I was already in your lap. You could have just unzipped your jeans and planted me on your dick, baby. You could have made me take every single inch." His hand stilled. "I would have moaned so loudly for you, Matthew. I would have cried and begged you to fuck me. I would have come on your cock, baby, and squeezed you so hard. Enough." It was a near snarl, and suddenly he wasn't face down over her pussy anymore. He was on his knees and reaching into his bedside table, fumbling for a condom. She helped him roll it on, and he hissed at the lightest touch of her fingers, his dick as flushed as the tips of his ears. "This first time, I want you on your back." His hair at his temples was damp, his jaw like stone. "I want to see your face. I want to give you pleasure rather than having you take it from me." Oh, good. She'd fantasized about his weight pressing her down, dreamed about him fucking her deep into the mattress. She beckoned to him with her arms, spread her thighs wide, and raised her knees high. "Come inside me, baby." Strained patience in every careful movement, he climbed between her legs and lowered himself to his elbows. She reached down and helped position him at her entrance. His hands still shaking, he framed her face with his palms, pressed fervent kisses to her forehead, her cheek, her mouth, whispered her name like a prayer. Then, his fierce gaze pinning her in place, he slowly pushed inside her. Her eyes closed for a moment, and she breathed shakily, trying not to come as he stretched her wide and sank so deep she wanted to weep in joy. Finally, she thought. Finally. When she looped her legs over his thighs, he pressed even deeper. She made a choked sound as he bottomed out, and he paused, his body vibrating with tension. "Okay, love." It sounded like he had to drag the words from the depths of hell. Opening her eyes, she smiled up at him and slid her hands down his spine to that tight, tempting butt. "You feel so good, Matthew." With how ready he'd made her, how fucking perfectly he filled her, if she lasted more than a minute, it'd be a miracle. He managed a half-strangled laugh. "You feel better. I can't even. God." His hips rocked, a tentative testing motion. She exhaled sharply, and he swallowed a groan and did it again, studying her face as he moved. Her fingers bit into his ass, and he nodded a little and found his rhythm inside her. A slow, firm thrust, followed by an agonizingly drawn-out retreat. He sank into her each time as if he intended to mark every inch of penetration, to memorize the way she had to stretch around him, stroke after deliberate stroke.
the first time she raised her hips to meet him, the tendons in his neck strained, and his leisurely slide ended in a hard little jolt. When she moaned, he repeated the split second of balls-deep force with his next stroke, that small shove as he made her take his last inch, only to draw backward again even more slowly. Again. Again. A glow of heat grew deep, deep inside her, and she hitched her legs higher, feeling the telltale twitch of her pussy as he forged into her once more, but she didn't want to come yet. She didn't want this to end. Still, she squeezed his cock tightly as he left her each time, refusing to make it easier on either of them, and he stared into her eyes, both of them panting now. You. He kissed her chin, still fucking her open slowly, thrust after thrust. You are so damn beautiful. A slight shift of her hips and there. Pressure on her clit, the endless slide of his dick, the firm command of that final forceful bit of penetration, and the glowing heat within her exploded outward, turning the night incandescent as she blindly convulsed beneath him. She was sobbing out little cries, her pussy throbbing and clamping down on him, trying to hold his cock inside her. But he kept fucking her through her orgasm, pushing inexorably past her trembling inner muscles, giving her no choice but to stay spread wide for him. There you are, love, he murmured in a strained thread of sound. Fuck, Athena. Her nails dug into his ass, and she ground herself against him desperately, still quivering and coming. His hands left her face at last and clutched her hips, holding her in place as he shoved deep one last time, threw back his head, and came along with her. He shook so hard, she wrapped him tightly within the cradle of her arms and legs in an instinctive attempt to keep him together. His orgasm wasn't loud, but he kept panting out soft, broken noises for a long, long time, his expression agonized. Until, that is, he collapsed down onto her and began to laugh almost soundlessly. Oh my God, Athena. He stamped a fierce kiss on her nose, still laughing, then buried his face in her neck. It's actually ridiculous how fucking good that felt. If she could have breathed, she would have laughed along with him. Shit, he finally gasped, carefully pulling out and flopping down next to her. Sorry, didn't mean to crush you. Immediately after he took care of the condom, he urged her onto her side and back into his arms. They were both sweaty, and their skins stuck together, and she really should pee as soon as possible, but right now she didn't even care. Face to face, he scrutinized her expression, his normal frown back in place. Don't you dare ask if that was good for me. She yawned, not even bothering to cover her mouth. Choirs are singing in the depths of my vagina. My clit already went online to nominate you for the Nobel Prize in sexing, and my vulva have started a grassroots fundraising campaign to bronze your dick for posterity. You know the patron saint of really incredible head? He was grinning now, his face bright pink. She didn't wait for his answer. Well, I saw his heavenly face tonight. He goes by the name Matthew, really likes orange caramel crunch scones, and eats pussy like it's his damn job. He snorted. I'm happy to hear that. Not as happy as I am to say it. She planted a smacking kiss on his mouth. Do you think there really is a patron saint of oral sex? We should consult Professor Google, he said. After. She crinkled her nose at him. After what? Before she quite knew what was happening, she was on her back once more, his head buried between her thighs. It took longer that time, but when she came on his tongue again, she clenched so hard she almost pulled a muscle. Afterward, he rested his head on her belly, and she played with his curls and massaged his jaw for a while. Athena kept her voice dry as the Mojave. You're really into that, huh? I really am, said Matthew. Late the next morning, Athena woke in Matthew's bed, in Matthew's arms.
Sometime during the night, she'd flipped onto her side, and now the hard warmth of his body molded against hers from behind. He had one arm under her neck, one circling her middle, and his breaths ruffled the hair at the crown of her head. In a tiny, almost imperceptible movement, he was stroking her belly. He was awake too, then. Good. She smiled and stretched a little, ready to show him exactly what they could do in this position, when she remembered. Damn it. I'm visiting my parents over the holidays, she said, her voice rough with sleep. I have to leave later today, unfortunately. His hand paused, then continued stroking. When? He didn't sound drowsy. He sounded weary but alert, like he'd been awake for hours or hadn't slept at all. Theoretically, whenever I want. Depending on the traffic around D.C., getting to Bethesda could take her anywhere from an hour and a half to way longer than that. But it was fine. The Beltway held no mysteries for her. I could go after dinner if you'd like. He made an unhappy noise. I don't want you driving in the dark. Then I should probably leave between 2 and 3. She glanced at the clock on his bedside table. In about 4 hours or so. Lowering his nose to her neck, he inhaled deeply. Will it take you long to pack? She shook her head. No, not long at all. His arms tightened around her, but he said nothing. I'm sorry. She meant that. They'd taken a huge leap forward in their relationship, and she didn't want her near immediate departure to sour something so ineffably sweet and promising. Normally I'd just go a day or two later than planned, but Mom and Dad have been worried about me. They wanted to come here to Harlots Bay weeks ago, but I asked them to give me time. They hadn't been happy about it, but they loved her and were trying to respect her wishes, so they'd agreed. He kissed her nape. You don't have to apologize, Athena. Of course your parents want to see you over the holidays. Did his estranged parents ever invite him to visit over Christmas? And if they didn't, how did that make him feel? Lonely, she'd imagine. Abandoned. As if he and his brother were orphans, for all that their parents were still alive. Carefully, she asked, Are you traveling too? No. Someone needs to cover on-call duties for the practice, and I volunteered since I wasn't planning to go anywhere. His tone was unconcerned, but she couldn't accurately gauge its truthfulness without seeing his expression. When will you be back? Since the college library would remain closed for over a week, she'd intended to return either New Year's Day or January 2nd, but New Year's Eve? Maybe he already had plans, but if he didn't, she hoped they could count down to midnight together. As a sort of vow to the universe. This year will be different. This year we'll handle whatever may come as a team. When she turned in his arms, his warm brown eyes studied her face. Would you like to spend New Year's Eve with me? You probably have other plans, but... Yes. She traced his hairline with her forefinger. I'd love that. His lips curved in a soft, private smile. Good. When he edged closer, his breath, a sweet, cool caress, she jerked her head back. Dr. Matthew Vine III, you dirty, rotten cheater. He froze. What? What did I... You got up and brushed your teeth, she accused. And now you intend to kiss me without giving me the same opportunity for minty freshness. When she scrambled out of bed, headed for the bathroom, he reached out to her in vain, then collapsed onto the mattress. I don't care whether you're minty fresh, sweetheart, he called after her. And I sincerely hope my mouth won't taste like toothpaste much longer either. She paused at the door, looking at him over her shoulder. Are you implying what I think you're implying? Because I'm surprised you don't have lockjaw by now, baby. I won't remain the champion of head for long if I don't work to retain my trophy, he told her solemnly. It's an honor, but also a responsibility. When she giggled, he grinned. Give me 5 minutes. Backing into the bathroom, she winked saucily at him. Then we'll see who claims the crown today. I have tricks, Dr. Vine. Moves that Professor Google couldn't even begin to comprehend, or his algorithms would implode. Techniques that would make Cosmos squirm in longing as it filleted a grapefruit-bedecked dick. He snorted. Far be it from me to deny a challenger her shot at victory. In the end, he deemed the contest a draw, but she knew better. Once she could muster the energy, she applauded and plucked flowers from the bedside vase to toss over his spent body. His blush was well worth the admission of defeat. See? No more mint, he murmured, kissing her lazily as they lay wrapped in each other's arms. Just the sweet, sweet taste of victory. That's pussy, baby, she told him, and his shout of laughter ringing through the quiet house was her own private victory. Eventually, she gave Matthew one final, lingering, non-minty kiss, then dragged herself from his embrace to shower and pack at home, while he walked to his office and caught up on charting. Luckily, Johnny was working that Saturday, so she didn't have to worry about dodging him as she left his brother's house in a well-fucked daze. Keeping her relationship with Matthew a secret didn't please her, but she understood why he wanted to avoid the towering awkwardness of that conversation with Johnny, and hopefully it wouldn't take Matthew long to realize this was it. She was his, he was hers, and there was no point in delaying the inevitable. Their one night together had told her everything she needed to know. She wanted him with her forever. And not just because of the sex, although heaven knew that was a powerful incentive to keep him by her side. She wanted him because she'd never even imagined that kind of emotional intimacy. Never offered herself to someone who understood absolutely everything about her and still seemed to adore her. Never curled up next to a lover and known for certain she could depend on him, no matter what challenges lay before them. Never trusted anyone with this sort of bone-deep faith in his essential goodness. She'd never loved a man this way, without caveats or fear. He made her laugh. He made her think. He made her come. Like, a lot. He made her believe in a future full of love and joy and possibility. And if she could, in fact, trust her own judgment, he loved her, too. So yes, she wanted to settle things between them and publicly claim him as hers, despite the complications posed by her history with his brother, so they could get started on that bright future together as soon as possible. Maybe she could broach the discussion on New Year's Eve if the moment seemed right. And as long as she was thinking of her future, she should probably check the local job listings one more time before she left for Bethesda, just in case Historic Harlots Bay was hiring again, or a position had finally opened up at the public library. If she intended to be with Matthew, and she did, obviously, that meant she'd be staying in Harlots Bay. And that meant she had to find more permanent work somewhere. The search took 5 minutes, maybe less, at which point she sat back in her chair and offered her laptop a pleased grin. Earlier that day, HHB had posted a new listing. They needed someone to work in costume and give tours inside the buildings. She could do that job, no problem. One click and the application that had seemed like such an insurmountable obstacle only 2 months before appeared on her screen. Today, she filled it out in 30 minutes. Another click and the completed form was winging its way across the interwebs. No need for help from anyone. Not Jackie, not Ivana, not even Matthew. She could do it on her own, and she had, and it felt good. After she shut down her laptop, her other travel preparations only took an hour, so she had plenty of time before leaving to complete the project she'd been working on for a couple of weeks, Matthew's Christmas present. Putting everything in place took another hour, and then she packed her car with her suitcase and gifts for her parents. After locking the Spite House's door behind her, she walked to Matthew's side of the alleyway and pressed her back against the brick facade of his house for the best view possible. Designing the custom clings had required time and considerable consultation with Professor Google, but she'd had just enough extra money in her checking account to decorate every window facing Matthew's home. Across from his kitchen, she'd positioned clings of scones and cinnamon rolls and danishes and potato chips. Across from his office, various sexy monsters lounged enticingly, including a guppy man with ripped abs and fins. And across from his bedroom, the ocean. rippling aquamarine waves topped with white foam, clear blue skies, sunlit sails puffed and flapping in the sea breeze above the pristine wooden decks of an 18th century British warship. Atop those decks stood tiny sailors, an equally tiny captain, and the small figure of a man with a peg leg, a dashing eye patch, and a parrot named Squawky perched on his strong, capable shoulder. The man held a medical bag. Even if they'd never become lovers, she still would have done this for him. As an apology. As a tribute to the man he was and the boy he'd been. Matthew's childhood dreams had been stripped from him far too young. And although she longed to be his heartfelt adult dream, she couldn't be everything to him. She didn't want to be everything to him because he deserved the world. Endless dreams all coming true. She might hope those dreams included her, but they should never, ever be limited to her. If he wanted undulating seas and sun-baked decks and adventure, she'd give them to him as best she could. If he wanted her body, she'd give him that too. And if he wanted her heart, she didn't have to give it to him. He already held it in his hands. 19. The morning of New Year's Eve, Matthew claimed he was too tired to stay up until midnight and urged his brother to make plans without him. Which, much to Matthew's relief, Johnny promptly did. Apparently he was meeting friends at a waterfront bar for some pool and the town's annual fireworks display. Perfect. If Matthew was careful enough, his brother would never need to know what he'd done and be hurt by it. And when Athena returned to Harlot's Bay, to him, he didn't want to wait for a private reunion. The entire week she'd been gone, he'd pined for her. There was no other word for it. Now that he finally had her in his bed, the sheets felt cold without her. The house seemed to echo with silence. Also, his hands and wrists might never recover from all the constant texting. Unlike A, as he'd discreetly dubbed her in his contacts, he'd never learned to type with his thumbs, and pecking out messages with a single forefinger took a painful eternity. Especially if he used proper punctuation and capitalization, which he couldn't seem to stop himself from doing, even during their most wonderfully distracting exchanges. "Impressive grammatical clarity under pressure, Dr. Vine," Athena wrote after their first awkward but ultimately satisfying attempt at long-distance sexual gratification. Never imagined sexting anyone who'd remember the Oxford comma in the heat of the moment. A short pause. Can't say it didn't turn me on. I never imagined sexting anyone, period. Period. There you go again with your punctuation foreplay. She sent him several fire emojis, and inexplicably, a kitten. Give a woman a bit of recovery time, won't you? Oh, a kitten. All right then, time to bring out the big grammatical guns and demonstrate his retention of her meme boot camp lessons. Can't stop, won't stop, he painstakingly typed out. Using correct punctuation during sexting, 23 out of 10. Would grammar sext again? You'd better, mister, she immediately replied. Don't tease me with a semicolon unless you mean it. So they'd had extensive contact during her absence, but he'd missed her terribly anyway, and he kept wishing there was some way to see her face whenever his loneliness overwhelmed him. Why the hell didn't he have a single picture of her he could access without Johnny's knowledge or assistance? And how did a woman as versed in modern culture as Athena not have a single social media account? He'd ask her to send him a selfie, but it was too risky. Someday, his brother might borrow the phone and spot the damning evidence of Matthew's devotion, either while Athena still remained in Harlot's Bay or after she'd moved on, to a more permanent job somewhere else, to a town that didn't contain her ex-fiancé, and to a man who could match her bold, brilliant charm. So, selfies were out as well. Eventually, Matthew had found a digitized image from an old newspaper. Athena Graydon, high school valedictorian, her blonde hair lighter and longer, her grin undimmed by shadows. She wore a shiny white gown and held a rolled-up diploma, and he could have stared at that picture for hours. He did, in fact, stare at that picture for hours. Like a damn weirdo, but desperate times, desperate measures. When he wasn't doing that, he was staring into space and remembering how sex with her had surpassed even his wildest fantasies. And when he wasn't doing that, he was staring out his windows and marveling at her windows, at how much thought and effort she devoted to him, at her generosity of heart, at how very, very much he adored her. Every time he looked at those window clings, the ocean breeze ruffled his hair like Athena's fingers. The air smelled like salt and tasted like Athena on his tongue. The sun warmed his shoulders like Athena's arms draped over him from behind. Before she left Harlot's Bay, he needed a photo of her, a recent one. He'd print it and hide it somewhere in his home, memorize it so it would remain safe in his heart, always. And in the meantime, he wanted her safe in his house. She would be arriving in the early evening, even though he'd urged her to wait until morning so she could travel in daylight and avoid any drunk drivers who'd pre-gamed, her word, New Year's Eve. She hadn't listened, and a tiny part of him was glad of that. In preparation for her arrival, he changed his sheets. He showered and shaved and ran a comb through his newfound curls. They tangled easily, but she'd obviously liked gripping fistfuls of them as he worshipped between her legs, and he'd liked how those sharp tugs felt. Those curls weren't going anywhere while Athena remained in his life and his bed. Around 5, he began looking out his window in anticipation of her arrival. By 8, when she finally parked at the curb, he was coming out of his skin with anxiety. As soon as he saw her, he hurried from his house directly to her car. And when he heard her locks disengage, he yanked her door open and took his first deep breath in hours, maybe days. "Matthew?" She looked and sounded tired, but he couldn't see any signs of injury. "Is everything okay?" Now it was. He nodded, his throat tight. Peering up at him, she asked gently, "Are you sure?" "Yes, love." Leaning into the car, he unbuckled her with hands that weren't entirely steady. "I'm sure." "I'm so sorry I worried you." With a groan, she swung her legs out of the car, and he helped her stand. "The Beltway traffic was awful, Matthew. People were driving like maniacs. My phone fell under my seat when I stopped short, and I didn't want to take my attention from the road long enough to retrieve it. But I should have pulled off somewhere to tell you I'd be late. I apologize." "You don't have to apologize to me," he told her, not for the first time, and then he gathered her into his arms, buried his face in her neck, and let the scent of her skin and shampoo fill his lungs and ease his concern. "Sometimes I do," she murmured. "Did you like your Christmas gift?" "Like is such a pallid word, baby," he told her in a deliberate echo of what she'd said the one night they'd spent together. She snorted in recognition, and he tugged her even closer. "I love it more than I can say. Thank you." He loved her more than he could say. "It's cold out here." Reluctantly ending their embrace, he rested his palm at the small of her back and guided her toward his house. "Come inside, sweetheart. If you give me your keys, I can unload your car while you warm up and relax." "I would be very, very grateful." She shivered a little as they stepped inside. "My bladder and I have been in a grudge match for the past hour or so. I won, but only through sheer force of will." After she rushed into his powder room, he removed the small suitcase from her back seat, along with a cherry-red cashmere blanket, still neatly folded in its upscale packaging. Thick, king-sized. A Christmas present from her parents, he presumed? Once he'd set the blanket carefully atop her suitcase, he opened a kitchen drawer and removed 2 printouts. When she emerged from the powder room, he handed her the papers. "Oh, Jesus, Pete, that feels so much better." She glanced at the printouts, then at him. "What's this?" "Part of your Christmas gift." He thought hard about what to give her, then went with his gut. Or, technically, her gut. "Read the letters." His gifts weren't exactly a diamond necklace or even a cashmere blanket, but Athena didn't wear much jewelry and ran hot at night, so her delighted gasp relieved his doubts. "Matthew freaking Vine! There's such a thing as a Potato Chip of the Month Club? How did I not know about this already?
Were people keeping it from... Wait. There's an organic potato sampler of the month club, too? That's... She trailed off, seemingly speechless. Then she tossed aside the papers, flung her arms around his neck, and squeezed him until he grunted. Thank you. I love it. Both it's, not just one of them. Planting a smacking kiss on his mouth, she jiggled them both in a happy dance. Merry potato-y Christmas to me. Smiling now, he told her,
There's one more present. It's in my bedroom near my fireplace.
Oh, really? She raised an eyebrow. Is it you, spread naked on a fluffy rug by the flickering firelight? He looked down at his fully dressed body.
No.
A pity. Her fake sigh gusted across his chin. Still, I'm sure it's a wonderful gift, even if it's not. She leaned back and leered ostentatiously at his jeans placket. The most wonderful gift? No one had ever considered his penis a gift before. This truly was a red-letter day. He followed her upstairs, and as soon as she saw the large box, she squealed and dropped to her knees beside it. Making claws of her hands, she tore away the paper in gleeful, enthusiastic rips, rather than neatly separating the gift wrap at the seams as Matthew did. When she revealed the item's packaging, she smiled happily at him. You got me a window AC unit. Thank you, baby.
I want you to be comfortable here when the weather gets hot again.
Only that was presuming way too much, wasn't it? She'd probably be gone by next summer.
Or, if you move somewhere else that's hot, maybe you can use the unit there instead.
Her mouth opened. Then she bit her lip, squinting at him with an unreadable expression on her lovely face. After several moments, she said firmly, Let's clear this up right now.
Oh, shit.
That sounded ominous. Sit down, Matthew. She pointed an imperious finger at his mattress. Gingerly, he perched on the edge of the bed.
Okay.
Here's what you need to know. She hitched backward until she sat braced against the wall, facing him directly. I've been periodically checking the job listings for Historic Harlots Bay, and a tour guide position opened up last week. I've already sent in my application. If I get the job, the training will start in March, not too long after my temp work at the library ends. Just to be clear, no one told me about the position. I found it and applied on my own. Pride suffused her expression, radiating from her straight spine and squared shoulders. I assume HHB still has your letter of recommendation, but if they don't, may I get another copy from you? He nodded, afraid to interrupt. She wasn't moving away and leaving him behind? Truly? I might not want to stay at HHB forever, but the job seems like a good fit for me right now. It would give me plenty of time around other people and a definite end to my workday, which I need, since my brain won't supply a finish line for me. Since I'd be giving tours at quite a few sites, I'm hoping the work would keep me interested long term. She took a deep breath. But if it didn't, if I got restless and needed a new challenge, I'd do my best not to hate myself for it. Like my dad said, no experience is ever wasted. And no matter what, I'd leave knowing I was the best employee I could be while I was there. God, he was so damn impressed by her progress over the past 2 months. Impressed and relieved and awed by her strength. Just now you talked about the possibility of me moving, so let me be absolutely clear. Rising to her knees, she shuffled to his bedside. Her hands rose to cup his cheeks, and her stare demanded his full attention. Even if I left that job, I wouldn't leave Harlots Bay. As long as you want me, I'm not going anywhere. I love you, Matthew. The abrupt rush of joy dizzied him, and her sweet, beloved face turned blurry. He hadn't even let himself hope she'd stay. Not for a single minute. Not when decades of loneliness had taught him the futility of wanting something, someone for himself. But she loved him. Loved him. Loved him. If she told him again, maybe he'd allow himself to believe it. You do? He whispered. Are you sure? With gentle sweeps of her thumbs, she wiped away his tears. I'm 1000% sure I love you. And you can trust the accuracy of my numbers since I took far too many statistics courses in college." He gave a watery snort.
"In that case, I'm 10,000% sure I love you more."
Her breath hitched, and she gave him a smile like the dawn. Like he was the only man she'd ever want for the rest of her life, and their life together began now. "I don't think so." She shook her head, frowning in faux solemnity. "Sorry, baby, there's no mathematically possible way you could love me more than I love you. The best minds of our generation have tried to theorize how it could happen and given up in despair. There's simply no outloving me." Yet here he sat before her, tear-stained and exultant, living proof she was incorrect. Sliding from the bed to his knees, he gathered her tightly in his arms and nuzzled the soft hair at her temple.
"We'll have to consult Professor Google about that."
"Yes," she said. "After."
"After what?"
he asked obligingly, and she showed him. He might not own a fluffy hearthside rug, but she had a brand new cashmere blanket, and it felt damn good against his bare ass as she rode him in the firelight. If the gesture wouldn't have confused and horrified her parents, he'd have sent them a heartfelt thank you note. Right before midnight, Athena draped them in that blanket as they sat on the wooden planks of his rooftop deck and waited for the fireworks. His back against the brick wall, Matthew settled her between his legs, wrapped his arms around her, and propped his chin on her shoulder. It was a crisp, clear evening, and starlight fell on him like a benediction.
"Warm enough?"
"Yep, I'm good." She leaned forward a little, and chill snuck between their bodies. "Matthew?" He pressed a kiss to her nape.
"Hmm?"
"I don't want to be a secret." He stilled. Once they'd declared themselves to one another, once she'd decided to stay in Harlot's Bay, this moment had become inevitable. Still, he'd hoped to delay it as long as possible because his brother genuinely cared for Athena. Not in the way Athena needed, and not enough to keep fighting for her despite Matthew's doubts and arguments, but yeah, Johnny was going to be hurt, angry, and if Matthew was right about his brother's post-Hawaii intentions toward Athena, things were going to get very messy very quickly. But her voice had contained no amusement, no give he could exploit to buy himself more time. Her statement, "I don't want to be a secret," had been clear and unapologetic, and the implicit demand it made was clear too. Matthew had to tell his brother. Maybe he'd misinterpreted Johnny's intentions. Maybe his brother had moved on and simply wanted to exercise his guilt by gaining her forgiveness. After all, he'd been willing to leave her a month before their damn wedding. So how much genuine love could he have borne for the woman in Matthew's arms? Not enough. Nowhere near as much as she deserved. Asking her to keep hiding their relationship would hurt her, and Matthew had sworn never to hurt her again. So he could do this. He had to do this.
"I'll tell Johnny tomorrow night."
She relaxed more fully into his embrace, the subtle distance between them melting away in an instant. "Thank you. I know it won't be easy. If you need me, I'm here." There was no mistaking her sincerity or affection.
"I know, sweetheart, I appreciate it."
He kissed her ear and tried not to worry. Slowly the night grew colder around them, and they huddled together for warmth and made idle, sleepy conversation. The clock wound down to midnight. Fireworks exploded in the sky, and before their eyes, a new year began. 20. Matthew thrust from behind, slow and firm and deep, teased her clitoris, his gentle fingers circling and sliding, clenched his other hand on her hip, holding both of them steady as he fucked her relentlessly. Athena couldn't hold out any longer. She came hard, her elbows collapsing beneath her, and he followed her down onto the mattress, his heaving chest curved protectively over her back. Even through his own shuddering orgasm, those capable fingers kept moving, teasing out her pleasure with light strokes, and she turned her face to the side, gasping into the pillow.
When they'd both begun to recover, Matthew eased them into a loose spooning position and ran a caressing hand up and down her spine. "You're okay?" It had taken a few minutes to convince him she didn't find getting fucked on her hands and knees degrading, as he'd worried, rather than incredibly hot. Even though she'd told him several times that nothing he could do to her would feel degrading. Not when he touched her with such tenderness and care. "I'm great." When she pressed back against him, he wrapped his arms around her. "You're good too?" "I just lived out one of my fantasies, love." He kissed her shoulder. "I'm fantastic." She patted his forearm in appreciation for the wordplay. Ha. As they lay cuddling, her brain slowly came back online. It was New Year's Day, a holiday from work for both of them. They'd snoozed and made love all morning, but sooner or later they'd have to return to life outside the cozy, preternaturally neat confines of his home, at which time he'd need to talk to his brother, a conversation Matthew was clearly dreading. Only, did he really need to talk to Johnny? Or could she do it for him? Matthew had spent his entire life protecting others and taking on their burdens. His parents, his brothers, his grandmother, his patients, her. But who protected him? Who shouldered his burdens when he labored under their weight? Ivana, maybe? No one else, as far as Athena could tell. She wanted to do that for him. She wanted to be his champion and shield. "Hey, Matthew," she said, turning in his arms to face him. "Why don't I—" His cell rang, cutting her off. "Sorry," he murmured, kissing her on the cheek before reaching for his nightstand. "I'm on call today. Let me check what's happening." As it turned out, the practice's answering service was relaying a message from parents frantic about their toddler's swift-spreading rash. Matthew called the parents back, listened patiently to their explanations and concerns, and directed a silent wince of apology her way before agreeing to meet them at the office in half an hour. She wouldn't have expected anything else from him. She didn't want anything else from him, no matter how much she wished they could have kept cuddling and talking. He tapped his screen to hang up, then sighed. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. I could have sent them to an urgent care, but the wait would be horrendous today, and her parents don't really trust unfamiliar doctors." After another kiss and glide of his palm over her bare hip, he headed for the bathroom. "The appointment shouldn't take too long. If you want to stay here, you're more than welcome. Or if you want to head back home, I can join you there when I'm done." "I think I'll go home," she called as he ran water in the sink. "I can unpack and do some laundry." He emerged from the bathroom, his hair damp and neatly combed. "I'll leave a key for you on the kitchen counter then. Just lock the door behind you when you leave, and I'll be over at your house as soon as I can." Her muscles ached as she stretched, and she yawned hugely. "Gotcha." Within moments, he was dressed in his usual work attire. Looking like a man who'd spent the last 24 hours in placid, monkish contemplation rather than assorted fucking-related activities, he halted by the side of the bed and gazed down at her. He ran the pad of his forefinger over her cheek. "Keep the key, Athena. You're always welcome here." "Thanks, baby." Grabbing that finger, she gave it a kiss. "Love you." "I love you too, sweetheart. So much." After stroking her cheek again, he headed for the hall. "Doctor like the wind," she called after him, and he laughed. His footsteps on the stairs creaked. After another minute, his front door closed with a faint click, followed by the distinctive thunk of a deadbolt sliding home. Easing out of his bed with a groan, she gathered her discarded clothing and threw on the dress, cardigan, and keds. No need for a bra when she was only going next door, and no need to deal with her bedhead. She'd take a shower when she got the laundry started. A key lay on the kitchen counter as promised. Her suitcase by her side, she yawned again and left his house. After so many hours spent in a dim room with its shades drawn, the brightness of the early afternoon was blinding. Squinting against the glare, she locked the door behind her and looked up. Only to find Johnny Vine standing approximately 3 feet in front of her, his back to the sun. As her eyes adjusted, he remained more a silhouette than a man for a few moments, his dark hair haloed by red highlights, his face in shadows.
Once she could see him clearly, she wished she couldn't. His gaping mouth slowly closed and his jaw turned stony. He scanned her up and down once, then a second time, his cheeks flushing with livid color. Fuck. Fuck, why hadn't she checked to make sure the coast was clear before leaving? Why hadn't she put on a bra or combed her hair? There was no mistaking where she'd been or what she'd been doing, and no mistaking the man with whom she'd been doing it. Repeatedly. She gave a weak wave. Hi, Johnny. He braced his fists on his narrow hips, a vein at his temple pulsing.
Athena.
Good to see you. She managed to force out, then winced. No, it was decidedly not good to see him, especially not like this, at a moment when she was essentially, if inadvertently, shoving her sexual relationship with Matthew in Johnny's face and grinding it in a bit for good measure. Get your shit together, Graydon, she ordered herself. Okay, yeah, this was awkward and not, optimal. Still, she could take advantage of the situation, right? She could make the necessary confessions so Matthew wouldn't have to, and that would at least salvage something good out of this extremely fraught moment.
What the hell is...
Johnny began, only to stop when she held up a hand. Let's go inside my house for this discussion, she told him, and it wasn't a suggestion. When she swiveled on her heel and walked into the alleyway, he followed her silently, brooding with all the petulant intensity of a dickish Bronte hero. He dumped her ass a month before their wedding on his older brother's say-so. Dr. Johnny Vine the Unnumbered had no right to brood in her direction. Thus, he was definitely a dick. It remained to be seen, however, whether he fell toward the Rochester end of the dick scale, kind of charming despite all his bigamous wife-imprisoning horribleness, or the Heathcliff end, i.e., abandon hope, all ye who let him enter here. Sadly, she'd let him enter there. Ugh. She led the way inside the spite house. He nudged the door shut with his foot and did so softly enough that it didn't slam. One point toward Rochesterdom. For a moment, they simply stood in the sunlight, streaming through the windows, and regarded one another. He was so familiar. His Hawaiian tan was fading, and those dark circles under his eyes suggested he hadn't been getting enough sleep. But his hair flopped becomingly over his forehead. His jeans molded to his fit frame, and his tee stretched over his impressive biceps, and she felt no tug of sexual or romantic attraction. At all. Weirdly enough, she didn't feel especially angry either. Sometime over the past 2 months, had she finally gotten over their failed engagement? Digging deep, she searched herself and found both more and less than she would have expected. A hint of nostalgic sadness for the hopeful, naive people they'd been a year ago. Some fondness, too. A lingering affection for the man-boy who'd made her laugh and cared for her in his own way. Bitterness, yeah, it was there, but not in any great quantity. The lion's share of her anger, in the end, hadn't actually belonged to him. Mostly she'd been angry at herself, and unable to deal with her overwhelming emotions, unwilling to confront just how sad, lost, and ashamed she felt, eager to paper over all her uncomfortable thoughts and feelings with a thin facade of rage directed at the Vine brothers. But now she loved one of those brothers, and she no longer hated the other. More importantly, she no longer hated herself. So she had enough grace within her to say this with gentleness, even if her ex-fiancé might have earned a bit of spite. Johnny, she took a deep breath. I'm sorry you found out this way. Please let me explain. To his credit, he seemed to have retreated from his foray into Bronte hero-dom. His hands were loose at his sides, that vein at his temple no longer ticking away in beats of rage. He was still watching her, but not in narrow-eyed judgment anymore. In fact, if she didn't know better...
Let me speak first, Athena,
he said quietly.
Please?
Uh-oh. Okay. He moved a step closer to her.
You asked for time, So I gave it to you. But what I've wanted to tell you since I got back from our honeymoon is this. I made a terrible, terrible mistake, and I'm so very sorry.
You've already apologized, Johnny. Why was he doing so again, now, of all times? If you want my forgiveness, you can have it. That said,
of course I want your forgiveness, but I wasn't finished, Athena. Please let me say the rest.
His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, and his eyes held hers.
I'm sorry I listened to Matthew instead of my own heart. I'm sorry I broke our engagement. I'm sorry I let you bear the brunt of my bad decisions. I'm sorry I hurt you. And most of all, I'm sorry you're not in my life anymore because I miss you, Athena, so very much.
She stared at him in absolute shock. He took another step closer and she couldn't do anything but blink dazedly at him.
I want you back.
There was no offended pride or arrogance in the statement, only a heartfelt plea.
I love you, and I want us to be together again.
Oh, heavens. This was so fucking awful and awkward and... Johnny, she whispered, retreating until her butt hit her counter. I appreciate everything you just said, I really do, but Matthew and I are together now. We grew close after I moved here, and we recently became a couple. I love him. At that, he trained his gaze on the floor, his jaw working.
Okay,
he finally said, his voice thick with emotion.
Okay.
Another apology rested on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed it back. She wasn't sorry to be with Matthew. She was jubilant, proud. Instead, she said in all honesty, neither of us wanted to hurt you. When he looked up again, his brown eyes blazed with renewed rage, and a wash of ruddy color had begun to spread down his tense neck. His hands had closed tight, knuckles bulging. Whatever his faults, Johnny wouldn't hurt her. She was certain of that. But his expression echoed Carl's usual murderousness more than she'd wish at the moment. I can see you're angry at me, she began cautiously, and he interrupted immediately.
I'm not angry at you. Not even a little, Athena.
He raised a hand when she opened her mouth to speak.
I broke our engagement and left you high and dry. You had every right to fall in love with anyone you wanted, including Matthew.
Phew. Okay, then. Her heartbeat began to slow, and she closed her eyes in relief. I'm so glad you understand. I appreciate that, Johnny.
Athena, don't mistake me.
He waited until she opened her eyes again. When she did, she flinched at the seething fury in his flushed, grim face. In that moment, he didn't look like the amiable man-boy she'd agreed to marry. He didn't even look much like Matthew. He was something new. A complete stranger.
I'm not angry at you,
he repeated.
But I am really, really fucking angry at my brother.
Then he turned and stalked away, closing her door behind him with a deliberate, stony precision that was somehow more frightening than a loud slam would have been. Through her front window, she watched him stride in the direction of downtown, in the direction of Strumpet Square Pediatrics. And once she could feel her legs again, she scrambled after him. Turned out, rage lent Johnny a great deal of speed. His longer legs and lifelong commitment to cardio didn't hurt his pace either. There was simply no way Athena could catch up with him. By the time she emerged from the alleyway, he was already out of sight. As she hustled in his wake, she kept trying to contact Matthew. Texts, calls, even an email containing only a subject line. It read, "Call me now! Right now!" Unfortunately, Dr. Matthew Vine III was a consummate professional, committed to giving even after-hours patients every iota of his attention. His phone was either in silent mode or tucked in a drawer somewhere. Just as she arrived, panting at the practice's entrance, a disheveled man carrying a wailing toddler on his hip pushed open the door. Good. Whatever was about to happen inside that office didn't require an audience. "Let me get that for you," she said breathlessly. She held the door for the duo, then hurried inside the office, advanced a dozen steps, and time suddenly reversed itself. The dimly lit waiting room, with its rows of seating and bins of children's toys, transformed into a chilly museum hallway. The nubby carpet under her keds became marble. Her wrinkled blue dress turned moon pale and sprouted strawberries, and it wasn't January anymore. It was late December. This was her engagement party. And the Vine brothers stood just around a corner arguing about her. She should have left. Right then. Either that or let them know she was a half dozen steps away from them. One of those two options. She stayed, instead. She listened. Because she wasn't sure either of them would welcome her interruption of a private moment. Because her presence might only make things worse. Because she was so afraid. So very afraid that history was about to repeat itself, and she had to know. What were they saying about her behind her back? Did Matthew love her enough to defend her? To fight for her? Even against his own brother? Unlike Johnny, did Matthew love her enough to stay with her?
Loved Athena, but you told me to dump her. You told me she wouldn't make a good wife. You told me to end the goddamn engagement and never look back. When she came to Harlot's Bay, you told me to stay away from her.
Bitter rage had turned her ex-fiancé's voice to grit.
And then you fucking took her for yourself? Who does that, Matthew? What kind of terrible fucking brother would even dream of doing that?
Matthew didn't say a word.
Did you want her for yourself all along? Was that it? Were you sabotaging our relationship and waiting for it to die so you could swoop in like a fucking vulture and snatch her up?
Johnny's rapid breaths were audible, even from around the corner.
Well, guess what, asshole? Athena and I were meant to be together, and I intend to win her back, so step out of the fucking way, bro.
Matthew finally spoke, his words barely audible.
There's no winning her back, Johnny. Bullshit! Once you're out of the picture, I can convince her, and fuck you for even trying to deny it.
A thud reverberated through the office, the impact of a hand slamming against the wall.
She might have thrown a pity fuck your way, but she loved me enough to agree to marry me. If you hadn't poisoned everything, she would have married me, you fucking liar. She wanted to marry you for the wrong reasons. If you asked her, she'd tell you that too.
Matthew sounded unutterably weary.
I'm sorry, Johnny. She cared about you, but not in the way she needed to. Not enough to marry you and have a happy life together.
Johnny responded immediately, angrily.
I don't believe that. I don't believe you.
In the hush that followed, Athena's pulse thudded in her ears. The silence stretched and stretched again, turning unbearable, and she waited to hear the words. Any moment now, Matthew would say he loved her. Any moment now, he'd tell Johnny he wasn't giving her up. Not for anyone. Not even for his brother, and especially not for a brother who'd willingly broken an engagement to her. Which was, as it turned out, the right decision, because she didn't belong with Johnny. She belonged with Matthew, and only yesterday he'd committed himself to her. He, unlike his brother, honored his commitments. So, he'd spurn Johnny's demands gently but decisively, and he'd do so soon. Any moment now.
This is my chance, Matthew.
During that extended silence, some of Johnny's anger had dissolved into grief. His words were thick with tears, and so racked with emotion they hurt to hear.
This is my chance to finally have my own family. You had 8 years, and I know that's not enough, but I had 2 fucking weeks. That's it. And then everything was gone. Everyone was gone. All before I was old enough to fucking crawl.
Her heart broke for both brothers, even as her entire body began vibrating with dread. Because Johnny had done it. He'd finally found the thinnest, most tender stretch of skin his brother had, the wound that had never entirely healed, and taken a scalpel to it. Matthew wouldn't give her up for the man Johnny was. But for the boy Johnny had been, the child Matthew had raised so carefully, so lovingly, so fearfully,
She didn't know.
I want to make a family with Athena,
Johnny declared brokenly.
So whatever she needs, whatever she wants, I'll fucking give her. I won't break my promises. I won't ask you to keep them for me. I'll do it myself because I love her.
Sadly enough, she believed him. Now, when it was much too late.
Even if you're right, and she won't take me back.
The sound of his muffled sob echoed strangely.
You're my only family, Matthew. The one constant in my entire existence. But if you're with the woman I love, how can I keep you in my life? How can I live next door to both of you? How am I supposed to move on when my own brother took everything I want?
Athena's ragged fingernails scored her palms.
I trusted you.
The words were a grief-stricken cry.
I trusted you, Maddie. How could you do this to me?
I'm so sorry, Johnny, Matthew was going to say. Any moment now.
I love Athena, and I won't let her go. I know it'll take time, but you're my brother, and I love you too, and we can get past this.
Another agonizing silence stretched her conviction to its limits, but she grappled for purchase and held on. She had faith in Matthew. She had faith in his commitment to her. Up until the very second he spoke again.
All right,
he finally said. And it was the resigned, desolate sigh of a broken man.
I'll walk away. I'll end things.
Through the roaring in her ears, she didn't hear Johnny's response, but she did see his shadow moving back toward the waiting room, back toward her. Her eyes, dry as a tomb, she ducked behind a row of seats and he didn't look her way. He simply walked to the door and exited, a man who'd gotten what he wanted. Temporarily. She wasn't Matthew. She couldn't be manipulated by guilt. Johnny would never, ever have her again. Especially not by winning her like a wonky-eyed stuffed squirrel at the county fair ring toss. Slowly, she rose back to her feet in the dim, after-hours waiting room. Of course Matthew let you go. What man fights to keep a girlfriend who's too fucking lazy and damaged to take a fucking shower? What rational being would lash himself to an anchor? Who would want you, Athena, for anything other than a temporary bout of madness? No, those were just thoughts. Ungenerous thoughts passing by like dark clouds. It might be easier to focus on those clouds than the bright warmth of the sun, and it might be easier to believe ungenerous thoughts than words of kindness and self-forgiveness. But she knew the truth, and she had to remember it. No matter how thickly the clouds gathered, or how darkly they shadowed the horizon, the sun shone above them. They would pass, and the sun would remain. Just as the anchor would sink. But it would rise again. Muck be damned. Closing her eyes, she drew on everything she'd learned in therapy. She pretended everything that had just occurred, everything she'd done and said and been, had happened to a beloved friend instead. She would never, ever call her friend lazy or an anchor. She'd hold that friend and pass her tissues and make her tea and then tell her she was trying her best. She always tried her best, and she deserved happiness. She deserved commitment and devotion. And if neither of the Vine brothers had loved her enough to stand by her side, that wasn't a problem with her. It was a problem with them. Then, pissed on her friend's behalf, she'd probably start contacting MLM companies and political campaigns, but been there, done that. Johnny's version of love wasn't good enough for her. Matthew's version of love wasn't good enough for her. She deserved better. Her eyes were open now. The insistent prickling behind her lids, the desperate urge to weep, had come and gone, and it would probably come again, soon. But before it did, before she could go home and send an SOS email to her therapist, she had one last task to complete. It wasn't hard to find Matthew's office. When she approached his doorway, he was half standing in front of his desk, slumped onto its edge, his head bowed and his hands over his face. Seeing him like that tore at her heart, but comforting him was no longer her responsibility or her privilege, so she simply knocked on the doorframe. When he dropped his hands and looked up, his expression was terrible. Defeat and grief had carved every austere line on his face into a canyon, and warmth had fled his skin, turning it so pale it was almost gray. The shadows in his eyes matched the pits beneath them. The moment he registered her presence, his breath shuddered. "I wasn't careful when I left your house." She kept her voice neutral. "I apologize." He shot to his feet and shook his head so violently he courted whiplash. Don't. His eyes were bright with tears. "Athena, I didn't." "It's fine." No need to extend his misery. Or hers, for that matter. "You don't have to explain, Matthew. I heard, and I get it." "What?" He dashed away the wetness on his cheeks with his knuckles, studying her through red-rimmed eyes. "What do you get?" "You love me, but not enough to fight for me. Not enough to stay with me." She mustered a tiny, wry, genuine smile. "Just like your brother." His mouth opened then, but he didn't seem able to find words. So she pictured the sunlight above a blanket of dark clouds, an anchor slowly rising from the ocean's depths, and she found hers. "I know I deserve better." At least she was trying very, very hard to believe it, which was good enough for now. "Thank you for helping me get to that point." Her voice rang with both sincerity and finality, and he appeared to recognize both. He simply looked at her, grave and weary and miserable, as she turned to go. "Goodbye, Matthew," she said, and walked away. Impatient as a puppy, Johnny was waiting outside her alleyway door. Apparently, she had yet another task to complete before she could email Carol and tell her, "Being the filling in an open-faced Vine Brothers sandwich blows. Please therapize me ASAP." "Athena," he began. "Once your student loans are paid off, you should take Matthew on vacation," she told him. "Somewhere he can try sailing on an old-fashioned tall ship. And during thunderstorms, you need to get him indoors and have him wear noise-canceling headphones." "I..." Johnny hesitated. "What?" She waved an impatient hand. "Your brother likes old-timey ships and he's scared of lightning. You didn't know that?" Johnny's lips pressed into a thin, resentful line. "No, but he's terrible at communicating. You must have realized that at some point." "Maybe that's true. Or maybe you just didn't pay attention." She shrugged. The two possibilities aren't mutually exclusive, of course. After a moment, Johnny regrouped and managed to remember the ostensible purpose of this conversation. The anger in his expression faded, and he drifted closer. "I don't want to talk about my brother, Athena. I want to talk about us." His voice was so warm, so persuasive. But she'd been inoculated against that particular fever in July, when he'd called off the wedding, and she now had lifetime immunity to his charms. "There is no us." She enunciated each word very, very clearly. "When you ended our engagement, us became Johnny Vine and Athena Graydon, two separate individuals who will never, and I mean never, be in a romantic relationship together ever again." His mouth twisted, in sadness, in regret, in denial. She didn't know which. She didn't care. Meeting his eyes, she willed him to understand, to believe what she was telling him. "There's no going back, Johnny. If that's why you forced your brother to break up with me, all you managed to accomplish was hurting the one person in your life who's always put you first, not to mention the woman you claim to still love." "You..." He swallowed. "You heard that?" "Yes. I heard your argument at the office. All of it."
Removing her glasses, she pinched the bridge of her nose and ignored her growing headache. Now please hear me. I've moved on, and you need to do the same. If you truly love me, like you say you do, you'll accept that and leave me be. His face was crumpling in grief, maybe even in heartbreak, but if she hadn't softened for Matthew, she certainly wasn't softening for Johnny. I wish you luck, and I wish you well, but that's as far as it goes. She put her glasses back on. Thank you for loving me enough to ask me to marry you, and thank you in advance for loving me enough to let me go. Goodbye, Johnny. As she turned on her heel, unlocked her door, and closed it firmly behind her, she thought, I've walked away from both Vine brothers in the last half hour. I now have the complete set. She snorted out a hysterical giggle, which turned into a sob. Through her tears, she called her parents and told them she was finally agreeing to stay with them while she put the Spite House up for sale. Through her tears, she managed to leave a coherent message for Fawn, who'd seemed like a very capable real estate agent. Through her tears, she emailed her therapist. Finally, through her tears, she closed her window shades. Not all of them, though. Not this time. Only the ones on Matthew's side. The rest she left open to the streaming sunlight.
21. It didn't take Matthew long to suspect he'd fucked up. Even before Athena had appeared in his office doorway, the doubts had sprung to life and multiplied, their growth exponential rather than linear. If he thought about it, he could probably trace their genesis to the very moment he told his brother, I'll walk away. But it was too late. He'd given his brother his word, and keeping his promises to Johnny had been the occupation of his entire lifetime, with the exception of 8 short years. So instead of breaking his word to his brother, he was breaking faith with Athena. And appropriately enough, he felt broken too. Yesterday, she'd closed the shades on his side of the house before he made it back from his office, so he had no way to track how or what she was doing. Which was only fair. She deserved her privacy, and he didn't deserve a glimpse of what he'd willingly relinquished. Despite those drawn shades, though, he could still see her, and not just when she left the house for groceries or work. Whenever his salt-seared eyes closed, she greeted him with her small, glowing smile. She arched to meet the slow slide of his hand over her soft, soft skin. She cried in his arms. She held him in his own grief, and she stroked his hair in comfort, in gratitude, in affection. Yeah, he still saw her all the time. The only woman he'd ever loved in almost 4 decades of existence. The woman whose love for him he'd held carefully cupped in his palm, only to turn his hand over and spread his fingers wide. Despite Matthew's agreement to leave Athena, Johnny hadn't spoken to him since their argument. So maybe that relationship was irrevocably damaged, too. Which would be ironic, and probably well-deserved. His younger brother was quiet this morning, and not just with Matthew. As they sat in the employee lounge and Ivana shared necessary information for the upcoming day, Johnny stared blankly down at his notebook, his shoulders rounded, his pen unmoving. Maybe he was distracted by his plans to lure Athena into his arms once more. Or maybe he'd launched those plans with his typical impatience and already been rejected because Matthew hadn't lied to his brother. Athena wouldn't take Johnny back. Athena wouldn't take either of them back. Do you agree, Matthew? Ivana asked, in reference to something. Yes, he said. Because whatever. It didn't matter. If they needed him to take an extra on-call shift or visit the hospital nursery or assist a CPNP with a particular patient, fine. He had no reason to go home. Athena wasn't waiting for him there, and he could access her behind his own eyelids whenever he wanted. Ivana was watching him now, her scrutiny sharp. That didn't matter either. Atop the wholesale agony of his memories from yesterday, he barely noticed the additional sting. Over a sleepless, ink-black night, he'd replayed the entire disastrous confrontation. He'd listened to himself acquiesce to his brother's demands, to his brother's needs, over and over. and right before dawn he tried to nail down the reasons he'd done it. In part, it must have been simple reflex. Matthew had become Johnny's true father a long, long time ago, and a father's instincts twitched beneath his skin. My kid is unhappy. I need to fix it however I can, immediately. Those instincts, combined with long, long experience in sacrificing himself for his brother's happiness and giving Johnny whatever he wanted, must have guided Matthew through his impenetrable labyrinth of emotions to the nearest exit, the most familiar one, the easiest one, although not easiest for him. Easiest for Johnny, Matthew's son, in fact, if not in blood. The pale morning light had begun to wash through the windows of the staff lounge, illuminating Johnny's face without pity. For the first time, Matthew noticed crinkles at the corners of his brother's eyes. Crow's feet, born of tiredness, yes, and maybe grief too, but also age. His brother wasn't a child anymore, not even a young adult. Johnny was over 30 years old. At 30, Matthew had already raised a kid old enough to legally drink. And while that wasn't right, it had never been right, Matthew had deserved a childhood too. And they'd both deserved real parents. The contrast in what the two brothers had done by that age, what had been expected of them and what they expected of themselves, was startling. If a stranger were to study the Vine brothers now, would they say Johnny was the one in need of extra support? For every moment of Johnny's life, he'd had at least one family member dedicated to his comfort and happiness. Now he was a grown adult, and an intelligent one. He owned a house, free and clear. He'd earned a medical degree and was well on his way to becoming a creditable pediatrician, especially if his post-Hawaii commitment to his work proved permanent. He'd gathered a large, supportive circle of friends who invited him to Halloween parties and New Year's Eve get-togethers, and Johnny gladly joined them whenever his brother wasn't available. He'd never lacked for girlfriends or friends offering benefits, and he'd been engaged once already. That engagement had ended by his own choice, not his fiancée's. Then there was Matthew. Before Athena, he'd never had a girlfriend, never had a lover. Most people liked him well enough, but apart from Ivana and Carl, who would actually consider him a true friend or confidant? Until Athena, he'd been so fucking lonely. All the time. Disconnected and lost, even though he'd lived in this town his entire life, known and gotten along with everyone, and never questioned his life path or moved out of his childhood home. She'd blown into Harlot's Bay like a cyclone and upended everything he thought he knew, only to settle herself comfortably in the bleak, barren corners of his disarranged life, filling them with joy and purpose and affection. But that was done now. He'd flipped and flexed his hand. He'd watched her love drop to the bricks and shatter. If she cried, he couldn't comfort her. If she laughed, he couldn't hear it. If she pursued new adventures, he couldn't accompany her. If she wrecked on the rocks again, he couldn't offer his help as she pieced herself back together. And he still didn't have one fucking photo of her that was his alone. A chair screeched, and he dimly wondered whose. Then he was standing, walking out the employee lounge door, out the practice's back exit, and out from under the weight of a dozen shocked, concerned stares. He didn't take this particular path daily, or even weekly, but it was familiar. One right turn, and then another. 4 blocks of walking, away from the town center and toward more residential areas. Through the creaking gate, which he'd treat with WD-40 the next time he came. Over the grass, brown with the desolation of winter. There were no flowers at the grave, either fresh or fake. Adrian wouldn't have known what to do with plants, apart from eating them. That kid had shoved anything and everything into his mouth, especially when a new tooth was about to poke through his poor, inflamed gums. Sometimes, stupid as it felt, Matthew brought one of Adrian's teething toys with him when he visited. A ring of plastic keys, or a nubby circle, just the right size for chewing without any risk of choking. Other times he brought his brother's favorite stuffed elephant, its neck floppy from Adrian's little hands and pudgy arms wrapped tight. He didn't leave those mementos of his brother's too short life at the grave, but they were offerings nevertheless. Today Matthew brought nothing but himself. When he sat, the chill of the damp ground immediately seeped into his bones. Did it matter? He couldn't stay long. There were patients to see, duties to fulfill, routines to follow. He might have broken his own heart, but life plodded on regardless. God, he hated visiting here in the winter. His brother would be so goddamn cold, and Matthew couldn't do a single thing about it. A coat, thick and familiar, covered his shoulders, and someone dropped down next to him. Ivana. The bottoms of her sharp heels studded with clumps of dirt and grass. She maneuvered him like a doll until he was wearing his wool coat, then stretched out her legs. Due to my racing stripes, I have the reflexes and speed of a cheetah, she said, her gaze trained on his brother's gravestone. Good thing, too, since you took off like a broody rocket. Sorry. Aching inside and out, he gathered his legs beneath him. I'll come back. She rested a hand on his shoulder, and he subsided. You're covered. Akio's taking your first 2 appointments, and Johnny's squeezing in a couple of mine, which I confirmed right before I sprinted out the door. He nodded, unable to meet her eyes. I apologize for the disruption. Skip the apologies and tell me what's going on, Matthew. She scooted closer until they sat shoulder to shoulder. I've never seen you like this before. And we've been friends for a really, really fucking long time, so that's saying something. His next breath shuddered. I can't. If he talked right now, he'd cry. And if he let himself disintegrate entirely, he couldn't get up and be the in-control authority figure his patients, their parents, and his employees needed. I'm in no hurry, she said, imperturbably. We can stay here as long as you need. For a while, they sat silently, the warmth of his coat and her nearness beating back some of the chill. Then he told her everything, because he knew his friend. She was stubborn as blazes, and she'd outweighed him. Hell, if he didn't surrender before nightfall, she'd simply call Jackie and have a tent and sleeping bag brought to the damn cemetery. After he was done, they sat silently again, waiting until his tears had dried. Then she sighed and turned to look at him. Matthew, I may need you to explain everything again. I'm having trouble understanding why you dump Athena for Johnny's sake, even knowing she'd never take him back. Dump. He'd always loathed using that terrible word in reference to Athena, but it was apt. Again. Because he'd tossed her aside like a bit of refuse, hadn't he? Just like his brother. I think... He pressed 2 fingers to the spot where his head throbbed worst. I raised Johnny like a father would. And I think I got too used to giving him anything he wanted, to make up for what he was missing. What you were both missing, Ivana corrected. You both lost a brother. You both lost your parents, even if they were technically still around. She never let him get away with anything, and he loved her for it. Always had. Yes, you're right. I lost my brother too. I lost my parents. I lost Granny. Her headstone was only a row away, and she got fresh flowers once a month. No teething toys. Although, to be honest, she'd probably appreciate her dentures more than Daisy's. Johnny is the only family I have left. And that was the final straw, wasn't it? The last, decisive burden laid upon his straining back, breaking his will to fight for Athena. I was terrified, Ivana. Panicked. Almost unable to form words through the fear. I wanted to tell him, no. I love Athena and want to stay with her, but I was so afraid that... He couldn't even say it out loud. You'd lose him as well. When he nodded, she hiked up her knees and pinned him with her clear, brown stare. Matthew, do you genuinely think your brother would cut you out of his life forever if you were with Athena? I mean, he may be the only blood family you have left, but you're also the only blood family he has left. It was a good question. Too bad he didn't have a good answer. Maybe not, he said after a minute. But if I refused him, I knew things would change between us. Possibly for good. Ivana spread her hands. Is that really such a bad thing? Do you really want to keep your relationship exactly the way it is now? You, forever the responsible older brother. Johnny, the feckless kid who needs guidance and protection, no matter what it costs you? Isn't that doing you a disservice? Isn't that doing him a disservice? Those were the same questions he'd begun asking himself in the employee lounge. What did Johnny actually need from Matthew now? What did he deserve? What, if anything, did Matthew deserve from Johnny? He didn't know. Right now, he was only certain about two things. He and his brother had both failed Athena, one after the other. And Johnny would eventually be okay without her, but Matthew wouldn't. She won't forgive me. And I don't blame her. His voice was so quiet he barely heard it himself. I threw her love away, just like my brother did, and she listened to me do it. Then he'd let her walk off without trying to stop her, without even telling her one last time how irrevocably she'd stolen his heart. If he came up to her now, told her he'd changed his mind and refused to step aside for his brother, and tried to make his case for resuming their relationship, she'd fucking eviscerate him. Definitely verbally, possibly physically. He'd made his own bed. The sheets might be disgustingly filthy, but he still had to climb between them and lie there. You're probably right about Athena. At this point, I imagine she's had enough of the Vine brothers, which is a feeling I know all too well. Trust me on that. Ivana's manicured finger poked him in the ribs, and he yelped out a protest. But Matthew, you started raising an infant at 8 years old, yet somehow managed to get yourself through medical school and a pediatric residency. Then you turned around and did the same thing for your brother. You're smart, hardworking, and incredibly stubborn. This time, the pressure of her shoulder against his wasn't a comforting nudge. It was a shove. So if you love her, why are you giving up without a fight? She shoved against him again, even harder, and he toppled over onto his side. Yes, Athena will probably refuse to take you back. Does that mean you shouldn't even try? When she put it like that, not trying sounded stupid. Absurd, even. Because what did he honestly have to lose? His pride? He'd never had any when it came to Athena. His brother? Well, that was a trickier issue. Johnny already kind of hated him right now, and Matthew's decision to pursue Athena would only make matters worse. You genuinely think Johnny would forgive me? He asked tentatively. Ivana lifted a shoulder. Maybe not for a while, but eventually. If you let Athena leave, though, there'll be no eventually with her. The two of you will be done. Forever. It was true that Johnny had never been much of a grudge holder, and Matthew really was his only remaining family. And, damn it, yes, it was past time for their relationship to change. Even Matthew could admit that now. You're right. He eyed Ivana cautiously as he raised himself back to a seated position. Of course I'm right. His best friend buffed her shiny nails against her fancy peacock blue coat. It's time for you to grovel, Matthew. Grovel like no man has groveled before outside of Sadie Brazen's novels. Just FYI, Victoria said Brazen's guppy dude removed a guppy fin to prove his guppy regret and guppy devotion after wronging his fated non-guppy mate. At Matthew's look of horror, she shrugged. It grew back. And when it did, for some reason, he got an extra guppy penis, too. Of course he did. Damn it, Brazen? My limbs won't regenerate, Matthew said slowly. So, Ivana stood and swatted dead grass off her wool-clad rear. Get creative! Just grovel, Vine! Guppy style. Got it, he told her, then heaved himself to his own feet. When in doubt, ask myself WWGMD. What would Guppy Man do? Limb removal was a hard no, but almost everything else was up for debate. For the first time since Athena's departure from his office, a sense of purpose and possibility filled some of the desolate hollowness she'd left behind. And as he and Ivana walked arm in arm back to the practice, he began making plans. Guppy style. 22. Athena's for sale signs kept disappearing. It was weird. She'd never had any issues with theft before, and neither had the neighbors she asked. But 3 damn days in a row, she'd trooped over to Fawn's office in the afternoon, procured another sign from the increasingly exasperated real estate agent, and thumped it deep into the little patch of grass in front of the Spite House. Only to wake up the next morning to a signless yard. She'd think the universe was telling her not to leave Harlot's Bay, but the universe had also presented her with both Vine brothers, so the universe could get bent. In less than a week, the disappearing signs would become Fawn's issue, because Athena was packing up her belongings for the second time in less than 6 months and preparing to peace out of Harlot's Bay. She didn't need reminders of Matthew everywhere she went, and she didn't need all her best friends so closely tied to him. There was no escaping him in this town, so she was escaping from this town. For the last few days, she'd been crying a lot, but she didn't feel depressed, per se. These weren't tears of hopeless despair. They were simply grief. If she could get the hell out of Harlot's Bay, away from Matthew, her state of mind would improve. Probably. Almost definitely. Although she was really going to miss the friends she'd made, despite their associations with him. And Matthew himself. He was everywhere around her, but he was everywhere inside her too. In a prime example of towering irony, when misery began to drown her and she had ugly self-loathing thoughts, his was the voice she heard in her head, defending her. Arguing quietly, sincerely, that she was being far too hard on herself, deeming her a woman lost in seeking new worlds, fractured, but not a failure. Never, ever a failure. Maybe that was the saddest thing of all. He truly loved her. There was no faking that, and Matthew was a terrible liar anyway. He just didn't love her quite enough. Not as much as she loved him. She couldn't live next door to a constant reminder of that, so she had to go. Missing for sale sign or no missing for sale sign. She could only hope the lack of him outside her head would eventually banish him from inside its overstuffed confines too. The evening of the 3rd replaced sign, the next odd thing happened. Food arrived to her front door. Lots of it. By food, she meant potatoes. A freaking avalanche of potatoes. She received pulled pork-topped tater tots from the diner, peanut sweet potato stew from the Gambian Cafe 3 blocks away, an exquisite little mini Palms Anna, its thin slices arrayed like a flower from the tea room, crisp samosas with a savory potato pea filling from the town's best Indian restaurant, poutine, rosti, even a fresh loaf of potato bread from Carl. She could potentially eat nothing but potato products for the next week. It was the sort of thing her parents might do, but they convincingly claimed no knowledge of the potato tsunami, as did Victoria, Jackie, and Bez when she texted them. Baffled, she sat down for dinner and ate her approximate body weight in delicious tubers. It was a volume of spuds unmatched in her personal potato consumption history, which she considered a true feat. The next morning, she woke to yet another missing sign, and a brief note slipped through her mail slot. Generic paper, Times New Roman font, unsigned. The message read, "Open your window tonight. 8 p.m. P.S. Check Reddit." What in the world?
Well, she knew for certain the note wasn't from Matthew because that man wouldn't know Reddit from a wheel of cheese. When she discreetly asked him about the site a few weeks ago, curious as to whether he'd seen her scathing "Am I the asshole" post, he'd frowned at her and said he'd heard of Reddit somewhere. Wasn't it a literacy program targeting teens? So, yeah, no way it was him. However, one of the newest AITA posts told the tale of a man, 39M, who'd broken off a new relationship with the woman he loved, 37F, because his brother wanted her as well. He'd realized his terrible error in judgment and was miserable without her, but he was worried attempts to reconcile with her, despite the encouragement of his friends, would be a dick move. Her words, not his. He was evidently much more refined than Athena, so he wrote hurtful and unwelcome instead of a dick move. His closing statement? I'd like to convince her of my devotion before she leaves town forever, but maybe it's selfish of me to demand her time and attention after I hurt her so badly through my own cowardice and bad judgment. AITA for trying to grovel my way back into her heart. The ages matched. The situations matched. The earnest humility in the writer's words matched Matthew's demeanor. And someone had slid a note through her mail slot pointing her toward Reddit on the very day the post appeared. On the other hand, teen literacy program. On the other hand, despite his lack of fluency with social media sites, he was more than capable of consulting Professor Google, and she had mentioned Reddit to him before. Well, there was nothing for it. She'd need to open her window at 8 o'clock that evening to find out what the actual fuck was going on. Just to assuage her curiosity, obviously, since the outcome didn't really matter. Even if Matthew truly had orchestrated all the recent oddities in her life and done so out of heartfelt regret and love, the two of them were over. Through. Finito, kaput, dunzo. Maybe if she used enough synonyms, she could force her misguided heart to believe it. Coastal Maryland in early January wasn't exactly the North Pole, but it wasn't Hawaii either. Opening her window for mysterious reasons based on an anonymous note seemed like a remarkably terrible idea now that Athena was sitting in her unlit library nook with frigid air swirling around her and sneaking beneath her thick terrycloth bathrobe. The message hadn't specified which window to open, but she wasn't offering ground floor access to a possible stalker. The third floor seemed safer. Although, to be fair, at least one person had previously entered her home through this very window, despite its daunting height. Whatever. She was here. For what reason, she hoped to discover shortly. Matthew's windows all had their shades drawn, except in his empty office. But, that was odd. After plopping down in her comfy reading chair, she'd removed her glasses to scrub her face nervously. Now she slid them back on because if she didn't know better, she'd have said Matthew had a sign in his kitchen window. A for sale sign, to be exact. One defaced in thick black letters, which were painted directly over poor Fawn's face and business logo. The sign now read, "For sale. Everything I have. Now and forever. $0. In his dining room window, there was a different message. For sale. Everything I am and ever will be. $0. She clapped her hand over her mouth to stifle a sob as she read the final sign, placed in his bedroom window. For sale. One broken heart. No need to buy. It's always been yours. I'm so sorry. The letters on each sign were so squished and small, it was damn hard to read the messages. Her crying didn't help much either. Squinting and sniffling, she leaned forward to make sure she'd gotten everything right, because if she had, a loudly clearing throat made her jump in her chair, and she jerked her head toward the source of the racket. Matthew's office, still dark. But while she'd been studying the signs and sniveling, the window had been cracked open and a laptop positioned on the sill, facing her, its speakers apparently operating at full volume. Matthew was holding the laptop in place, easily visible.
no longer hiding. His stare compulsively roamed over her face, her body, as if he could swallow her whole through sight alone. She bit her lip, uncertain how to respond, and trained her eyes on the laptop instead of him. Wait, was that Carl's voice booming from the speakers?
Yes, I'm sure it's fucking recording,
He grumped ear-splittingly.
You think I'm gonna fuck this up, asshole?
Matthew's voice made its bone-dry, equally deafening debut.
I apologize for questioning your mastery of recording technology. After all, you're such an enormous enthusiast of selfies and other means by which to preserve your image and words for posterity. Fuck you, Vine. At least I knew what Reddit was, dude. I'll bet you think a meme is some motherfucker trapped in a stupid invisible box.
Heroically, Matthew managed to ignore that and get the project back on track.
So, you'll know how to cut out this part and any other problematic bits and splice everything together once we're done?
A long pause.
Sure. And you're certain what we wrote sounds like a Sadie Brazen story?
A longer pause.
Sure. Then let's do this.
Matthew drew a deep breath, then spoke more slowly, with pristine enunciation.
Down to Pluck, an erotic monster romance by Sadie Brazen.
She snorted loudly, unable to contain her amusement. Across the alleyway, a smidgen of the anxiety furrowing his brow seemed to ease. Not that she was watching him, except out of the corner of her eye.
Once there was a chicken man hybrid named Matthew.
He began.
A sexy chicken man hybrid named Matthew packing plenty of poultry penis.
Carl corrected.
Stick to the script, asshole. Once there was a sexy chicken man hybrid named Matthew, packing plenty of poultry goodness.
Matthew began again.
He had ripped abs, two appendages, and feathers perfectly positioned for tickling a lover's fancy. Chicken man is about right.
Carl grunted.
You suck, dude.
Fine, Matthew snapped, finally out of patience.
Once there was a sexy chicken man hybrid named Matthew packing plenty of poultry penis. He had ripped abs, two cocks, and feathers perfectly positioned for tickling a lover's clit. Happy now?
Carl's snicker matched Athena's.
Yup.
Thus began the most bizarre and hilarious half-hour of her life to date, and she'd once watched Mono's The Hands of Fate during her first and only foray into edibles. According to friends, she'd spent the entire evening shouting, "Manos means hands! It's really hands! The hands of fate! Holy shit!" Haltingly, through various cranky interruptions by Carl, Matthew spun the heartwarming and also vagina-warming tale of a half-silky, half-human man who fell in love with a fully human woman, remarkably similar in appearance to Athena. Her name was Athena, because subtlety apparently wasn't the men's greatest writing strength. Chicken Man Matthew and thinly fictionalized Athena had lots of improbable, enthusiastic sex, the narration of which was clearly killing human Matthew, only to find themselves confronted with Chicken Man Matthew's Chicken Man brother, John. Carl hooted.
Oh, that right there is some fucking discretion, Vine. If Johnny ever hears this, no way he'll ever figure out who that John motherfucker is.
After that point, Athena stopped laughing because Matthew didn't sugarcoat what had happened in the office.
He saw the hurt in her eyes, but let her walk away.
His voice had turned raw and cracked, and not simply from the strain of narration.
He sagged against the coop's desk, desolate beyond speech. The moment she disappeared from sight, his feathers began to fall softly to the floor, one by one, like the tears he shed. The emptiness of his wing arms chilled him from the inside out, and he searched his hollow chicken soul for answers. Why had he broken his chicken heart and her heart too? Why had he set her aside for his chicken man brother,
even knowing John and Athena weren't fated chicken mates. Then, using his tortured tale of poultry and pain and true love, Matthew told her what she already knew. He'd been his brother's indulgent father figure for over 30 years, and he was too used to giving Johnny whatever he wanted. But even more than that, Matthew was a man who'd lost almost everyone he loved as a young boy, and he couldn't stand the thought of losing Johnny, too. The last true member of his blood family. The last remaining tie to his lost childhood and his lost brother. He'd panicked. Matthew concluded somberly. And in his panic, he made a grievous mistake. There was no doubting his sincerity. Every word fairly dripped with sorrow and desperate remorse and, yes, love. He wanted to earn Athena's forgiveness and regain her trust. He wanted to tell her the truth, that he would never, ever let her go again, that she could keep exploring new worlds for decades to come, and he'd remain by her side the entire time, his wing arm firmly tucked in hers. That any time she got lost, he'd peck at whatever was blocking her view until she found her way once more. That she didn't need to be certain about anything but his love. Which was the moment she began crying for the 1,000th time that day. He continued. And most of all, he wanted to ask her to be his chicken mate forever, because spending every last breath of his life with her would be the greatest joy and honor a chicken man like him could ever imagine. But Athena was a human woman who'd been hurt badly by chicken men in her past, and he didn't see how she could ever forgive him. He refused to let her disappear from the coop without at least trying, though. Well, her first tissue was soaked. On to another, and probably another after that. One of Matthew's chicken friends told him to emulate the groveling of guppy men, he added, sounding slightly aggrieved. But it turned out guppy-style groveling wasn't feasible because his chicken man limbs wouldn't regrow after being cleavered off. And also he owned neither an underseas guppy estate nor jewel-encrusted scuba gear, so chicken man-style groveling, Matthew-style groveling, would have to suffice. He sighed. So he groveled as best he could in his awkward chicken man way, and then he had to wait to find out what would happen next. Because he couldn't force or argue Athena into forgiving him, no matter how much he loved her, or how very sorry he was for hurting her. Whatever she chose to do next, he'd accept as his chicken fate, even if it meant her fleeing the coop and leaving him behind for good. The narration paused there, as his breath hitched. If she did leave, he said, slowly, hoarsely. Matthew wanted her to do so with an unburdened heart, knowing she'd done nothing wrong. The fault was all his, and even if he spent forever without her, he would always be grateful she still existed somewhere in the world, and that he'd once had the privilege to be loved by her. Then, silence. You really need to write a fucking ending, man, Carl interjected. Matthew's response drifted from the laptop speakers in a frayed whisper. I can't. It's not my decision. Athena buried her sniffle in a tissue. Damn it. He wasn't going to let her hold even the tiniest grudge, was he? Through tonight's bizarre display, not to mention the Reddit post, and last night's Spud flood, he'd more than proven himself. He loved her enough to fight his fears and fight for her, to try to stop her from walking away, but honor her choice if she did, to keep her forever if she'd accept his apology. How could she stay angry at him? Sadly enough, she wouldn't be able to use this misstep as leverage in future arguments either. The reminder of what he'd done would hurt him far too much.
In any case, she'd inevitably make mistakes of her own in their relationship. Maybe less grievous ones, but they'd add up, and he'd forgive her readily, each and every time. Because that was who Dr. Matthew Vine III was. He'd already been crowned the champion of head. Like hell, she'd let him hog the champion of forgiveness title, too. After one last hiccup, Athena accepted the inevitable. Matthew's chicken heart was as soft as a silky's feathers. Someone needed to protect it, and that someone might as well be his human mate, because she was much more vicious than he could ever hope to be. She blew her nose, loudly. Then she produced her phone from her bathrobe pocket and consulted Professor Google on a key point. When she looked up, Matthew was still staring directly at her, his beautiful eyes full of stricken, hopeless love. An adult male chicken is either a cock or a rooster, you jackass. She slipped her cell back in her pocket, stood, and set her fists on her hips. Sadie Brazen would never call her hero a chicken man when she could call him a cockman instead. Duh. Oh. He frowned even harder. I probably should have asked Hill for assistance. She flicked her wrist in dismissal. Nah, it was more entertaining this way. Athena. His voice turned ragged. I am so very sorry. Can you ever forgive me? Ah, the crucial question. 2 days ago, she'd have offered an entirely different response, but now... I suppose so. She heaved a dramatic sigh. Which means you'd better come over here, meet me in my bedroom, and start earning it. His mouth dropped open, but he didn't seem to be breathing. Like, at all. She threw her hands in the air, exasperated. What are you waiting for, Dr. Matthew Vine III? You still have a key. He about-faced and fled his office without another word. Knowing she didn't have long before his arrival, she hurried to her bedroom and dropped her terry-cloth robe on the floor. Less than a minute later, his footsteps raced up her stairs and he burst into her room, breathless and wet-cheeked and overjoyed. Before another heartbeat passed, he tumbled into her open arms, then into her welcoming bed, precisely where he belonged. Even a chicken man couldn't have flown to her side any faster. Put that beak to good use, baby, she murmured against his mouth, grinning. I am, in fact, down to pluck. He laughed, his eyes still bright with relieved tears. A champion's work is never done. Then he moved down her body, eased open her thighs, and blew her clucking mind. Giddy with joy, exhaustion, and anxiety, Matthew showed up at Johnny's doorstep the next morning and wouldn't leave until his brother appeared, which Johnny finally did after 3 presses of the doorbell. He hadn't talked to Matthew in days, not even at work, so when he finally emerged from the house, Matthew expected shouting, obscenities, maybe a punch or a shove. Instead, Johnny opened the door and wearily leaned against the frame. For a minute, the 2 brothers simply looked at one another. Then Johnny pushed off the doorframe, nudged Matthew's arms wide, and huddled against his older brother like a child. His forehead rested on Matthew's shoulder, and his arms wrapped painfully tight around Matthew's waist. Stunned, Matthew hugged Johnny close, rocking him a little. When was the last time his brother had wanted comfort from him like this? 20 years ago? Longer than that? I'm sorry, Johnny whispered thickly. I'm so sorry, Maddie. I shouldn't have asked you to leave Athena. After giving his brother a fierce squeeze, Matthew forced himself to say the words that might end the embrace, that might end their relationship, full stop. I'm sorry too, but you need to know that she and I are together. If she's willing, I intend to marry her as soon as possible. Tensely, he waited for an explosion that never came. Yeah, I got that, Johnny said, then snorted wetly against Matthew's shirt. I do live next door, you know. A+ job, groveling chicken man. Matthew sagged in relief, unable to fathom his continued good fortune. Also unable to fathom the evident loudness of his laptop's speakers, and the fact that he, of all people, had co-written such filthy, yet inept, interspecies erotic romance. It had served its purpose, though. Athena had forgiven him, against all odds. His next impossible task, salvaging his relationship with his brother.
If you can't be around me for a while, I'll understand.
Matthew pressed a hard kiss to the crown of Johnny's head.
But please believe me when I say I never wanted to hurt you. And I'll always want my baby brother in my life. As much contact as you're willing to accept, we'll have. Listen, Maddie.
Johnny sucked in a hitching breath, then let it out slowly.
I'd already planned to come over later today to apologize, but also talk to you about other stuff.
That sounded ominous. But maybe Matthew was simply a worrywart, as Athena had alleged a time or two.
In Hawaii, I decided I wanted Athena back, and for that to happen, I needed to be the kind of man who would deserve her,
his brother said.
So I started trying to be better, more responsible, especially at work, but everywhere.
Ah, that explained the post-honeymoon transformation.
Right after you and I argued the other day, I waited for Athena and made my case to her. She responded with a resounding fuck no.
To his credit, Johnny sounded wryly amused as well as pained.
That's when I finally got it, Maddie. I loved her, I still do. But I fucked her over, and there's no getting past that. Which is why I need to get my shit together, Athena or no Athena, so I don't do the same thing to the next woman I love.
Matthew's anxiety unwound another fraction. If his brother was already thinking in those terms, of falling in love with someone else, then he'd be fine, sooner or later. As opposed to Matthew, who'd been resigned to remaining alone and lovelorn for the rest of his Athena-less existence. This was the right choice. Hard and hurtful, but not wrong. All humor evaporated from Johnny's voice.
Then I saw how empty you looked the morning after we argued. Just dead inside. I watched you break down for the first time in our lives and run from your own practice, your own employees, because you were hurting so much. And I was so ashamed, Maddie. So fucking ashamed. And the moment you left, everything else fell into place too. Why you'd seemed so happy the last couple of months. How selfish I'd been to ask you to give her up. Especially after everything you've done for me my entire life. What I need to do now, for both of our sakes. Now his brother was crying again. Not over Athena. Over him. I have to start making my own decisions, Maddie.
Johnny whispered between hiccups.
I've been leaning too heavily on you for too long, and it's not good for either of us. You need to have your own life, and I need to choose whichever way forward will make me happiest, no matter how you might feel about it.
Matthew was crying too, he realized. From pride in the man his baby brother had become, and pride in himself for raising that man. From ineffable sadness as he listened to Johnny take his first faltering step away from Matthew, even as they still held one another. Johnny cleared his throat.
I think I want to be a pediatric sports specialist. I'm going to give it a little more time before I make any moves, but if I decide to subspecialize, I'll have to leave Strumpet Square Pediatrics for my fellowship program, and you'll have to find a new doctor. I'm sorry.
It all made sense. It really did. But still, Matthew's heart beat out a repeated, grief-stricken no. He took a moment to gather himself, because this was what a parent did. You had to love a child with every ounce of your being, care for them, and protect them, and try your damnedest to help them become what they were meant to be, rather than what you might have expected or wanted from them. Try your damnedest to help them become an adult, capable of navigating the world in pursuit of their own happiness, independently of you. Only to watch them become an adult navigating the world in pursuit of their own happiness, independently of you. It was a devil's bargain. Being a parent, bound to end in pain, no matter what.
Nevertheless, he'd honor his end of the deal. He'd do what was best for his child. Because letting go was maybe the last great responsibility of parenthood. He spoke carefully. My being with Athena. I know it'll be hard, but I hate the thought of you leaving because of that. Johnny shook his head. I would want this with or without Athena. I promise, bro. Matthew nodded. An acknowledgement. A surrender. Okay, then. Okay. He could do this. He could let go without burdening his brother with his own grief. Athena was in his life now, and she would help him make his way through it. Where did you run off to the other morning anyway? Johnny let his head rest more heavily on Matthew's shoulder. Ivana wouldn't say. I visited Adrian. I haven't been there for years. Johnny clung tight for another moment, then stepped away from Matthew. Want to go now? Matthew's arms fell to his sides, empty. He swallowed hard. Sure. He let his brother lead the way to the cemetery. When they arrived, they sat in the brown, damp grass, side by side. Tell me about Adrian, Johnny said. What did he like to eat? Was he walking yet? So Matthew shared stories and details no one else remembered, not even their parents, and answered Johnny's questions. After an hour or so, the brothers ran out of words, but neither of them got up. They simply kept each other company. They kept Adrian company. Finally, though, Johnny stirred and straightened. Why don't we split the maintenance fees for Adrian's grave from now on? Yes. Matthew ruffled his brother's hair. I'd like that. Quit it, asshole. With an unconvincing scowl, Johnny ducked away from him. I meant to tell you earlier, I can handle all of my student loans too, if you'd like. God, Matthew's brain was too tired for math. We can talk about that later. Find some calculators and figure out what's fair for both of us. Calculators, Johnny snorted. Old-timer? Whippersnapper? Johnny clambered to his feet with a groan. Shit, I'm not feeling all that young myself right now. Anyway, I need to head out, Maddie. I owe Ivana a long overdue apology, and I need to tell her about my possible departure. When Matthew opened his mouth to offer himself as an intermediary, Johnny raised a hand. It's my responsibility. Not yours, but thank you. Craning his neck, Matthew looked up at him. See you soon? It was a question. A plea. Tonight or tomorrow? Johnny reached down and gave him a noogie, ignoring Matthew's squawked protests. There's no getting rid of me, bro. Too bad for you. Then Johnny left, and Matthew sat alone in the silent, cold graveyard. He thought about both his brothers, infants in his arms, small and trusting, and let himself weep. After a while, Athena dropped down beside him with a thump and a little whimper at the chill of the grass. Your brother thought you could use some company, she said, and drew his head into her lap. They stayed that way, her fingers sliding through his hair for a long time. When he sat up, she offered him one of her small, genuine smiles, her hazel eyes full of tender sympathy. Her lips beneath his were soft and cool, and he lingered to warm them, to warm himself. He stroked her bangs to the side, away from her glasses, and her hair was so silky it almost slipped through his fingers. At the last possible moment, he latched onto the end of a strand and tugged gently. Let's go back, he told her. I'll make you tea. She studied him so carefully, so lovingly he almost cried again. You ready? I'm ready. He stood, offered his hand, and helped her up. And together, they made their way home. Epilogue. 5 years later. Felicity didn't even flinch when Matthew gave her the flu shot. The 10-year-old might refuse to let anyone else deal with her vaccinations. Not the CPNPs, not Ivana, not even Keeley,
the third doctor in their practice, whom everyone loved, but she never raised a fuss when he was the one wielding a needle. He probably shouldn't take such pleasure in that. Someday she'd need to accept shots from someone other than him, but in the meantime, her trust trickled through him like warm, sweet syrup. "Take care of yourself, Felicity," he said once they were done, and he watched her clamber down from the exam table. No signs of illness, injury, or developmental issues. Good. She flicked him a jaunty wave on her way out the door. "You too, Dr. Vine. See you at the Halloween festival tonight." He smothered an involuntary wince. Yes, unfortunately, he'd be there. Athena was emceeing the window decoration contest, and although she'd told him to stay home, he wouldn't miss watching her shine in front of all Harlot's Bay for anything. Even his own sanity. "Thank you, Dr. Itchybutt." Ms. Mortensen smirked at him, then rose from her chair. He grinned back. "My pleasure." "Mom!" Felicity complained loudly in the hallway as her mother rejoined her. "I told you to stop calling him that. It's embarrassing." Ms. Mortensen's voice faded into the distance as she spoke. "I'm so sorry, sweetie, but I'm your mom. Embarrassing you is my job. It's also my hobby." Matthew laughed quietly to himself, did his charting, and prepared to leave for the day. Since it was a Saturday, he intended to arrive at Bluestocking before his wife's lunch break. He'd already called the tea room, and they had little triangular sandwiches and flour-like potato tarts waiting in to-go containers for him, along with some of Carl's mini scones. Right before he turned out his office light, he glanced back at his desk and the dozen or so framed photos he'd carefully arranged there. "Baby, why do you have 30 bajillion pictures of me cluttering your workspace?" Athena asked almost every time she visited. "Don't they trip your Mr. Clean trigger?" No. When it came to her, mess didn't bother him. And as far as he was concerned, the more pictures of her he had, the better. His favorite photo hung beside the door. The two of them with their arms wrapped around each other, sunburned and wind-tossed and beaming, a Pacific sunset behind them, and white sails flapping above. As a wedding surprise, she'd found a company in Hawaii offering sailing experiences aboard a tall ship and booked a slot during their honeymoon, all so he could live out his boyhood dreams of traversing blue, blue waters atop sun-baked wooden decks. Other than the day Athena married him, that was the best day of his life so far. He pressed his forefinger to his lips and gently tapped it against the glass, covering her lovely, glowing face. Then, ritual completed, he put on his coat and left. A gusting wind greeted him outside, and gray-edged clouds had begun to gather on the horizon. There was a chance of thunderstorms. He'd seen when checking the forecast that morning. No surprise, really. It had been unusually warm all week, and the heat had to break somehow, ushering them back into autumn. He quickened his pace as he walked to the tea room, then the bookstore. The bell jangled on the door handle when he entered Bluestocking. An older male customer was showing Athena a book at the front counter, but she'd glanced up to see who'd arrived. As soon as she spotted Matthew, her lips curved in a small, sweet, private smile, and when he held up the distinctive tea room to-go bag, that smile turned blinding. She held up a finger, requesting patience, and he nodded. After spending a couple of years at historic Harlot's Bay, she'd found herself in need of another challenge, and by that point, Hill was desperate for a real break. So he'd hired her as the store manager, banking on her ability to increase his revenue enough that he could afford her salary. With her usual all-in enthusiasm, she'd overhauled the place with the help of Hill, Matthew, Johnny, and their friends. It was clean and bright now, the shelves sturdy and filled with shiny paperbacks, neatly arranged in alphabetical order within genres. Clear signage informed everyone where to find what they needed. In the back, she'd created an area for book club meetings and author events, and the nasty wenches met there monthly. A plate of free cookies, Carl's cookies, sat on the counter because Athena believed very strongly in the power of compliance strategies. The cookies were delicious, but they were also her bid to harness norms of reciprocity. A cart filled with overstocked books stood near the front counter, topped with a pretty sign telling customers the price, 4 for $1. The foot-in-the-door phenomenon in action. Nothing in her past was wasted. Her time teaching guided her business practices. Her tour guide experience helped her talk to anyone and everyone. Her work at the library gave her the necessary familiarity with authors and specific books. Her short stint at the bakery and friendship with Carl meant she could convince him to supply the bookstore's treats for free, because, as she'd argued, once people tasted his baked goods, they'd want more. Begrudgingly, Carl had admitted to a significant increase in sales after Athena reopened Bluestocking. His lips had even twitched into a half smile during the confession, at least until he'd noticed Matthew watching him. Then he'd scowled and told Matthew and Athena to get out of his fucking work area before he threw them in the fucking mixer and served them as the featured fucking muffin of the day. That big faker. He'd throw himself in the mixer before harming a hair on Athena's head. She had other plans for Bluestocking in the works, too, and she had a standing option to buy the store from Hill. If she decided she wanted to do that, Matthew would support her. If the store went under, Matthew would support her. If she got bored or overwhelmed and needed to find a different job, Matthew would support her. Simple as that. Watching Athena tackle new challenges was one of the true pleasures of his life. Despite her therapy and her meds, sometimes she still struggled with depression, especially in the winter and when she was restless or uncertain. Sometimes she was still harsher with herself than Matthew would wish, and it hurt to watch her suffer. It hurt to know he couldn't fix everything for her, as he longed to do. But it was a privilege to offer her a steady hand and stand by her side as she inevitably righted her ship. She handed the 60-something customer at the counter a free bookmark. If you'd rather revisit something you already own, no problem. This will help you mark your place in whatever you decide to read next. The man looked torn for a moment. Then he pushed the book they'd been discussing toward the cash register. What the hey? Never hurts to try something new, right? Yes. Norms of Reciprocity, Part 2. I think you're going to love the story, but if you don't, and you treat the book gently, you can always bring it back for a quarter of the cover price in store credit. She reminded the man cheerfully as she took his money. Easy peasy Louis L'Amour squeezy. The man left the store smiling, the bookmark tucked inside the Western he'd bought. Matthew locked the door behind him and flipped the sign that informed customers of Athena's hour-long lunch break. By the time he turned back to her, she was already around the counter and ready to throw herself in his arms. With a surprised grunt, he staggered back a little, then caught his balance, wrapped himself around her, and tugged her even closer. Hey, baby. She planted a kiss on his neck. Can you possibly give me 5 more minutes? I need to call a few customers before it gets too late in the day for them to stop by. She cast a longing glance at the bag by his feet. Will the food be okay? Yes, but before you do anything else. Tipping up her chin with a nudge of his thumb, he covered her mouth with his and reveled in the warm give of her lips, the sweet slickness of her tongue. Afterward, he rested his forehead against hers. Now I'm good. Take your time, sweetheart. Just then, the first peal of thunder boomed in the distance, and he jerked in her arms. Come on, Dr. Vine. Her embrace became less about cuddling and more about steering. The back of the store awaits you. The children's nook at the rear of Bluestocking was surrounded on 3 sides by shelving. Anyone sitting in the brightly cushioned rocking chair there could see very little of the remaining store and nothing at all of the front windows. Athena guided him into that chair as another rumble of thunder jangled his nerves, then darted off somewhere. Moments later, she reappeared at his side and laid noise-canceling headphones on a nearby wooden table. Remember to actually turn on the noise-canceling bit this time, okay? She tapped a ragged fingernail against the headphone's tiny toggle switch. While I'm up front, do you want to start the next book in the O'Brien series? When he nodded gratefully, she went to grab the paperback from behind the counter. He slipped on the headphones and activated the noise-canceling feature. After thinking for a moment, he scooted his chair slightly to the side. An inch more. A different angle. And there. He could see the part of the counter where she usually stood, but not the front windows. Perfect. A moment later, she was dropping his book on the table, planting a kiss on his hair and ruffling his curls before heading back to the store phone. Idly, he took out his own phone because he was pretty certain he'd felt it vibrate earlier. Sure enough, he had missed a FaceTime call from Athena's parents. Most likely they wanted to badger him into judging who had created the better watercolor during their latest art class. Those two were hyper-competitive about everything. Everything. After the wedding, they'd quickly elbowed their way into his life and Johnny's life, too. A couple of semi-retired steamrollers with way too much time and money on their hands. So now the Vine brothers kind of had parents again, for better or worse. Mostly better. They gave really excellent Christmas gifts, cashmere sweaters, and even better hugs. He texted them, "I'll call later this afternoon. Sorry, it was my Saturday to work." "No worries," came the near immediate response. "Our pièces de résistance aren't going anywhere and can await your judgment indefinitely. Be good, kiddo." Doug insisted on calling him kiddo, and Matthew should probably hate that. He didn't, though. At all. Johnny had evidently texted earlier as well, checking whether Matthew wanted to meet at the Halloween celebration. "I know scary shit is your fave, bro, so let's hang out while Athena's doing her thing and can't babysit you. I'll even buy you a candy apple." "Will you protect me from the murder dolls?" Matthew wrote back. "Dude, if those creepy-ass dolls decide your time has come, there's no escaping them." That didn't help me feel better at all, bro. "Really? My bad." Matthew shook his head with a sigh. Responsible adulthood and a fancy new workplace hadn't curbed that smart-ass streak of Johnny's. His brother was incorrigible. Still, he couldn't have been more supportive of Matthew and Athena, especially under the circumstances. Since they got married so quickly, Johnny hadn't yet left Strumpet Square Pediatrics for his fellowship program, and he'd voluntarily covered the lion's share of Matthew's work duties during the honeymoon. At the courthouse wedding, he'd even served as one of the witnesses. Both brothers had cried during the ceremony, especially during the ring exchange. And if one or two of Johnny's tears hadn't stemmed entirely from joy, he'd managed to fake it very convincingly. "Love you," Matthew texted. Seconds later, the reply came. "Love you too. See you tonight, Brosephine." When he looked up from his phone again, a cookie had magically appeared on the table beside him. Clearly the work of the world's most adorable witch. So before he rejoined Aubrey and Maturine on their various shipboard adventures, he rose from the rocking chair and braved the front of the store, despite the blue-tinged flashes flickering in his peripheral vision. Athena was still on the phone, talking with a customer. He shouldn't interrupt her, he knew that, but he really, really wanted a kiss. And these days he'd grown remarkably used to getting what he wanted. Spoiled, you might call him. But since that was his wife's fault, she'd have to suffer the consequences. Just like a brat, he rounded the counter and cut her off mid-word with a kiss of abounding, towering devotion. Of gratitude for how fiercely she loved him. Of awe at how very brightly she shone in his personal sky, day after day. And just like a brat, he winked as he walked away and left her breathless. This is Joy Nash. We hope you've enjoyed this unabridged production of At